Hello and welcome everyone to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. My name is Aaron from Malaysia, and with me here is Wancho from the Philippines. Wancho, how are you doing today, buddy?
Yes, how's it going, everyone? Wancho here, or Primetime Wizard TV. I'm doing absolutely amazing. It is a beautiful day to be playing some Pokemon, and I'm really feeling the competitive energy. How about you, Aaron? How are you doing today?
I'm just really excited right now. We're going to get to see some awesome Pokemon Trading Card Game games. Now, so everyone knows, this event is in conjunction with the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021, where it's going to be events for everyone in Pokemon titles such as Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, and of course, the game we all love, the Pokemon Trading Card Game. Wancho, what did you tell us? What do our viewers get to be excited about today?
Yes, we have an influencer lineup from regions all across Asia, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Thailand, representing their region to really be the very best like no one ever was. I'm so excited. Yeah.
Great stuff, Wancho. Now, let's take a look at the bracket for today. So, just so that everyone's aware, we have a 7-player single elimination best of 3 bracket. 6 matches in total to determine who is, as you say, the very best like no one ever was. We'll first start off with the 3 quarterfinals. Quarterfinal 1 between Online Station Art from the Philippines versus Master Ramen from Malaysia. Quarterfinal number 2, Alpats Gaming from Indonesia versus Skyway from Singapore. And then we'll have quarterfinal number 3, Mina from Taiwan versus Momoy Palaboy from the Philippines.
Then, of course, we will then move on to semifinal 1 and semifinal 2 with one person, KZ, already in it, and then moving forward and capping it off all with the grand finals. Very exciting stuff. So many games today. So excited. Yes. So what's the first match of the day? Yeah, Aaron. Let us know.
All right. So as you say, we have Online Station Art from Thailand versus Master Ramen from Malaysia. But I just want to say, Wancho, we're going to have awesome matches today. We have at least a look at all the decks we have available. It's going to be an awesome lineup of matches. We have decks from the meta game, as well as some very interesting rogue decks as well. What do you feel about that, Wancho? What are you excited to look at?
I have to agree. Yeah, there's what I like about this tournament, because we have the luxury of seeing all the decks right now, is everyone is actually playing their own decks. There's going to be no mirror matches here today. Everyone really sporting their own unique Pokemon, bringing that to the lineup. I'm very, very excited. And yes, so yeah, the first game today is going to be Online Station Art against Master Ramen. Let us know, what decks are they playing, Aaron?
All right, the first matchup will actually be Ice Rider Calyrex versus Rayquaza Fluffy. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I'm particularly excited because Rayquaza is one of my favorite Pokemons. But what do you think about the matchup overall, Wancho?
Oh boy, Aaron, we're going to be fighting for that big green dragon, because Rayquaza is one of my favorite as well, probably the shiny version. I think the matchup is going to be very dependent on who really gets set up. Ice Rider Calyrex being able to put in early pressure, since it only needs 2 energies attack and a Melanie, just really 1 Melanie to really get going, and it is supported by the Inteleon engine. However, it doesn't hit those numbers to really one-hit knockout a Rayquaza, whereas Rayquaza does hit those numbers. The sky's the limit for the damage for Rayquaza. All it needs is around technically 5 energy attached, 4 of which have to be lightning, and it can take out anything, absolutely anything in the metagame. So it really depends. Can Ice Rider pick up the early win, early pressure, or will Rayquaza be able to charge up its max burst attack to really just steal the game? Yeah, how about you? What do you think? What do you think, Aaron?
Oh yeah, for me, I think you pretty much summarized it very much. But let's now just get to know our competitors for today. Starting out, of course, with Online Station Art from Thailand. Hi there, Online Station Art. Hello, and great to have you with us. We just have a few questions for you today. First off, introduce yourselves to our viewers and tell us how you're feeling today.
แนะนำตัวหน่อยนะครับ
Okay. I'm from Thailand online station. Nickname. My nickname is Satoshi. In
Satoshi.
My pen name. Online name. I today is feel great because I'm here with Pojama. My mascot.
Hey, how's it going, Piplup?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and
it's very good, and I try my best.
Very good. And I have a question as well. What are your expectations for the tournament here today?
โอเคพี่อาร์ตคาดหวังอะไรบ้างอะครับจากวันนี้ในการแข่งขันวันนี้
my only one is champion.
Oh,
Make
right.
my Ice Rider to the champion.
That is a
That
really,
is
really good
great to hear.
expectation.
Yeah, super great to hear. Thank you
Love
so
the
much for
energy.
that. Last question. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? And if yes, which Pokemon is it? Could it be that Piplup you have
I have a
with you?
feeling
Is
we
that
know
your
the
favorite
answer.
Pokemon?
Yeah.
ถามว่าโปเกมอนโปรดของพี่อาร์ตคือตัวอะไรครับ ใช่ตัวโปเกมอนเมื่อกี้หรือเปล่า
my really my แบบfriendship Pokemon when I childhood is Alakazam or Fudin is my
Alakazam.
very
Nice.
very very favorite Pokemon. Yeah. I love telekinesis when I was young. Then I love very much. And her trainer too. Nasime is very cool.
Very
stuff,
cool. Wasn't
great stuff.
expecting. I was expecting Piplup, but Alakazam is absolutely amazing as well. The double spoons, really, really cool. Yes.
Yeah, it takes us all the way back to Generation 1 with Alakazam. So thank you very much for speaking with us, and good luck for your match.
Yes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, I could feel the energy from that conversation there, Wancho. Did you feel the same?
Oh, absolutely. When he said his only expectation for today is bringing Ice Rider all the way to the championship, I'm sure that's what every one of our players here today are expecting, but it's great to hear it. Absolutely love the energy. I also really like that his favorite Pokemon was Alakazam. Really took us for a spin there. We were like, oh, he's going to say Piplup, the very, very cute Piplup, but no, Alakazam, the psychic Pokemon. I have to say, one of the strongest Pokemon if you're playing red and blue. Am I right?
Yeah, I think so, and also one of the more iconic Pokemon as well, because essentially it's one of the few very powerful psychic Pokemon from Generation 1.
Yeah.
But I was really floored by that because I really thought it was going to be a Piplup.
I know. I was not expecting that, and yeah, it just reminded me of like Sabrina and how unbeatable she was, and just the Kadabras and Abras. But no, Alakazam, absolutely love it. Maybe how do you think he feels about Mega Alakazam though? You know, with all the spoons.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But very quickly, what do you think about his deck overall? Ice Rider Calyrex. How do you think of his chances based on the deck that he's playing?
Again, Ice Rider Calyrex, a really, really strong Pokemon. It does have like two really relevant attacks with Ride of the High King doing 30 more damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And we are in a metagame today where your bench is practically going to be filled, especially against Rayquaza. They have to bench Boltons, Rayquazas, Mareeps, and Flaffies, and all that. So that first attack could come in handy. 160 is enough to two-hit knockout a Pokemon VMAX. However, it also has the attack Max Lance, doing 110 plus 120 damage for each energy you discard, going up to 250. 250 is not a number to be scoffed at. And yes, and with the supporter card Melanie, you can really cycle in those energies into Calyrex VMAX and keep attacking for 250. That amount of pressure might make it to all the way to the championship. So how about you? What do you think? What do you think about his deck, Aaron?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup because we're talking about a deck that essentially is hitting for 250 damage, as you say. But I want to check with Rayquaza VMAX because I don't believe there's a damage cap on that Pokemon compared to Calyrex. So without further ado, let's get to our next competitor on screen, Master Raman from Malaysia, who will be piloting Rayquaza VMAX. Hello, Master Raman.
Hello.
Great to have you here with us.
Hello.
Few questions to start us off. Why don't you introduce yourself to our viewers and tell us how are you feeling today?
Hi, my name is Master Ramen. I feel scared.
Very cool. What about let me know, what are your expectations for the tournament?
My first expectation is of course to win, but if I only have one expectation to become champion.
Very cool. Of course, to win, very important. And yeah, I believe you had one more question, Aaron.
Yep, last question to you, Master Raman. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? And if yes, what is that Pokemon?
Pokemon favorite saya Steel.
My favorite Pokemon is
Steel.
Steel.
Swiel. Wow. Okay,
Swiel.
that's a very unique choice. Very unique choice.
Tell us more about it. Why Swiel? Like,
Sebab
just very cute,
sebab
very
dia
round.
ada saya.
Because it's cute and round like me.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I absolutely
Great stuff.
love the answer.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, Master Ramen. Good luck in your
Yes.
match.
Good luck. Good luck.
Okay, terima kasih.
All right, so we got to talk to Master Ramen.
Yeah,
And
wasn't
what do you think about the deck?
Well,
Wasn't expecting Swiel. Yeah, wasn't
but
expecting
first
Swiel.
of all, I wasn't expecting the Rayquaza, the VMAX Rayquaza, legendary dragon player. Favorite Pokemon is Swiel? That's very good. I really love that answer, especially how you
Yeah.
related to it. I feel like when you play Pokemon, you really relate to, if you can relate to that Pokemon, like for me, probably would be Snorlax, just because I love eating and sleeping, not gonna lie. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. For his deck, Rayquaza VMAX, I think is just so powerful. Again, the sky's the limit really here for the max burst attack, doing 80 damage for each lightning energy you can discard. Unlike Calyrex, who is limited to discarding 2 water energy, Rayquaza can discard as many as he wants. So if he wanted, he could discard 10 and do over 800 damage, really. So the sky's the limit. If he can pull that off, all he needs is 8 energies. 4 to knock out the first Ice Rider, 4 to knock out the second, take 6 prizes, I think is absolutely powerful. What about you, Aaron?
Yeah, I think the original concept of the Rayquaza deck essentially is going to leverage Fluffy with the Dynamotor ability. And it's an ability we've seen on multiple Pokemon now. At least over the last 10 years, we have seen the ability on Electric, and we've also seen it on Malamar. We've also seen it on Bronzong, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
Bronzong.
So definitely an ability that's been around for many years now. And it's interesting to see it paired again with Rayquaza, because in the old days, you used to be playing Rayquaza with Electric. And I want to take us back all the way to 2005, 2006, because there used to be a Pokemon called Dragonite Delta species that also had a similar power. Back then it was called Poke Powers, now it's called Ability. So definitely a synergy in the deck that we've seen in quite a while now. And of course, the most important part of the deck is you don't have a damage cap. You're essentially doing as much damage as you have energy, so that essentially you can knock out anything in play. But I need to go back to the point. Can the deck set up enough to the point that it's able to take knockouts after knockouts? Because we know for a fact the Calyrex deck will be much more consistent with the result in Talon engine, right, Rancho?
Yes, I have to agree, but don't count Rayquaza out. It is an all-in-one card. It also has the ability Azure Pulse. You can discard your hand and draw 3 cards. And imagine if you have 4 Rayquaza VMAXs in play, you're drawing 3, 6, 9, 12 cards at the same time, discarding those key lightning energies to the discard pile for your Flaffy to put back onto Rayquaza. So don't count them out. If you can't shut off Rayquaza's ability, which I think the Ice Rider deck is not playing Path to the Peak, so it doesn't have the capability to, it might get out of hand. It can also play the Rose card, Rose allowing you to attach 2 energies from your discard pile to your Pokemon, but you have to discard your hand. But again, no problem for the Rayquaza, because it was going to do that anyway. So don't count it out. Don't count it out.
Yeah, for sure. I think with 4 Rayquaza VMAX, and we know from the deck list there are going to be 4 Rayquaza VMAXs in Master Ramen's deck, you're drawing 12 cards a turn.
Yes.
Essentially, you should get everything you need to sculpt your hand, sculpt your board to the point where you are getting the knockouts. But of course, you got to talk about the Bolton V. He runs 3 copies of Bolton V in the deck, which is essentially with the Electrify attack, gets you 2 lightning energies from a deck onto one of your bench Pokemon.
Yes.
And that is a big setup attack
Yes,
for this
yes.
deck, I feel.
All he has to do is start it. And again, there's another key supporter in his deck. He's playing Adventurous Discovery, which allows you to find 3 Pokemon V. And that you're not limited to Pokemon V, just because it does say that. It says you could get a Pokemon V or VMAX. So in his first turn, he could go Adventurous Discovery, get 3 Rayquaza Vs, attack with the Bolton to attach energy, and then second turn maybe play Adventurous Discovery again, get 3 Pokemon VMAX, and after that it's smooth sailings. You're just discarding your deck, getting more energies, and yes, it's just a matter of, does he have time to be able to do that, and do the stars align for him to have those cards in his hand, right?
Yep, great stuff. And I think while we wait for the players to set up on their game camps, I think one other question that I have for you, Wancho, what are some surprise cards that you thought you wouldn't see in both Online Station Art as well as Master Ramen's deck? We can start with the with the Calyrex deck. What do you think are some surprise cards that you see there?
I believe one of the surprise cards in the Calyrex deck is the the Frost Blast, which does have the ability similar to Marnie to just attach an energy from the discard pile. That may be key because a lot of the times, if you're playing Melanie, that means you can't play boss's orders, right? You're only allowed to play one supporter a turn, but just because they have that Frost Blast, they can involve Snora into Frost Blast, attach that energy, and boss something up. That may be key here. And for the Rayquaza, I believe it's, despite being, sorry, for the Rayquaza, I'm going to have to say it's the Rayquaza itself. Again, this is the all-in-one card. It is the draw support. It is the attack. But yeah, let's not forget the little guy as well. I'm sure Flaffy will come into play, getting those extra energies into Rayquaza. So really, you can't have Rayquaza without the motor, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think there are not really a lot of surprise cards from Master Rama's deck. It is a very streamlined Rayquaza VMAX Flaffy deck. Of course, there are also some support cards such as the Crobat V. We have Stormy Mountains that's able to search our Pokemon for you. We have also the Fire Energy, Lightning Energy. So we have to know that Rayquaza is a Pokemon that uses two different types of energy.
Yes.
It uses basic Fire Energy and basic Lightning Energy, but it's only the basic Lightning that is being recycled using Dynamoto. It's something that we need to take note of because without Fire Energy, Rayquaza VMAX cannot attack.
But don't worry, it
very
is
interesting
playing
point.
2 energy searches, so it's not the hardest thing to find those one of fire energies. And again, you mentioned there's nothing surprising about the Rayquaza deck, but I'd like to disagree, and I think you would be very shocked once you see Rayquaza's damage output. That in itself, you know, Rayquaza doesn't need any fancy tech cards. All it needs is Rayquaza, and that's it.
And that's it, just as it is. And that's the reason why you're running a 4-4 line of Rayquaza VMAX.
Yes.
But what do you think overall? What are your predictions for this matchup then? If we want to throw it out to you, who are you going to go with for this matchup?
Of course, I'd have to give it to the Ice Rider Calyrex just because it is the more prevalent deck in the metagame lately. However, I'm not counting out Rayquaza. Rayquaza probably, despite being the big green dragon, is the underdog in this matchup. But again, if he can set up, and I think Ice Rider Calyrex is the perfect matchup for it, just because it doesn't get one-hit knocked out. There's no real means of disruption besides Marnie. I think Rayquaza can set up and just sweep the game after. Maybe he'll lose a Bolton, maybe he'll get damaged a couple of early in the game. But as long as he can get those, that's just 5 energies. It's not that much to ask, you know? It's just one Bolton attack, a Bolton attack, an attach, you have Flaffy, you have Rose, you have so many things at your disposal. You even have Palpad to put the roses back into your deck to reuse them later. Again, it's just a matter of counting 8. That's all he needs to do. Master Ramen, count 8 energy, and then you're good. If you can get to 8 somehow.
Awesome stuff. I think we're now with the players on their face cams. I think one thing before the game begins, we can definitely talk about the Drizzle Intellon engine that the Ice Rider deck is playing. Tell us a bit more about this supposedly very consistent engine that Online Station Art is going to be playing.
Of course. The Intellon engine, just so consistent. Evolving from Sobble to Intellon just gives you so much benefit. Once you evolved into Drizzle, you have the access to shady dealings to look for any trainer card from your deck. And then Intellon does the same thing, but finds you 2 trainers instead of 1, or you can go into quick shooting for extra damage, which Calyrex does need. It looks like the players are now shuffling their decks. I believe they did a coin flip already. Were you able to catch that, Aaron?
Yep, I think so. I think it's Online Station Art or Zatoshi, as you mentioned just now. He'll be going first after winning the coin flip, and Master Ramen will go second. I think it's going to be quite clutch because I believe Master Ramen would like to go second because of Bolton, right?
That's true. Although it doesn't, going first is not necessarily bad, but yes, going second for Master Ramen, very good. Depends if he does start that Bolton. He is playing 3, but Rayquaza does outmatch it, right? He's playing 4 Rayquaza. It's more likely he starts with that over the Bolton, but we'll have to see it. But he does play a ton of switching out cards. It looks like Online Station Art does get the first mulligan. Master Ramen, getting that extra card might be big. Let's see if Master Ramen here can start out with a Pokemon. But
right, you are, and both these decks are playing a bunch of basic Pokemon for sure. So it's going to be really funny to see how many times they mull. Of course, we talk about.
Oh, it looks like we have a double mulligan. So...
A double mull. Just as I say that, we have a double mull. So, Aaron, you need to really think it through how many basic Pokemon you need in your decks.
Yes, and again, if the players double mulligan, that means neither player gets that extra draw. I'm sure Master Ramen would really need to see that. Either people really would like to have that extra draw, right?
For sure.
But yes, again, I think it goes more to Master Ramen though, just because his deck is a little bit less consistent than the Ice Rider deck because of the Inteleon engine we did talk about. Looks like Master Ramen does get another mulligan. That means Online Station Art gets the extra card.
Yep, and I think when you say about consistency, one card that I realized both decks are playing is the Crobat V with its Dark Asset ability. So just to inform our viewers, when you play this card from your hand, when I talk about Crobat V, you are essentially able to draw cards until you have 6 cards in your hand. And this essentially is a consistency card that both players have chosen to bring in
Yes.
their decks today. Tell us a bit more about Crobat V. I know this card has been out for a while now in the format. What do you think about it?
Yes. It's such a staple. Just the ability to draw more cards, I think that is the key to winning in, I think, any card game, really. But Crobat V here especially is just so good because it turns all the quick balls that are in your deck into essentially draw cards, right? It's like turning your quick ball into a supporter. But yeah, okay, looks like was Master Ramen able to find his one Pokemon here? I think he has. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think he has.
But again, yes, Crobat V, an absolutely great card for both players. Really able to get both of them set up. But I guess Ice Rider just has more options, more consistency cards, right? It has Crobat, it has Inteleons, which should work to its favor.
Yeah, for sure. I think also we got to talk about the Sobble. And there it is. There's a Sobble
There's a
start
Sobble.
from Online Station Art. So definitely the Sobble here is a key card for the deck, not because of its damage output or anything like that, but it's more the fact that it has an attack called Keep Calling, which allows you to search your deck for 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon to put them onto your bench. And guess what's a Rapid Strike Pokemon? Sobble.
Really? So it can find more Sobble, basically.
Yep.
Which
A bunch of Sobbles.
just makes it even more consistent. More Sobbles means more shady dealings, which means more trainer cards to really get you going. Looks like
Exactly.
Online Station Art here playing the quick ball. Let's see what he decides to find. Discarding that water energy is very big here because with the water energy in this discard pile, that means all the Melanies in the deck are now active. He can play the Melanie to attach an energy to a Pokemon V and draw 3 cards. So a very, very key discard there.
Yep, that's actually quite clutch. And he's going straight for an Ice Rider V here.
But yes, he looks. Of
Ice
course,
Rider Calyrex V,
Ice Rider Calyrex V, the alternate art version as well, very pretty. Of course, you need to find your main attacker, so he has to find it. Looks like we're able to finally see the starting Pokemon for Master Ramen, and it's going to be the Mareep. Not a bad start.
Yep.
You like to see that early as well. Hopefully, we can find a pivot here, like maybe a switch or a air balloon. Reducing the retreat cost of the Pokemon by 2, and Mareep only has 1 or 2, I believe, so it should be able to retreat after that and turning it into a pivot Pokemon as well. Looks like Ice Rider Calyrex is playing the water bucket, I believe.
Yeah, Capacious
Capacious
Bucket.
Bucket, yes,
Bucket. Yeah,
Capacious
Capacious
Bucket.
Bucket. Yep.
Yes, finding him 2 extra energy cards. Very big. Very, just so much consistency card, right? Turning 1 card into
Exactly.
2 energy. Very big.
And of course, we know that there is also a discarded water energy for the Melanie to come back later.
Mhm.
So right now we are going over to Master Ramon. That was a very strong turn.
Very
from
strong
Online
card. He
Station
found
Art.
2 Sobbles and an energy attachment. There's nothing more you can ask for. Let's see if Master Ramen can open as just as good. Right now, the lone Mareep is facing down an army of Sobbles and the alternate art Ice Rider Calyrex. Very intimidating. Let's see.
I don't want to be that Mareep right now. I don't want to be that Mareep
Nah.
right now for sure.
But no, it's okay. He has his backup Mareep though, so
Okay.
not alone. But we would like to see the main Pokemon of the deck, the Rayquaza V, because he does have to play those down and wait a turn before they can really turn into the Rayquaza VMAX. And again, the ideal start for Master Ramen here is to get that air balloon to make the Mareep a pivot, as well as the Adventurer's Discovery to get those Rayquazas down and ready to go. He goes for an energy
Yep.
search. Let's see what he decides to find here. He could find the harder to find fire energy, or maybe just lightning energy to get into the discard pile, really.
Yeah, I think without a Rayquaza V right now, it's probably going to grab the lightning energy to discard, probably with a quick ball or something like that. I think it's probably going to be that line of play, and then using that quick ball, you likely go and grab yourself your Rayquaza V. So I think that should be the setup. I think I want to go back to your point about using the Mareep as a pivot. So just so that everyone is aware, the pivot here means that you are essentially able to put up the Marie or Flaffy, which it will eventually become, and that will have free retreat so that you can keep your attackers on your bench for Flaffy to Dynamo to that particular attacker.
Yep. Also, just giving you really some breathing room when your Pokemon gets knocked out. You don't have to make the big decision of who to promote yet. You can just promote your pivot and then go into whatever attacker. It looks like he goes for a second energy search, finding another energy. A lot of energies, but you need that Pokemon. You need that Pokemon. Here, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The Rayquaza is a little bit less consistent than the Ice Rider, so it not only does it get a slower start, maybe there are opportunities for maybe a bad start where you don't open any Rayquazas, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm hoping he has something like a Rose right now, because Rose essentially mean that you can discard your entire hand here. Discarding those lightning energies will be clutch.
Unfortunately, you can't play Rose unless you have a Pokemon VMAX.
Yes.
There is no target for the Rose. Rose, discard your entire hand. And you also have to have energies already in the discard pile. The energies in your hand cannot be attached that way. You have to have a target in the discard pile as well as the Pokemon VMAX. And unfortunately, you can't play that on your opening, really on your first turn, because there's no way to evolve on your first turn. Am I right?
Yeah, fair enough. I was actually more of saying that on the second turn, he's able to have Rose in hand, because you've now gotten the 2 lightning energies in hand. Discarding those with the quick balls to get your Pokemon V, and then hopefully next turn have the Pokemon VMAX, Rose your way to 2 more energies on those Pokemon, and then you're able to essentially discard your hand to draw 3 with the Rayquaza VMAX. Probably 1 turn ahead there, right there, Wancho. But let's see if he's able to at least get that sort of turn going. It doesn't seem like it at this point, and I think he's just double checking with
there
the
we
judge.
go. We see one. One is good. One means we do have potential for an attack. Am I right?
Yes, for sure. Definitely a potential for that Rose play next turn.
Yes,
Otherwise, we got to see what else he could play. I probably got to also note that he runs 3 Pokegear in this deck, which is essentially a card that is able to dig for the right supporter card that you need.
Yes. Pokegear. Discard, I believe, looking at the top 7 cards, looking for a friend, looking for that supporter to play for the turn. And yeah, it's just a way to really go through your deck without having to commit, right? If you play Pokegear, if you see the Rose and you feel like you don't need the Rose for next turn and you might discard your hand, you can just put it back into the deck. Just say, I failed the search. And if you're looking for Adventure Discovery to maybe discard or play, you can just find the Adventurer, put it in your hand. So Pokegear, the cell phone of the Pokemon game, finding you that friend. Hopefully Master Ramen finds a couple of those.
Yep, I hope so too, especially now that we see on Online Station Art's turn, there is a Drizzle coming down the bench with its Shady Dealings ability. So when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may search your deck for a trainer card, any trainer card.
Yes.
The entire deck is your oyster in this regard. You get to search for a supporter or an item or a stadium, and it seems like it's gone for a switch.
Ooh.
That's right. So that's gonna be.
Is he going to attack?
Is he gonna go for a turn to Ice Rider Calyrex Remax at this point?
I believe so. I think we see the Ice Rider Calyrex already evolved. It's already evolved. It's ready to go.
In hand.
He even played Melanie. He's going to play Melanie, attaching a 3rd energy to that Calyrex. That Calyrex is overpowered up, but again, you have to discard energy on Calyrex anyway, so having those 3 energies may be important, and more importantly, getting that extra draw 3. So the Mareep on Master Ramen side, not long for this world. It looks like it's going to get knocked out by this Calyrex here. Let's see what attack he decides to use, because again, Ice Rider does have the Rite of the High King or Max Lance. Ideally, at this point, he'd be using Rite of the High King, but I wouldn't hold it against him to use Max Lance to really just get 1 more energy in the discard pile if he has a Marnie in hand, just to draw more, right? That's an option.
Fair enough.
But having 3 energies on Calyrex is really, really nice here.
Yeah, but I think he's going to decide now which attack he's going to be using to ensure he gets a knockout. So already on turn 2, the Ice Rider Calyrex deck taking a very strong board state, and here taking a lead by taking 1 prize out of the 6 that he needs to take to win the match, or win the game, I should say.
Yeah, but it's pretty good here for Master Ramen. Getting a Mareep knocked out is not the end of the world, especially if after the Mareep, all you're going to be promoting are Rayquaza VMAXs, right? Even if he takes out both Mareeps, and after that, your field is just a field of Rayquaza VMAXs, that essentially makes him have to take 7 to 8 prizes instead of 6. But no,
but I think it's probably a knockout here. I think Master Ramen just going to clarify a little bit on the damage. It is 10 plus 30 for Ride on Hiking because Master Ramen has 2 bench Pokemon.
Yes, and Online Station Art here taking the first prize of the tournament. Very big. And let's see.
So it now remains.
Yeah, let's see
Yeah,
what
remains to be seen what Master Ramen can do now. This on
Yeah.
his second turn.
actually who he decides to promote here is also very big. Does he go for the Rayquaza? Does he have VMAX? Does he have the Rose to really start putting damage into this Ice Rider? Or maybe does he buy himself another term for promoting that Marie? Very, very big decision here. Let's see what he chooses.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has many options at this point. I think he's deliberating because his hand isn't that great. And we know for a fact the Rayquaza VMAX deck can break at the start
Yes.
with its hands that it can get. So it's going to be a Mareep being promoted. So we could see a Dynamoto this turn. But it remains to be seen if Master Ramen has the cards. It could be that his hand is just really bad at this point and doesn't really have any options.
He does get an attachment for turn though, but it's not that fire energy, so we're probably not going to see attack here. I would like to see the Rayquaza VMAX show up finally. Just maybe he does have a bad hand. He most likely does, since he didn't play a supporter for last turn. But just as we say that, he does have
probably top deck. Yeah,
he does get the Pokegear. He does get to call a friend here, and the friend he would like to see is Adventurer's Discovery, just to get him more Rayquazas in play. I don't think now is the time for Rose. Now is the time for Discovery.
I think so too. And I think there's also another card that he needs to probably get here, and that is either an Air Balloon or a switch to get the Mareep out from the active, because he runs a 2-2 Mareep Fluffy line. And if that Mareep goes down, you're left with no way to accelerate energy using Fluffy's Dynamoto. You have to rely on either manual attachments or using Rose. And I would say it's great and all, but not an ideal situation for the Rayquaza VMAX deck. You want to have some Fluffies in play, at least one, so that you can continuously recycle those energy and not run out of resources.
Yeah. But again, it's not the end of the world if he does lose this Mareep, because again, Ice Rider Calyrex does not have the ability to one-hit knockout a Rayquaza. Maybe he could get the one on the bench right now set up in a way that it can get one-hit knockout, and then maybe just let it soak up a couple of attacks while you're setting up a second Rayquaza with Roses and attachments per turn to get that second Ice Rider KO, because Online Station Art here will definitely be promoting Ice Riders to attack. I don't think he plays any secondary attackers like Suicune. I guess he could attack with the Shady Dealings Inteleon. It does have Aqua Bullet. 120 is nothing to scoff at. But yeah,
that's true.
Ice Rider Calyrex is primarily the attacker here, so taking 2 of those is not out of the question, even without any Mareeps.
And it seems like we're passing them back to Online Station Art, but I think I wanted to make a note that the Pokegear was a miss, it looks like.
No,
unfortunately,
the friends did not call. It was a missed call, eventually, but looks like Online Station Art evolving into a Drizzile. Let's see what he decides to find here.
Yeah, he got a level ball for his turn, and now it's a boss's order.
Ooh.
Oh, this game is going to be very, very quick, I would say.
That is a very big boss's orders. Again, just Drizzile, such a powerful card. Finding you those key cards. I believe he's only playing... Let me double check. How many boss's orders is he playing?
That would be, I believe...
2? Yes, he's playing 2, but essentially because he has Drizziles, he has so many outs to it. Level Ball is an out to a boss. Then there you go. He bosses up the Rayquaza and uses the Max Lance attack here, discarding 2 energy, doing 250 damage to the Rayquaza, essentially knocking it out, taking out Master Ramen's only attacker and really only means of drawing out of his hand.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that it looks like the Rayquaza VMAX deck is just not going to get set up this game. Of course, the Ice Rider Calyrex able to leverage the Drizzile engine, getting all the cards it needs to come up with a very strong turn. And now it's just staring down a lone Mareep on Master Ramen's side of the field. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all.
Going down to 3, but he does find a second Rayquaza, so it's not over yet. He gets another attachment. But again, he needs more than the lone Rayquaza B. He needs to find those VMAXs. And yeah, and Online Station Art being down to 3 prizes, all he has to do is probably knock out the Mareep and maybe knock out the Rayquaza to get those last 3. Let's see if he's able to do that. Again, since he did have that extra energy attached earlier, all he needed right now was just that one,
just one more energy,
and he's ready to go. But he has that Melanie again, just streaming those melodies again. He just got to play every supporter he needed. that one turn to power up Melanie. Now that I'm powered up, I'm gonna go for a boss on your bench, and you know what? I need more energies again. I'm gonna go play that Melanie. Just so consistent and just very streamlined.
Exactly, and I think overall the deck is really recycling energy better than Fluffy at this point.
Exactly.
So 2 Melanies in a row, or I should say 2 Melanies in between, covering up one boss's order,
Mhm.
the Lysander art earlier. Essentially, the deck is doing what it needs to do, and that's an Inteleon, I believe, on the bench.
I believe so. It looks like the quick shooting Inteleon he can start pinging the Rayquaza on the bench for 20 damage. So even though it does a VMAX, it will be down to Rayquaza VMAX has 320 HP. It goes down to 300, then followed by 280. It'll take a couple of pings, but he can get there.
Yeah, I'm sure, and I think at this point, these pings don't really matter that much. But at least it's going to ensure that this game is going to be wrapped up very soon in favor of online station art. The setup is just as strong as it can ask for, and the Rayquaza VMAX deck doesn't even have a Rayquaza VMAX right now. Going for it.
Yes. Unfortunately, no titular card for Master Ramen. Hopefully, we get to see the VMAX show its stuff in Game 2. And yes, online station art taking another knockout, going down to 2. Let's see what Master Ramen here. He really, really does need to evolve into VMAX right now to stay into it, because Ice Rider Calyrex can knock out anything on the board except for VMAXs. Yes.
Yeah, but I think at this stage, it's just going to be too difficult to come back in any shape or form. Without supporters from the start of the game, it really means that Master Ramen doesn't have anything going for him. You can have energies in hand, you can have item cards in hand, but if you don't have a supporter, chances are you don't have enough going for you.
True.
Especially if you can't get an Azure Pulse going. Because with an Azure Pulse, at least you get to discard your hand to get 3 fresh cards using Rayquaza VMAX.
Looks like he does evolve to the VMAX though.
Oh, here we go.
And
so
there is an out here for Master Ramen. All he has to do is boss up maybe the bench Ice Rider and maybe wait a couple of turns, hope that online station art doesn't have a switch or any more energies. That is an out, really.
that's possible, but I think
It's a
I
long
think at
shot.
this point,
It's a long shot.
It's a long shot. Yeah, it's a long shot.
All right. Looks like online station art. It's now online station art's turn, and he has another third energy for that Ice Rider. Let's see if he decides to attack with it or he does anything else.
Yep, looks like he's gonna go for
The Ride of the High King? No?
No, I believe that's another quick shooting. So
Oh,
that's
it's another quick
from
shooting.
the
Got it.
Inteleon.
And then it
And
went
it's gonna
for
be-
the Max Lance. I think it's going for the Max Lance. Yes.
Yep.
Got it.
I think at this point, Master Ramen should just probably scoop this game up and go to game 2 at this point. You know,
Yeah.
but at least we got to see the main card of the deck because of VMAX. It's probably just a little too late at this point.
Yes. It did come out a little too late, which is weird for Rayquaza. Rayquaza known for being that speedy dragon Pokemon. Being late to the show is odd. And yeah, with all that damage on board right now, there really is no hope. Even if he finds a way to retreat that Rayquaza, he can't retreat to anything meaningful because Ice Rider Calyrex can knock out anything. And even if he does find a way to live another turn, he does have the online station art does have the option of just quick shooting the Rayquaza until it does get knocked out.
But I like this here from Master Ramen. I think he's just playing out his turn. He's gonna go for a max burst just because.
Yes.
I think that's a great thing because essentially you're saying, yep, I'm gonna lose this game, but I'm gonna at least use my deck's main attack, which is max burst.
Yes. Let's see if he decides to Azure Pulse as well. Maybe try and draw into a road to get a really big max burst.
Yeah, let's see. I think he just did it. So he discarded quite a few cards, including an air balloon, which is not going to help him at this point. So getting rid of these cards will be essentially at no cost to him, I would say.
Yes.
He has nothing to attach it to anyhow. So he's going to play it out as best he can, at least getting I guess, acquainted with the deck a bit more.
Yes.
So
really just ironing out the kinks. Maybe the Rayquaza just being a little camera shy right now in game 1, right? Oh, but he does go for the boss. Again, this is the way he can get back into it, right? He can boss something out to stall.
Yeah,
let's see
what
who
he goes
decides.
for.
It looks like he goes for the Inteleon. Inteleon, though, only having one retreat. If he does attach to the Inteleon, he would need a Melanie for turn to really get a knockout because the Ice Rider VMAX on the bench only has 1 energy attached.
Right. Yeah, but let's see what's going on. I don't So I think he's going for a max burst. I'm not sure he has enough energy to it.
I believe he
No, I
doesn't.
don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max Burst right now doing 100 damage since it is 20 plus 80 for each energy you can discard, and he only has one lightning, and he can only discard one type. He can't discard both fire and the lightning.
Right. Yep. So it looks like he's just going to pass at this point. I think he actually thought that he had an additional lightning energy probably to
Yes.
take a knockout.
Oh, it looks like he may
Oh, he
still.
does. Oh, yeah.
He may
Yep, I
still
think it was-
attack.
Yeah, I think probably he just didn't attach for turn yet, so it's probably going to be a. I mean, let's just reconfirm what's going on.
Yes. Let's see what happens here. But again, even though he does get a knockout on this Inteleon, there is an Ice Rider in the bench for online station art, which is almost ready to go. Again, one energy, that's all he needs. And he has so many ways to get that energy with Capacious Bucket or the Melanie, or just straight up drawing the energy. Energy is one of the most played cards in his deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just has it at this point.
Okay, so we do see another energy coming down.
Yes.
All right.
Looks like he did attack. I believe there is damage on that Inteleon.
Yep. So it looks like he did. And now it's on Station Art's turn. Would he have enough cards right now? An energy or a switch or something along those lines? And of course, a Melanie to accelerate the energy?
Yes. Again, so many outs in his deck. One way to get everything you want is just to have Evolution Incense. If he plays Evolution Incense, he can find the Shady Dealings Inteleon and grab 2 trainers, and that could be Capacious Bucket and a switch, or it could be Melanie and a switch. Again, Evo Incense wins him the game here. Let's see if online station art can pull it out. Ooh, or that. That works
Or
out
that,
as well.
Yep.
Oh, and I was
That's
wrong. Looks like online station art is playing the Suicune V, so he does have a backup attacker besides Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yep. He does run a one-off Suicune V in the deck. So that's a Pokemon Communication. Probably going to grab out the Inteleon for its Shady Dealings. And I believe this game is all wrapped up at this point. Shady Dealings here, getting you 2 trainer cards. Probably going to get in a switch and a Melanie at this point.
Yes.
Or could be even a Capacious Bucket and a Melanie.
So
something
many
along
options.
those lines.
So many options.
The deck is just very streamlined at this point.
Yes. Again, this just shows the power of the Shady Dealing Inteleon engine. You know, yes, Rayquaza hits hard, but if he can hit multiple times, if you can hit consistently every turn, 250 damage, that does add up, right?
Yep, fair enough. And I think at this point, it's just a matter of not just the power of the Ice Rider Calyrex deck, it's also the sheer consistency,
Yes.
being able to go over the top on whatever Rayquaza VMAX is able to do.
Yes.
Unfortunately for Master Ramen. And there you go, the air balloon coming in.
Mhm.
So that's essentially a free retreat from the active Inteleon.
Yes. Inteleon
Going
only
into-
has 1 retreat, and Air Balloon reduces it by 2, making it effectively 0. Going into
Yep,
that
and here
Ice Rider
comes
with 1
Ice Rider.
energy, and he does have Melanie in hand. All he has to do is play it, attach from the discard pile, and attack with. He could go big here and just do the max lance. Right there we go, a big
And
max
that's what
lance.
it is.
And congratulations to Online Station R taking the first game in the tournament. Really, very exciting stuff.
Yep, exactly. And I do hope for game 2, we will get a better showing from the Rayquaza VMAX deck. Of course, we understand that this deck is not as consistent as a deck running the Sobble engine or
Yes,
Sobble Drizzle Inteleon engine. So definitely an uphill task in game 1. But let's see how these players come back in game 2. Maybe Master Ramen gets a better start. Maybe we see the Bolton V coming into play so that there's going to be a bit more energy in play for him to use.
Yeah.
His hand was probably very difficult to play, I would
Yeah,
say.
it looked like he opened with double energy surge, as well as some energy.
And the
to
air balloon
Mareep.
that came a bit later.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Again, if you don't see the supporter, you really do need to open with that Adventurous Discovery, which he is playing, I believe, 4 of. Yes, he's playing 4 Adventurous Discovery, which is really big. There's a big chance to find that. Yes, 4 Adventurous Discovery. He's playing 3 Pokegears, 7 outs to that card, just to really get Rayquazas. You can even find the Bolton, or you can even find Rayquaza, Bolton, and Crobat, and just try to draw out of it. So I think Adventurous Discovery is the card he needs to see in his opening hand just to really set up. And that's the name of the game, really, for Pokemon. You need to set up. And it's just that Ice Rider sets up a lot faster thanks to those Inteleons and Sobbles. And yeah.
And don't forget the Drizzle. The Drizzle is quite clutch here. But I
Of
think
course.
the main card that I think is quite key for both these players is whether or not you're able to get the supporters, as you mentioned, of course.
Mhm.
But then we also need to see how effective are the Melanies from Online Station Art. So essentially, the Melanies all came in clutch because each one yielded almost the full 250 damage on the max lens.
Yes.
So
yes.
whenever Online Station Art had a chance to use a Melanie, there was going to be a huge attack, and essentially that meant that he was always in the lead on the board.
Yeah, again, very smart play too by Online Station Art. Over attaching energy to the active Ice Rider Calyrex. Yes, it is risky. If it does get knocked out, that is all your energy in play. But it came in very clutch here, since I didn't think he felt any threat at all coming for the Rayquaza just yet. So putting all the energies in one basket definitely played out, because since he had 3 energies attached, he had to discard 2. That gave him the leverage or the option for a boss on the next turn, right? Which was very clutch. He was able to boss a Rayquaza, and that was the lone Rayquaza. I think that spelled the beginning of the end for Master Ramen there. Hopefully here he gets to set up multiple Rayquazas. Unfortunately, it looks like he opened the worst starter in his deck, and that is the Crobat V. If you do start
Yep.
with the Crobat V, you don't get that draw with the advantage of using Dark Asset, and it is a liability in front, giving away 2 prizes. Let's see what Online Station Art starts with.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that he starts off with what is the worst possible starter. But he
Yes.
does have 2 more further bench Pokemon. I think, was that a chance that it was due to a mulligan that he had 2 further bench Pokemon? I'm
Possibly.
not too sure.
Possibly.
Otherwise, you wouldn't want to start the Crobat V in the active anyhow. So it could be that we missed a couple of mulligans here
Definitely.
that the players are talking about. So with those 2 mulligans, there were 2 other bench Pokemon that he drew from the top of his deck.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully those 2 bench are a lot more useful than the Crobat V in the active.
Yeah, for sure. But starting Crobat V, again, not the best starter, but it's hopeful that he at least gets some supporters this turn, or this game, I should say,
Mhm.
for him to progress his board state.
Yes, hopefully. Here, fingers crossed for the Rayquaza. It would be absolutely amazing to go into a game 3 here. I would like to see that. But again, it goes down to if Master Ramen can get the Rayquazas powered up, or are we just going to see the consistency power again of those Inteleons just being the
Yeah,
perfect
for
support
sure.
Pokemon to Ice Rider Calyrex?
Yep, for sure. And I think also we have to take into account the time that's available
Yes.
left. Like, we have about 20 minutes left in this qualifier number 1. With that in mind, I think Online Station Art with his Ice Rider Calyrex deck is very much in pole position for this series. He could even stall out this game if the Rayquaza deck is having a slow opener, making sure that he only promotes the VMAXs to take a full brunt of a max burst.
That's true, but that
And-
may again that is also a downside, because Master Ramen again only needs to take out 2 VMAXs for the game, and ideally those are the things he wants to knock out. Maybe Online Station Art here can promote Sobbles instead. If he promotes Sobbles, he has to take out 6 of those, and having to discard energy
that's very true.
to
Yep.
knock out a Sobble is not what you like to see. And again, the Rayquaza doesn't have the luxury of playing those bosses orders if you're playing Rose, right?
That's very true. That could be another way in which Online Station Art stalls out. But I think we see here, looks like Master Ramen had to reset up. I think the judges are just trying to clarify what's going on there.
Yes.
I think maybe it was a camera angle issue, and then fixed it, and the judges allowed him to just restart the game, which is fine. I mean, it's all in all, it's an invitational with the key influences from across the Asia region, and it's just great to see some Pokemon being played, right, Guancho?
Yeah, exactly. I'm so excited right now just to be able to watch Pokemon at home, really, at luxury at home. And I also do want to talk about, by the way, we didn't get to bring it up, I absolutely love Online Station Art sleeves. And it fits his name, right? Online Station Art, and he has very artful sleeves, just red and blue. Very, very nice looking. As well as his playmat. Very nice looking playmats on both ends.
Oh, definitely. I think that's red and green, though,
Sorry,
Guancho,
red and
don't you
green.
think?
Red and green.
Yeah.
I'm used to the English version, but you're right. It is green. He does have the green background.
Yep, for sure. And it takes us back all those years ago when the first games were out in the Pokemon series.
Oh man, I can hear it now. Just Green saying, "Smell you later."
And looks like we ran into some technical issues on Master Ram's side of the field,
Oh,
but
no.
it should be back. And yep, we
Yeah,
are
there we
back
go, there we
right
go.
now.
Looks like he has
And,
3 bench Pokemon.
Right, not sure then why did the Corbat V started. It could have been a mistake there, but it's okay. I mean, after all, this is a game where we're just looking to enjoy a game of Pokemon being played.
Yes.
But we do see the Sobble again from Online Station Art. This card is going to be crucial, especially for the fact that he's going second in this game.
Yes, yes.
Being able to use Keep Calling for 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon, I would say it's going to be 3 Sobbles. That's going to be my assumption.
Pretty
right
much,
off the
pretty
bat.
much. I just calling out its family, getting 3 Sobbles, 3 extra Sobbles means 4 chances really at going for 4 shady dealings, right? And heck, maybe he can even set up multiple Inteleons to just really start pinging damage all over the board. Yeah, it looks like Master Ramen here opting to start with double Crobat, a Bolton, and a Mareep, which is very
Yeah, I think
interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. I think it's more the fact that it's unfamiliarity with the card.
Yes.
I would say, but that's okay.
Yeah.
After all, we're here for a game of Pokemon. Let's see a game of Pokemon. I have to note though, this is going to go down most likely to on station art by virtue of the time remaining. So it's now left with about 16 minutes left, and it's just a pass from Master Ramen. So maybe his hands have just been really bad all the while because
what's-
drawing 4 basic Pokemon is not the kind of hand you want to
Yes.
see, of course.
Did Master Ramen go first here, or is Online Station Art going first?
I think it was Master Ramen that went
Okay.
first and then he passed. So
Alright.
it's now online station art. So there is a quick ball off the bat, discarding a water energy. The perfect discard
Mhm.
for this deck.
Again, making
we now
all
see
the
the Ice Relic.
Melanies live now.
Exactly. And he's done it 2 games in a row. So I'm definitely favoring the consistency of this deck. Whoever built this deck is really
Knows his
pretty
stuff.
much knows his stuff and making sure that it's very streamlined from the get-go.
Yes, yes. And looks like he played a Capacious Bucket, getting 2 more energies. That means he's set for the next couple of turns. He has an attachment. I mean, he does still need a supporter. Interesting to see the attachment on the Ice Rider Calyrex V, but of course that is the attacker.
Oh, there's a Melanie. Yeah,
There's a
for
Melanie
sure.
as
And
well.
I think the Melanie comes into play here. So the Melanie goes to the so back to the bench. So he's just going for the full Ice Rider route this time around.
Yes,
or maybe
yes,
does he
yes.
have already Sobbles in hand? Perhaps I don't know.
Possibly, or maybe he just wants to stack again, like it did bring him success in the first turn, just stacking all
That's
the
true.
energy onto the Ice Rider. Again, looks like
Oh
he's going.
wow! So he actually had triple Ice Rider in hand. So that
Wow.
could be the reason why
Looks like
he's getting
the VMAX,
Max, I believe?
Yes, that is
Yep.
the VMAX. He's just getting ready for next turn, and possibly he has a switching card, any boss maybe to knock out whatever comes out. There's the switching card.
wow.
Ice Rider does have a first attack. He has the option to use Pierce, which does 40 damage, which could come into play here. Yes.
Yep, it's gonna be interesting. So he's going probably for a 2-shot on this Crobat V. So 1 Pierce and then after that Rider hiking.
Yes, possibly. And
believe.
again, not expending any energy at all to take 2 prizes is not bad in my book.
Yep, I like this play from Online Station Art. It's not the play that probably we would have gone with, especially when you actually start a Sobble. They could use Keep Calling, but I feel like he's really in command of the situation and
Yes.
knows exactly what he's trying to do.
Yes, and again, that is the hallmark of a good Pokemon player. It's going off the book, right? Maybe he's planning this out, doing that 4 extra damage could come in play, save him a couple of energies. If he doesn't use Ride of the High King, he also has the option to max Lance for 1 energy. If he discards 1 energy, he does hit for 130. Still not enough for Crobat, but it is 1 ping away after that. So a lot of options. Just doing that extra 40 damage, opening up so many possibilities for Online Station Art to take 2 prizes early. Looks like Master Ramen was able to find Flappy. This is the first showing of Flappy today.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Flappy again with that Dynamotor ability. Once per during your turn, you can attach a lightning energy from your discard pile onto one of your bench Pokemon, and that is one of the main ways of getting some extra energy onto Rayquazas.
Yep, as we know, Dynamoto, an ability that's been around for quite some time now on different Pokemon.
Yes.
It's good to
And
finally see it.
yeah, looks like Master Ramen was able. He's using a Quick Ball to discard a Fire Energy. Would like to see a Rayquaza here. A Rayquaza, an Air Balloon, an Energy attachment to Bolton just to really get going. That would be really nice.
Yeah, we hope so for sure. But I think there's also one point to note is that the bench is now really stacked. The Rider Hiking is going to deal a bunch of damage for sure.
Yes, I believe if he benches the Rayquaza, it is 160 damage. So on that Crobat there, that's enough to knock it out. Or if he promotes the Bolton or Rayquaza, it's two-shotting a VMAX at this point.
Yep, for sure, for sure. And we also have to take into account the Inteleon that is able to snipe for the 20 per turn. So that's not very far off, especially when you run a Drizzle engine that's able to just set up yourself for the next turn
Yes.
with all the trainer cards that you're getting from your deck.
Exactly. I feel like setting up an Inteleon very early in the game is also really big. Just putting that 20 early, just really planning out your prizes is another key part of Pokemon. Looks like he goes for an attachment on that Rayquaza.
Yeah,
And
but I think it looks like a missed opportunity there to discard the lightning and attach the fire instead.
that is true.
think-
That is true. Because if he did discard that lightning, that means the Dynamotor ability would be live. Or maybe he already had. Sorry, that was the Dynamotor ability, I believe.
Oh, I think he maybe just made a mix up there. So I think he intended to discard the lightning, and I think he's just clarifying. Yeah, I think it was a little
Yes.
misplay there, but it's all right.
Yeah, that is a-okay. Looks like he's realizing it. He can't Dynamotor a fire energy, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I think the players here come from different backgrounds,
Yes,
different
yes.
experiences. So
And-
it's always great to see people trying out new things, making mistakes along the way, but learning from them afterwards.
More importantly, the players right now, they look like they're having the time of their lives. They're having fun here, despite the misplay. Normally, if you see a competitive player make a misplay, they feel a little down, but looks like Master Ramen just so lively. I absolutely love that. And that is really the point of Pokemon, right? The point of Pokemon is to have fun playing it.
And you know what I feel right now, Wancho? He's being the epitome of us feel right now.
He
With a
does.
lovely smile.
He does. Really channeling that Pokemon. And Online Station Art, I have to say, also channeling his favorite Pokemon, the Alakazam. Alakazam, known for being one of the smartest Pokemon in the game, right? With 10,000 IQ, if I remember right, from the Pokedex. And definitely, he's been playing like he has that 10,000 IQ, making the right plays, putting the right attachments, and really getting ahead of the game.
Oh, definitely. I think going with the unorthodox move of powering up an Ice Rider Calyrex V the way it's done so far in this game is probably a 10,000 IQ play as well. Something that we both were not very sure of, but it looks like it's going to pan out very well here because essentially he's ready to go all in on this Ice Rider Calyrex V when it evolves next turn.
Yes. Saving that energy, that 40 damage, coming in clutch, and taking two. He'll be able to take 2 free prizes once it is his turn. But it looks like Master Ramen is still thinking of a couple of plays still open to him.
Yeah, but it
And
looks like that. It could be just making sure that he has done everything he can do this turn, and he's just passing it
Yes,
over
that-
to Online Art. So it looks like Master Ramen will give up the 2 prizes for now,
which is
but you never
A-okay.
know.
It's
Which is
A-okay.
A-okay. Yep.
getting the Crobat out of the field is a good and a bad thing. Getting the Crobat out means you do have space for another Rayquaza, and here we see it again. The very, very signature play of over
and it has the boss's order.
There's the boss's orders as well. Yes, over attachment and bossing orders that Rayquaza. Again, very smart player. He could have gone for the easy 2 prizes on the active Crobat, but then realizing what is the main point of Master Ramen's deck, what is the main attacker, and getting that knockout on Rayquaza V before it can turn into a VMAX just solves so many problems. Very smart, very 10,000 IQ play here from Online Station
For
Art.
sure. I think this is pretty much sealing the game in his favor for sure. That knockout, making sure that there's no attackers left or no meaningful damage attackers left on Master Ramen's side of the field. He has Boltons, he has Crobats, but he doesn't
Yes.
have Rayquaza V.
I mean, he can still go into the Bolton here and do the Electrify attack to possibly power up a Rayquaza. But the fact that the Ice Rider still has that 1 energy, and all he would need to do is attach an energy again and go for another boss on another Rayquaza, makes me feel less confident in attaching multiple times to the Rayquaza.
For sure. I think it's also coming down to the consistency of the deck. Online Station Art was able to come out with a very unorthodox play, and looks like he's going to see it through all the way with this very aggressive Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX in the active.
Yes. Looks like there we
And
go.
we see the
There's
energy straight away. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, unfortunately, Master Ramen not able to put down another Rayquaza.
Or an energy attachment for that matter. So
That's
there was
true.
nothing
That is
from his
true.
turn. There's a
And-
level ball there from Online Station Art.
Yes,
so
and
probably
level ball.
grabbing
A
Drizzile, I
Drizzile?
think?
Yes,
Yeah.
possibly a Drizzile. Maybe just going for another Melanie just to power up the Ice Rider. Again, Level Ball turning into pretty much anything in the deck is so consistent. So many outs. He could get the Drizzile with the Level Ball. Like, imagine what he could have had in his hand. He could have already had the Melanie possibly, or maybe just had the Drizzile already, or Level Ball, Evolution, Incense, Pokemon Communication. So many live cards for online station art to get into something good. And it shows. It shows. It has been. He hasn't missed a beat, really. He's been able to use the right supporters every turn, get attachments every turn, which is really good.
Yep, it just shows the consistency of the Ice Rider Calyrex deck. I feel I need to play this deck right now, Unsure What. I've been definitely been playing other decks in the meta game so far, but the Ice Rider deck looks really smooth.
It does. It does look like it plays really smooth. I don't know. I'm a Rayquaza player still myself, and maybe we have to get a match after this.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think overall the decks that we're seeing today have their own strengths.
Yes.
But then again, it all comes down to this point about can your deck set up to follow through on its game plan. Online Station Art here has been able to follow through on that game plan from the very beginning, regardless if he had Sobbles on the bench or not, because in game 2, he's only got 1 Sobble so far. His bench is Snorant, which is the card that evolves into the Frostlass that you talked about in the pre-game show.
The Frostlass has the ability
which,
for, once it does evolve, it's like another Melanie. But this time it's not a supporter, which could be very big here.
I'm beginning to think Online Station Art's favorite card is Melanie.
It could be. We did only ask him what his favorite Pokemon is, and unfortunately, Melanie is a trainer.
Yep, let's maybe ask him in the post game when we have a chat with him later to see
Surely.
what was his favorite card of the deck. I'm gonna put my bet that it's gonna be Melanie.
I'm gonna say
And
it's
let's see.
Drizzile.
Oh, fair enough.
Drizzile gets you that Melanie. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. It can go both ways. Like a Drizzile can turn into a Melanie can draw into a Drizzile. So
Yep.
lots of synergy in the deck right now for sure.
All right, looks like it's Online Station Art did take 2 prizes. We're going over to Master Robinson, deciding who to promote here. Decides on the Crobat, I believe. Yes, I think.
Yep, it looks like it.
Yeah, I think he decided on the Crobat. Let's see if he can draw to anything here. But I don't think he has an out. He has to be able to retreat into the Mareep, or sorry, the Flaffy, to not give out 2 prizes. And I think that's literally the only out. But again, Ice Rider Calyrex already has that 1 energy attach. All he needs is an attachment for a turn and a boss to really close out this game.
Yeah, but you can get both of that just with an Inteleon, with the Shady Links for 2 trainer cards. One could be a Capacious Bucket, one could be a boss order, and that is pretty much game set.
In fact, with Inteleon, he could even get possibly a way to find the Frostlass, like maybe the Evolution Incense
for sure.
to get the energy,
definitely.
and then the boss, right? So many options. Again, I absolutely love the flexibility of this Calyrex deck. And
The flexibility leading to consistency, and for both games, it looks like On Station Art has been able to pull off the game plan that he has set out from the beginning. Unfortunately for Master Ramen, the deck is just not working out right now for him at this point, but that's something that we probably would expect if especially you're getting a very rough start.
Oh, looks like we finally got to see the Adventures Discovery. He's opting to find two Rayquaza Vs and the Rayquaza VMAX. And
but
it
it's still
looks like
tall
Master
order.
Ramen was able to realize something here. Not quite sure what it was, but yeah, there we go. He goes for the Dynamotor ability on the Flaffy. Finally, this is it. This is what his deck should be doing, but it may be a little bit too late.
Yep, for sure. I think the only out here he has is to actually retreat the active Crobat V. Otherwise, it is going to be a very quick game after this. And I think Online Station Art is fully poised here with a very large number of cards in hand.
Yes, and again, there's only 4 minutes left in the round, and Master Ramen does have to take 6 prizes in that time, which is looking a little bit unlikely, especially since we don't see the Rayquaza VMAX yet. But I was really looking forward to seeing the max burst for 1,000,000 damage, to be honest.
For sure. 100 million damage is always something possible with Rayquaza VMAX. But unfortunately, maybe it's not the right time for the deck in the current meta. It is definitely a much more fringe deck, I would say, because everyone's playing, your Mew decks, your Ice Rider Calyrex decks, even your Shadow Rider Calyrex decks, and there's also the Urshifu decks all around. So perhaps not the right time for
just
Rayquaza
wait for
V.
it. Just wait for it. With the release of Brilliant Stars, I think Rayquaza V gets a couple of more things at its disposal. Ultra Ball being one of them, just being able to discard cards and just added consistency to the deck, and maybe even the mana fee just to protect the bench Pokemon. I think don't count Rayquaza out just yet. It is a powerful deck. Just one-shotting probably isn't the best right now in the meta. It's that two-shotting game and consistency, which we see from the Ice Rider.
That is giving me a lot of hope, Wancho, and I hope you're right on that because I love Rayquaza.
I know,
And
me
now I
too.
think-
Me too. That's
yeah.
why I'm not giving up on this deck. I'm not giving up on this deck. I believe any deck really is capable in the Pokemon TCG. You just have to build it the right way, or find the
for
right
sure.
find the right partners. Right, synergy is so important in the Pokemon TCG. But there we
Oh,
go.
there-
It does
there you go.
evolve into the shady
the
dealings.
Inteleon.
Inteleon.
Yep. So it's just as we mentioned just now. Yep, like exactly what I mentioned just now. So Capitious Bucket and a boss order. I should be playing this deck, Wancho. I should be playing this deck.
Looks like you're a little jealous of online station art. You're
Oh, I
going to need
definitely
to
am.
find those alternate art Calorexes. Very beautiful cards. And there we go.
Oh yeah, definitely.
In fact, he didn't even need the boss's orders because he does have the Crobat in the active.
Yep, fair enough. But I think he's just wanted to play out the cards that he has.
Yes,
Go
yes.
for knockouts probably on the Rayquaza V
Yes.
as what he did in game 1.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
game 2 actually. And in game 2.
Yeah. Very smart play. Oh, just so powerful. Maybe boss's orders is the MVP. Maybe, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Getting
Because he's been able to
getting
use it
those
at the right
key
time.
knockouts. Sorry, getting those key knockouts, very important here.
Yep, exactly. I think every time that Master Ramen had an energy on a Rayquaza V, it was actually taken down very quickly by online station art
That's true.
with the
That's
boss
true.
order. So to be fair to both players, I think it's essentially the one way in which you can win a game by taking out your opponent's attackers before they get even suited up to take a fight.
Yeah, that's true. And that's Ice Rider Calyrex is one of the decks that is built exactly for that, with the Inteleons with 250 damage, pretty much knocking out any Pokemon V in the meta. Just a very good play. But again, these players, just if you can see them, they're just so happy. Again, just they're having the time of their lives playing Pokemon. And again, just absolutely great game.
Yep, for sure. I think it was an exciting match in all of its phases. I think it was unfortunate that the Rayquaza VMAX deck couldn't pull off the game plan that it had from the get-go. But let's now think about the overall matchup. I think Ice Rider Calyrex is just a very consistent deck.
It is, but
And with it, it's just powerful in its own right.
yeah, but don't count out the masterful play by online station art, really. Getting those extra attachments on that Calyrex, giving him that flexibility into not playing Melanie the next turn, opting out for the boss, and the boss being very huge, knocking out the key cards really in Master Ramen's field. Yes.
Yep, for sure. And if I have to ask you, I think you probably touched on it in the game as well. What was your MVP card from Online Station Arts deck?
Yes, I have to bring it up again. It's the boss's orders. Yes, Melanie gets you that attack. Ice Rider is attacking, but boss's orders gets you that key attack. Sometimes in the Pokemon game, you can really pinpoint at what point did it really go into one person's favor, and a lot of the times it's down to getting that right knockout. And boss's orders just really gets you there. How about you, Aaron? What do you think was the MVP of the game, really?
Good question. I would like to agree with Boss's order, but I still gotta say energy acceleration furthers your board state better than anything else that you could do. So Melanie to me was the MVP of the deck, ensuring that not just you get energy attachments, that is in addition to the one you usually have per turn, but getting you 3 cards off the top of your deck. And that essentially is the fuel for the Ice Rider Calyrex deck. You get energy to your attackers and 3 cards off the top, which could turn on into results, it could turn on into any sort of item cards that you need. So all in all, I feel that the Melanie here was clutch in ensuring that Online Station Art was always able to get attacks after attacks after attacks, taking those knockouts on each of the Pokemon that Master Ramen could promote to the active spot. So, of course, yeah, I mean, any parting thoughts from you regarding the matchup?
No, sorry, I just have to absolutely agree with you. Melanie's just so clutch, getting energy attachment, energy acceleration, and cards as well. Just 2 for 1. So big, so big.
Yep, of course. And I think we will be having a chance to speak with our winner Online Station Art in just a bit. But I wanted to say, that Frostlass, we never get to see it, but it would have been really fun to see something like that because I don't see it as often in the meta, I think. What do you think about that Frostlass?
Don't worry. Online Station Art does qualify. Since he did win this game, we're going to see more matches from Online Station Art. Hopefully we get to see that Frostlass. yeah, again, it's just a way to be able to accelerate energy and then play a supporter. So that's something I'd like to see as well. Very clutch card. But yeah, but it was very, very great to see Master Ramen again. I just want to talk about him a little bit more. Just absolutely loved the demeanor for the entire game. You know, it looked like both players were having the time of their lives, and especially Master Ramen, despite not being able to set up, it looks like he was just having a good time playing Pokemon. Would have liked to see his deck really come together with the Rayquazas, with the Mareeps, with the Adventures Discovery Rose. So many options, so many things we're not able to see yet. But again, maybe you can follow him, and then maybe he plays that deck in the future. So do check him out. Make sure you check out Master Ramen. Very, very cool.
For sure. I think it's always great to see players having fun with the cards that they have in the Pokemon trading card game. If we talk about the times that we first started out playing, we probably didn't know as much as well about the decks that we were getting or the cards that we were seeing. But it's always great to see people enjoying the game.
Yes.
And that's the most important part about the Pokemon trading card game. You're playing with characters that you probably loved for many years, and now we see them on the cards in our hands and playing them out with friends or in competitions or even in invitationals such as this.
Yes.
We get a bit of sense of nostalgia as part of it, but also the fun of just playing with new people, with new cards, and enjoying the time along the way.
Yes.
And I think, yeah.
Sorry, and that's essentially what Pokemon is, right? It's just being able to feel like a trainer with your Pokemon and meeting these people and battling. Yeah.
Yep, for sure. And I think while we get the players ready, or the winner ready for his post-match interview, I think there's one other thing that I would like to talk about. What do you think about Ice Rider Calyrex for the entirety of the tournament? Do you think it has the consistency to go up, or do you think there's going to be some sticky matchups that you could face that would derail the game plan?
I think, again, just how smoothly I saw it play, I think it has the capability to make it to the grand finals. A couple of things it has to watch out for, I think, would have to be its shadow cousin. The Shadow Rider Calyrex, I think has the better capability to match up against it. It is like Rayquaza, where it has no damage cap, really. It can go up to 320, and Ice Rider Calyrex can't one-hit knockout. Well, Shadow Rider can. So it's like the Rayquaza, but then Shadow Rider has more consistency and its own energy acceleration. So I think that's something it has to watch out for. And of course, the Mew VMAX, just the best deck in format. Very scary thing to play against. And also, it has the option to attack with Genesect too, if they decide to go that route. And Ice Rider Calyrex just happens to be weak to metal, and I'm pretty sure there's another metal deck in the tournament as well. I think that is probably the thing he wants to avoid the most.
Oh, for sure. And I think you gave the viewers a lot of sneak peeks right there in one show, which is great because we want viewers to stay with us throughout the entirety of the show. But before we go, let's have a post-match interview with the winner of quarterfinal number 1, Online Station Art. Hello, Online Station Art. Welcome back.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on your victory in quarterfinal number 1. How are you feeling after the match? Tell us a bit more what you feel right now.
พี่รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับหลังแข่งเสร็จ
I'm so excited and ตื่นเต้นนี่มันภาษาอังกฤษเลยนะตื่นเต้นอ่ะ
exciting
excited and very 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 exciting so much this is first competitive for Pokemon card game for me.
Oh wow, that's great to hear.
Well, you're doing really, really well for your first tournament. I just have to ask, like, what is the key moment for you? What is your play of the game for this match?
พี่รู้สึกว่าฉากไหนช็อตไหนเป็นช็อตที่สำคัญและเป็นช็อตที่ทำให้พี่รู้สึกถึงชัยชนะครับ
one moment is when I draw first 7 cards in my hand, and I think what I do have to do next for the Ice Rider can attack them in one hit. That is all.
Very, very good. The key moment, of course, when you get the opening hands, that is very clutch. Absolutely love it. I'm very excited for you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the final question before you go, Online Station Art. So after your first match, how do you feel about your chances for the tournament? You think you can go all the way?
หลังจากแข่งจบเกมแรกครับพี่รู้สึกไงบ้างพี่จะสามารถทะลุไปถึงรอบสุดท้ายและชนะได้ไหมครับ
maybe if I don't match with Session. I don't. This deck can't fight Session. No, okay.
Yeah.
Good
It's okay.
eye, great
It's
stuff.
okay.
So
If
you know your
unathletic.
matchups.
Know your weaknesses. Right. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Great stuff. So good luck to you online station art and catch you in your next match. Thank you so much for joining us and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great stuff there,
Ooh.
Wancho. I think he knows what's gonna happen for him.
Yeah,
as long as he can avoid Zacian Zamazenta,
Yeah.
which is I would say is going to be a very troublesome matchup for him, especially if the Zacian deck is able to go ham straight away off the bat with multiple energies in play. So I do fancy his chances if he can avoid the Zacian deck. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so as well. Especially he has the right mindset. I absolutely love this answer. For us, we were talking about what the play of the game was. Like it could be the boss, it could be the Melanie, but no, the play of the game was really having that opening hand and just seeing that he had everything he needed. You know, he had the Ice Riders, he had the Sobbles, probably the Drizzles, ways to get into them, and just planning out what knockouts he needs to have from turn one. He has the right competitive mindset. So I'm looking forward to seeing more
Oh, for sure. And I think it's also a very nice coincidence or a nice take to say that the Ice Rider deck was actually looking for the one-hit knockouts. And that's something that you come to think about to be something that Rayquaza is supposed to be doing. But it's great that he had that sort of mindset to say, all right, I'm going to win if I take my knockouts quick, fast, and easy. And that's the game plan that he went for both game 1 and game 2.
The key word there was finding those one-hit knockouts, because Ice Rider Calyrex can't one-hit knockout everything, but it can find those key one-hit knockouts with the boss's orders, versus Rayquaza is looking to just one-hit knockout. Not find them, just do it, you know?
Go for it. Great stuff. And I think that comes to the conclusion for our match number 1 of our 6 matches today. So thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. Go get a snack, go get a drink, and we'll be right back for match number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Yes.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. That was an amazing first game and congratulations to our first winner, Online Station Art, playing the Ice Rider. But we're not done yet. Our second match of the day is up and coming with Alpats Gaming from Indonesia playing New VMAX against Sky Wee from Singapore playing this Blissey V. Aaron, what do you think about the matchup? Are you excited, buddy?
Oh, I'm definitely excited. I think the Mew VMAX deck is the main deck of the format at the moment. We can probably call it the Tier S deck of the format. But I think more exciting is that we have pretty much a rogue deck at this point in Blissey V from Skyway. I've never seen this deck before. I think it's a very interesting concept. It's essentially a deck that is looking to use only Blissey V as its attacker and ensuring that you have item cards and supporter cards that can support it along the way to ensure that it stays alive, it stays not knocked out, and essentially sweeping the entire deck after that. So it's going to be interesting for sure.
That is true. That's going to be very interesting. But how about we review the brackets real quick? Yes. So it looks like, of course, the first winner of the game, of the Invitational, is Online Station Art, who proceeds to semifinal. And then we have the quarterfinal 2 going with Alpats Gaming against Skyway, followed by the quarterfinal 3, Mina and Moi Moi Palaboy. Still a lot of very, very good games. I am very excited. Yeah. Your thoughts, Aaron?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because we saw how Online Station Art was very methodological in getting his win against Master Ramen. So it's going to be a very interesting tournament for sure. And it was great to see that he also had his game plan set out not just for the match, but also for the rest of the tournament. He said that if you could avoid Zacian, he's going to take it home. So let's see what happens. That we know there's a Zacian deck somewhere in the bracket, but we shouldn't reveal too much to our viewers just yet.
That's true. But okay, with that, let's get to know our next competitors with Alpats Gaming from Indonesia. Yes, hello, Alpats Gaming. Great to have you with us. We just have a couple of questions. Feel free to introduce yourselves to our viewer today, and how are you feeling?
Halo. Gimana hari ini rasanya? Apa yang kamu rasakan hari ini?
Hari ini rasanya sangat-sangat senang bisa bisa join bergabung melawan si Bang Skewi. Terus perasaannya ya sangat menegangkan dong karena ya cewek lawan cowok ya lumayan gitu kan. Jadi tapi aku sangat senang banget bisa lawan Bang Skewi di sini dan aku berharap semoga aku bisa menang di game ini.
Basically, she's very stoked about today. She's very excited. I think she was very excited to battle against Skyway, right? And she really hopes that she can take the win on today's game.
Great
Very
stuff.
cool.
Great to feel that excitement coming out from you, Alpas Gaming. So, tell us, what did you do to prepare for this tournament?
Alda, gimana? Apa yang kamu telah siapkan untuk pertandingan hari ini?
Jadi yang aku siapkan kemungkinan aku bakal memanfaatin dari kartu serangan aku yang bisa mengcopy dari serangan kartu aku sendiri untuk ngelawan si kartunya Bang Skewi. Jadi bakalan aku manfaatkan itu.
Alright. So I think what she will prepare is she's preparing her Mew VMAX deck, where she will try to copy as many or the most efficient attack to take out the opponent's knockout.
Very good. Sounds like you know your deck well. And now, last question, and this is a tough one. What is your favorite Pokemon?
Favorit Pokemonnya kamu apa, Alda?
Favorit Pokemonnya ada sih, memang sebenarnya sih cuma Pikachu doang. Tapi kalau untuk yang sekarang bakalan ada pakai, bakalan favoritnya menjadi Mewtwo. Makanya lo bakalan pakai kartu ini untuk bertarung.
I see. So her favorite Pokemon was actually Pikachu, but only for today because of the tournament she's using the Mew VMAX deck. Her favorite Pokemon is Mew.
Great stuff.
Very cool, very cool. Pikachu again, a lovely Pokemon, but Mew, very cool as well. And yes, thank you so much for speaking with us, and good luck with your match. Good
All
luck
the best to you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I absolutely love the energy in that from Alpats Gaming. Again, Mew VMAX, such a powerful deck, really. I think is the best deck in format right now. And piloted by Alpats Gaming, Skyway has to watch out. Let me know, what are your thoughts? What do you think? What are the players' chances in this tournament, Aaron?
Well, I mean, Mew VMAX, what's not to like about it? It's an iconic Pokemon from Generation 1, all the way back from the first years of the Pokemon series or even the Pokemon trading card game. And it is essentially its own powerful deck, but not without its own partners, I would say. So it has a strong draw engine in Genesect V, which is Fusion Strike system, the ability that allows you to draw more cards up to the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So at any given time, if you run only Fusion Strike Pokemon, you're drawing up to 6 cards per Genesect V. And of course, let's not forget about the powerful attacks that Mew VMAX is able to copy using Cross Fusion Strike. So essentially, it has a whole suite of options available to it, and I very fancy her chances for sure. If she can take this deck all the way to the finals, I think this deck is best poised to take the entire tournament out.
Yes, I have to agree with you. We talked about how important consistency is with the Ice Rider deck, and Mew VMAX doesn't need a lot. It's also a 2 energy attacker. It has energy acceleration with LS's Sparkle, but it has, instead of being supported by Drizzles, it's being supported by Genesects. Just getting to draw up to 6 every turn, up to 4 times, that's 24 cards, right? 18?
Yeah, definitely.
24?
I
Yes.
think, yeah, 24. Yeah, let's count back. It's like 6 times 4 at any given time. If you can have all 4 of the Genesect Vs in play. And I'm a big fan of Genesect because I actually enjoyed playing Genesect all the way back from 2014 when it was its own deck with Virizion EX. I'm giving history lesson right now, Wancho. I love my old format Pokemon. So Genesect V now back in the format. It was in the same set as Mew VMAX as well. So essentially the deck was made for each other. A lot of similarities with how Virizion and Genesect used to come in a set as well back in 2014. So definitely a lot of similarities here. I think the Pokemon themselves are just a joy to play with in its own deck right now. So
Yes.
I think it's a matchmaking heaven. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Very cool, very cool. And enough about Mew. Let's go ahead and get on, talk to our next competitor, Skyway from Singapore. Hello, Skyway. Great to have you with us. How's it going?
Hello.
Yes, we just have a few
Hello.
questions for you. To
Yeah.
start with, please introduce yourself. Let us know what makes Skyway tick, and how are you feeling today?
Okay, I'm feeling great. So yeah, I'm Skyway. So I'm very excited to actually play, compete. Yeah.
Yep, great stuff, man. So what do you do to prepare for this tournament? Tell us a little bit about your preparation.
Preparation wise, I think I have some 1v1 friendly match with the trainer. So surprisingly, I managed to win him. But then I think he gave chance to me, so I managed to win. Yeah. Yeah. So
Very cool.
looking forward to.
Very
Yeah.
cool. All right, looks like you're ready. And lastly, very important questions, Gaiwi. What is your
Yeah.
favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon. You mean amongst my deck, or do you mean amongst everything?
In general, it could be from your deck. It could be
In
just
general,
your favorite.
I think Pikachu. That was my childhood days. Yeah.
Very cool, very cool. Pikachu, just like your opponent today, Alpats Gaming also likes Pikachu. And yes, I'm very excited. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Good luck with your match,
Thank you
Gaiwi.
too.
All the best to you, Skyway.
Thank you,
Thanks for
thank
being with us.
Thank you too.
All right, very, very cool to talk to both of our competitors today. I'm not surprised at all that we finally hit a double Pikachu favorite. Am I right, Aaron?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Pikachu being the most iconic Pokemon ever, right? So it's bound to become the favorite of many people. But it's also great to see that, people give it a bit of thought. Like for Alpha's Gaming, she felt that for today, it's going to be Mew VMAX, has a favorite Pokemon. So I think it's going to be interesting regardless. But I want to talk a little bit more about Blissey V, Wancho.
Sure.
I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup for sure.
I think so as well. If you notice, compared to Alpat's deck, who has a slew of Pokemon supporting the Mew VMAX, Genesect Vs, Meloettas, the Blissey V deck the only Pokemon he plays is 4 Blissey Vs. That's all he needs. It's basically just attach, and attack with Blissful Blast, doing 10 damage. But then after attacking, you're able to attach up to 3 energy from your discard pile. And I think the goal of the deck is really to just get rolling. Similar to like the video games rollout, the more you use it, the stronger you become. Am I right, Aaron?
Exactly, for sure. I think there also is one card that I really find interesting, and that is the supporter Kabu. So Kabu essentially is a support that you don't see very often in the format, right? It's shuffle a hand into your deck, draw 4 cards. 4 cards doesn't seem like a lot, but if your active Pokemon is your only Pokemon, and in this deck is likely going to be because you're going to just wall the entire game with 1 Blissey V, you get to draw 8 cards instead, and that's probably the largest number of cards you could draw off a single supporter in not just this format but many formats at this point.
That's true. If you get to draw 8 cards, I'm sure you get to see a lot of your deck. And the deck here, it does play a very key card in this matchup. It plays 3 Path to the Peak, which is a very strong card. I think this is a key card to watch out for. Anytime at all Skyway is able to play this card, it does shut off all of Genesect V's abilities. And without draw from the Mew, that might give Blissey enough time to Blissful Blast into an infinite amount of energy. Just like the Rayquaza VMAX, the damage cap on Blissey is non-existent. There's no damage cap. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Blissey V is quite an interesting concept. I think it's very, I would say, unique in its own way that it's going to accelerate energy to itself rather than rely on the backup Pokemon on the bench like a Flaffy or any support Pokemon for that matter, because it's the only Pokemon in the deck.
Yeah.
But then there's also going to be some other key cards, such as the healing cards that come in the deck. For example, the Team Yell Tower, which allows you to heal 50 damage from both active Pokemon. And it sounds a little bit weird to help out your opponent, but in this deck, you're not aiming to build damage up over time on the active Pokemon. You're going to build up a huge Blissful Blast and take 1-hit knockouts. That's the whole game plan of Blissey V anyway.
Yes, the longer the Blissey is alive, again, the stronger it becomes. It doesn't matter if you're healing your opponent for 50, you're attaching 3 energies to Blissey, which, because of Blissful Blast, is just 30 more damage for you. So that's plus 90 plus your attachment per turn. That's 120. And it also plays a variety of special energy. It's playing 4 lucky, 4 powerful, and 3 Aurora. The 4 lucky energies, if you attack into Blissey, you get to draw 1 card for each lucky. So if there was 4 lucky energies attached to Blissey, if you hit into it, you draw 4 cards. It doesn't matter if Blissey gets knocked out, you still draw those 4 cards, which is really, really big. That's a supporter in its own. Or the powerful energy, just increasing the damage on Blissey by 20 for each of those attached. Very good card as well. Or Aurora. Aurora, Could be any energy here. So in this case, it would be the Psychic, just to power up or be able to use Suspicious Food Chain, I believe.
Yep, correct.
Or
Exactly.
Aurora Energy, just being able to discard an energy anyway, which you want to do in this deck.
Yeah, I think the main idea for Aura Energy here, in addition to turning on the Suspicious Food Team, because it's another healing card that you have in the deck, it's also allowing you to discard energies early so that you could get them back using Blissful Blast. So I think the deck is very well crafted. There's also cards such as Crushing Hammer, which on a coin flip, if you get hits, you're removing an energy off your opponent's side of the field. And we know energy is very important in the game. I mean, the Blissey V deck is running energy just to power up itself. So in this regard, I think the deck is very well crafted. It also has other cards such as Cave of Toughness, giving the Pokemon the Blissey V additional HP. So it's going to tank its way through. It's not a VMAX, it's just a V.
It's just
only
a V.
gives up 2 prizes, right? So
it's a
it's
V
gonna be
though.
interesting.
Sorry, it's a V though with 250 HP, which I think is one of the biggest HPs on a basic Pokemon. And then you put on the Cape of Toughness as well, bringing it to 300. It's able to match up with the VMAXs at that point, matching Pokemon like Jolteon VMAX who have 300 HP as well. But this on a basic, it's going to be tough.
It's gonna be tough to take a knockout for sure.
What do you think about the matchup though? How this Blissey deck does seem strong, but it's going up against the best deck in format, Mew VMAX. What do you think? What are your predictions here?
It's gonna be a tough one. I think I'm a rogue player myself. I used to play rogues when I used to play competitively. I really want Blissey V to take the win. But I think for everyone concerned watching this right now, I just hope we get a full 3-game series going down to the wire, with both decks having a chance to win. And I think if either deck is going to win it, I'll be happy. But it'll be interesting to see how the Blissey deck functions against the best deck in format. I think the whole game itself, the whole match itself is going to be filled with interesting plays. And I'm just excited to see some Pokemon being played.
Yes. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm a Mew player myself. As soon as that deck came out, I was testing it. I was like, should you play with Capture Energy? Should you play with Oricorio, Latias, all that jazz? And again, just because the versatility of Mew, you can really put anything in its deck, because Mew does have the attack Cross Fusion Strike, which lets you copy any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attack. So you could literally put in Oricorio to do Glistening Droplets, or you could, honestly, you'd be copying the Techno Blast of the Genesect. But the sky's the limit here. And the more they release Fusion Strike Pokemon, the better Mew becomes. Am I right? And yeah, now it is sitting pretty as the best deck in format at the end, just because of the consistency. But not only that, the power it brings. It does play power tablets as well.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah,
it should be a key thing in this matchup. The max Mew VMAX can do on its own is copying Technoblast, which does 210 damage. But by playing power tablets, you buff up that damage by 30. And if you play 3 of them, you're buffing it to 90, which should be enough to knock out the Blissey V.
Yep, I think you're spot on that. I think the main thing here is how would Alpat's Gaming look to try to fill up her hand with as many power tablets as possible to go for a one-hit knockout on a lone Blissey V and then end the game straight away like that. Because we know for a fact that for Skyway, he wouldn't want to be benching too many of Blissey Vs. He just want to have one fully tanked up with all the right energies attached to it, taking knockout after knockout after knockout. That's the game plan. But if you're the Mew VMAX deck and you're able to craft out, 3 power tablets in hand, you could easily go for a 1 knockout to win the entire game.
Yes.
So let's see how that works out. I think the consistency of the Mew VMAX deck also comes to play. It runs cards like Fog Crystal, it runs Evolution Incense, it runs Quick Ball, it runs so many other consistency cards as well. It's not as consistent as I think in terms of Pokemon support like a Drizzle or an Inteleon. But remember, as long as you're going to play cards from your hand, you're always going to refill them using Genesect V's Fusion Strike system. So the deck in itself is going to be super consistent. I would say probably the most consistent deck in the format in a sense. But can it deal with a Blissey V? It remains to be seen.
Yeah, I have to admit, that is something Skyway has to watch out for. Having one Blissey V is probably ideal, but I think he'd want to have 2. Because after the first Alpat's Gaming knocks out the first one, ideally with like the triple power tablet play, that means there's no more power. There's like 1 more power tablet left in deck, and there's no way really to get a 1-hit knockout on a second Blissey V, much less a third. So if Skyway can bench 3 with a Cape of Toughness, that might be a little tough. But again, the damage output is really low early in the game. It's doing like 40 damage, but as long as he can keep it going, as long as they can survive, I think Skyway definitely has a chance, especially if he gets to play those Path to the Peaks to slow the game down to a halt, play the Crushing Hammers, maybe deny Alpats Gaming of energy. That might be a way to really just power up a Blissey, and that could be it.
Yep, for sure. The coin flips on Crushing Hammer will be clutch, especially when you talk about the Mew VMAX deck. You're going to be using Alice's Sparkle to accelerate energies, but you can only accelerate the Fusion Strike energies. So running out of those energies from your deck, you can't really accelerate more than one energy per turn anyhow. So it's going to be clutch to see, would he get some hits flips on that Crushing Hammer? He runs 4 of them, so definitely a lot of options, a lot of price to get those energies off the Mew Vs. I think also there's going to be a very interesting time of when he chooses to use Hyper Potion, because if the Mew VMAX can't one-shot the Blissey V, it's going to go for a 2-shot. Hyper Potion comes to play to making sure that the Blissey V is healthy to perhaps even take a 3-shot knockout.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's going to be interesting.
We were speaking of coin flips, but I think the main coin flip of this deck is the Lucky Ice Pop. The Lucky Ice Pop healing only 20 damage from the field. However, you get to flip a coin and if it's heads, you put it back into your hand and you get to use it again. If it's heads, you get to, ideally, if Skyway only flips heads this game, that one Lucky Ice Pop heals all the damage on the board all the time. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know me, I love to play with coin flips. My favorite card is Ho-Oh Rebirth, and I've been flipping coins for as long as I've been playing Pokemon trading card game. So definitely going to be exciting to see if there's going to be enough coin flips to eke out a win for Skyway. I mean, it's going to be a tall order. Blissey V, a rogue deck of his creation or maybe his team's creation, going up against what is probably the best deck in format. So we'll have to see.
Yes. And again, just to talk about the Mew deck again, she is playing some interesting cards like the Chili Cillian and Crest. I believe that allows you to find 3 Pokemon Fusion Strike Pokemon from your deck, which is absolutely amazing, I think, for the deck. And we can't forget that Mew V itself does have an attack. The Energy Mix, it does allow you to look for an energy from your deck to attach to one of your attach to one of your Pokemon. So Crushing Hammers may come into play, but we do have a way to get the energies back.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think it's going to be an attack that she could be using as early as turn 1 going second. So it's essentially a way to navigate around not having enough energy in play to take knockouts and get attacks running as early as possible. But now I see the players already set up. They are rocking some beautiful sleeves and playmats, I have to say.
Yep. Alpats Gaming playing her favorite Pokemon, the Pikachu there, versus the EV VMAX, which is another fan favorite. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the players here's favorite Pokemon is the EV. And yes, both players just shuffling up, getting ready here. I am very excited. Aaron, are you?
Oh, I'm definitely excited. Let's see how these players play out. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. It's going to be, again, the best deck in format, probably, versus a completely rogue deck coming out on the opposing side. I want to talk about one more card, one show. I think we missed out this card called Avery. So the supporter draw 3 cards, and if you drew any cards this way, your opponent discards Pokemon from their bench until they have only 3 on them. That's going to be really interesting to see.
That's actually a really good card, for the Blissey deck. It seems to be anti-Mew.
Exactly, and she runs 2 of them right now. Or I would say Skyway runs 2 of them right now against Alpats. And it's going to be interesting to see when he times that card perfectly. Alpats is going to lose a lot of the cards from her bench, and most likely those are Genesect Vs that will be going into the discard pile.
Yeah, it could be Genesect Vs. It could be the Mew that has maybe like 1 energy. That could be very, very big. And again, just a lot of cards to really stop Alpats Gaming. If he can put the Mew to a halt with the Crushing Hammers, the Averys, and the Path to the Peak, again, that's all Blissey needs. It just needs time to really get rolling to really do that blissful blast attack. All right, looks like we're seeing the coin flip here now. One of many, I am sure, for this game.
Yep, I'm sure. Let's see which of these players get to start first. I think, of course, in the Pokemon trading card game, going first means you can't play supporters, you can't attack. But of course, getting the first energy drop is always crucial in this regard. But it'll be interesting to see if Skyway goes second and is able to get energy into the discard. we could be seeing a very huge Blissful Blast starting out straight away on his turn 2.
That is true. That is true. If I think ideally Blissey would like to go second here just to be able to use those supporters as well. He is playing the Zinnia's Resolve, discarding 2 energy, and you get to draw as draw cards up to the amount of Pokemon on Alpats Gaming's field, which as a Mew player, you're going to be playing, you're going to have a full field. So you're going to be drawing a lot of cards. And more importantly, you get to discard 2 cards, which could be 2 energies, and Blissful Blast just gets them back, right?
Yep, for sure. I think it's going to be a very interesting first few turns. I think overall it's going to see we're going to be seeing these players set up their game plans from the get-go. Of course, Mew V wants to get as many Genesect Vs in play, the supporting cast essentially, to make sure that the entire deck is able to function, is able to run through its resources, to get the right cards into the hand and in play, take knockouts as quickly as possible. And then on Skywee's side of the field, Blissey V just wants energy in the discard at this point so that it can power itself up as soon as possible to keep taking knockouts. And the sky's the limit because essentially, as long as you're able to get multiple energies attached to Blissey V, you're going to do a lot of damage.
Yep. Looks like we see the first hand here. I believe I wouldn't be surprised if Skywee has to mulligan a couple of times. He is only playing 4 Blissey Vs. The odds are pretty low there versus Alpats Gaming, who has a multitude of Pokemon to choose from Mews, Genesects, Oricorios, or even the Marshadow.
Yep, for sure. I think there's going to be an interesting opening to see if Alpats Gaming starts off with a Mew V, which is an ideal starter for the deck.
Yes,
so that
definitely.
she could immediately get energies into play and via energy mix, or even just making sure that it's a free retreater that she could use at any given time. But if it's going to be a Genesect V, she may need to burn an energy attachment there, or she needs to look for a switching card.
Which is not the end of the world, right? Mew,
which is not endable.
It does have a lot, and seeing one of your Genesects very early is very good. As honestly, I think the main thing Alpats needs to draw here is just ways to really find put Pokemon into play, like the quick balls or the fog crystals, right? So hopefully we see those on the first turn.
For sure. And it seems like, oh wow, so Skyway has a Pokemon.
Right off the bat. Wow. Looks like Skyway getting a little bit lucky here. He's gonna need more of that luck with all the coin flips that's gonna happen. I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, it was gonna be. We're probably gonna have like a count on how many coin flips, how many hits he's flipping. So that'll be interesting. We're gonna probably give feedback to production to have. Can we have a coin flip counter somehow? That'll be interesting to have.
That's true. All right, here we go. 6 prizes. Looks like Alpats was able to find a basic as well. So we're gonna be starting very soon.
Yes, I think I'm most excited for this matchup for sure. I mean, I love my one-hit knockouts. Being a Rayquaza VMAX fan and all that, but this is gonna be interesting because you could get a one-hit knockout on either side of the field. It just takes a little bit more setup. So Skyway needs more energy on the Blissey V, whereas for the Mew VMAX deck, it needs Power Tablet. So it's going to be interesting to see how many one-hit knockouts can we see in this entire series.
Yes. Looks like we can see a couple of Alpats' bench right now. She does have the Mew and the Marshadow. Good start, and we haven't even seen the active yet. Getting 3 Pokemon already in play, that's just 3 more to go. Unfortunately, the Marshadow is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon, so that will not count towards the draw power of the Genesect, the Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the Marshadow a little bit, just to introduce it. So it has an ability called Resetting Hole. Once during a turn, if this Pokemon is on your bench, you may discard any stadium card in play, and if you do, you have to discard the Marshadow as well.
Yes.
So it's a very interesting card because the one part as a stadium that Mew V does not want to see is Path to the Peak. So essentially, Marshadow is another out for Alpats Gaming to get rid of the Path to the Peak, essentially turning on the abilities of her Pokemon V, which is Pokemon. The Pokemon being Genesect V, of course.
Wait. Real quick. Talking about luck, Skyway only plays 4 Pokemon in his deck, and he opens 4 Blissey V on the opening turn.
What's going on?
Very interesting. He opens more Pokemon than the Mew player. And here we go. Alpats Gaming looks like going first. She was able to attach an energy to the Mew V. Let's see if she can find some Genesects. Looks like she's also opting to play the Power Tablet. Power Tablet allowing boosting your damage by 30, but is negligible for this first turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the play for here. Could could be just trying to thin her hand.
Yes.
So that she could get the Genesect. Yeah, I think
Yes,
it could be just
exactly.
thinning her hand. But let's see.
He does.
But it's also interesting to see Skyway having 4 Blissey V. That means that he only has 3 cards in his hand right now. And I'm hoping that those cards are going to be live for him on his turn.
Yeah, something that we'd like to see here is, again, off that 3 cards, it's ideally 2 energy and a Zinnia's Resolve. This looks like Alpat's game here, trying to play the Professor's Research. But if I remember right, this is the first turn. Yeah,
Yep,
oh no,
let's
discarding the
see.
Professor's Research with the quick ball.
fair
Got
enough,
it.
Yep.
Yes, let's see what Alpats decides to find with the quick ball here.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess, I put my money on a Genesect.
I'll do as well.
Surefire bet there. Again, Genesect with the Fusion Strike system ability, allowing you to draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So ideally, you'd have 6. You draw up to 6 each time for each Genesect. Very strong ability, and you can use it every turn.
Exactly. I think it's one of the better abilities in the current format, especially when you pair it with another Fusion Strike Pokemon in UV.
Yes. And again, Genesect nothing has an attack as well, the Techno Blast, 210 damage. Unfortunately, you can't attack on the next turn. So it has a good ability and a good attack. Just a really good Pokemon. Something that's lacking from it probably is just the HP. It is a little bit lower for a Pokemon V, only with 190, but you can't have it all, right? And there we go. We see the first Genesect V of the game. And if Alpat's Gaming here decides to draw, she draws up to 3. Let's see what she decides
because
to
just
do.
a reminder, the Marshadow is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
Yes, there we go. Looks like she's opting out to draw with the Fusion Strike system. Let's see if she can get anything. And again,
I think then,
again, sorry, with Skywee's opening hand just having 3 cards, I think I mentioned, hopefully it's a Zinnia's Resolve and 2 energies. That would be the most ideal.
That would be the perfect 3-card hand.
Yes.
I would say.
And with his luck, it could be, right? 4 Blissey Vs straight up. Yeah. Looks like we're counting the hand here. She drew up to...
Yeah, I think she might have drawn an extra card. So maybe she's putting back 1 card.
There we go.
Because I think the Marshadow, again, was not a Fusion Strike Pokemon. So I think the reasoning for playing the Power Tablet here is probably validated because probably her hand was not that great.
Yeah.
But then again, she had a Professor's Research. So maybe not wanting to discard something in her hand.
Yeah.
But still wanting to draw a couple of cards. It could be a Mew VMAX.
Yeah.
You never know.
Possibly. And again, you can't play the Professor's Research anyway on the first turn. So maybe she has another one in the hand. Looks like, Skywee, again, attaching the Cape of Toughness onto the Blissey, bringing it up to 300 HP.
That's one big Blissey V.
It is. And with 1 Power Tablet down for Mew, that means she needs all 3 that's left in the deck. Hopefully none are prized to really get a knockout, a 1-hit knockout anyway on the Blissey. And we do see an attachment for turn. But is there anything else? There is no energy in the discard pile at the moment. That means Blissey is only doing 40 damage here. Another key card, by the way, to talk about in Alpat's deck is the Oricorio. It actually prevents 20 damage done to your Fusion Strike Pokemon. So if that was down right now, Blissey would only be doing 20 damage.
Exactly, and I think that Oricorio might come in clutch, considering that the Blissey V is going to try and go for a 1-hit knockout eventually, but the Oricorio just throws a wrench in that math by reducing it by 20.
Ooh, and there we go. We see the first Crushing Hammer of the game. That means we see one of the coin flips. Let's see if Skywee can get it. And again, there's only 1 energy in play right now, so effectively taking out all the energy on Alpat's Gaming's board. Let's see what happens here. Very tense, very tense.
Yep. Let's see what's going to happen right now. I'm not sure. Was the coin flip a failed coin flip? Because I think Skywee's going for the attack right now.
Oh, possibly, since we do see the Mew still have the energy attached.
Yep. Probably missed on camera, but it looks like it was Tails.
Yes.
So, coin flip counter, 1 Tails at the moment.
Unfortunate. And yeah, it looks like he's going for the attack right now. Blissful Blast only doing 40 damage. And as a reminder, you get to attach 3 energy from the discard pile, but there is no 3 energies. There is no energy yet at all in the discard pile.
Yep. So it's going to be just a Blissful Blast for 40 here. And I think Alpat's, it's unfortunate for sure. I think Alpat's Gaming is going to try and take the advantage here to see what she's able to do. Maybe 2-shot this Blissey V if she could.
Yeah, and with a 1-card hand, I believe, on Skywee, there's no way to really heal all the damage that Mew can do, and I think 2-shotting it is a really good possibility.
Oh yeah, for sure at this stage. But it really depends what she has in her hand, because a Mew V alone is not going to do enough. She needs a Mew VMAX. She needs another energy attachment.
Well, don't worry. She does still have that Genesect, but it looks like I think she does have the Mew VMAX, but opts to evolve the Mew on the bench here. Maybe trying to build up the energy first with the energy mix attack on the Mew onto the bench, possibly. Or maybe she has Alessa Sparkle in hand to power up the bench Mew VMAX. We'll have to see.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of like this play in a way, because maybe she's not familiar with what Blissey V is able to do. Perhaps it's going to be explosive, and she's trying to make sure that she hedges herself against an explosive Blissey V and not being able to use the Mew VMAX multiple times.
And there you go. I just have to say, we see the second power tablet here, and hopefully this turn, if she needs to get all three this turn then, or else there is no more option at all to one-hit knockout a Blissey V, which is not bad. Two-shotting a Blissey V is not too bad if it's only doing 40 damage back at you.
Exactly. I think it's still an okay line of play. Maybe she just needs to get the power tablets out of her hand, because she wants to be able to draw more cards with the Fusion Strike system. So it's unfortunate because you can't go for a one-hit knockout, but at the same time, if you can't get cards into your hand to keep playing the rest of your deck, it's going to be a pointless card anyhow.
That is true. So let's see here if she can get any more Pokemon V. A card I would like to see is the Chili, Cillian, and Crest, just to really get those Genesects in hand, really.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think then you can probably just really start going through your deck with Fusion Strike system, getting the right resources out of your deck just to set up. Because right now, I think both these decks are a little starved on energy, I would say.
That is true.
Yep.
But we see Outpat's Gaming actually playing multiple energies for a Mew deck. She's playing 6 Psychic Energy and 4 Fusion Strike, so she does have a couple of outs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But honestly, just going the energy mix route here, not a bad play at all. Just build up the energy on the bench Mew and just let the active Mew get a little bit damaged. Another thing to watch out for here is Mew does have a second attack called Psychic Leap, which Mew VMAX can copy. So if the active Mew gets a little bit too beat up, she can just attach an energy to it, use Psychic Leap, and the attack does shuffle all cards attached to this Pokemon and this Pokemon into the deck. So effectively taking out all the damage.
Exactly. I think it's probably going to be a point where these two decks are going to stare each other down, because, Blissey V is going to keep healing, whereas for the Mew VMAX deck, it could easily just, use the Psychic Leap to just put the entire Mew V stack into the deck and remove all the damage from play.
Yes.
So it could be where these two decks just staring each other down, both having taken 0 prizes, but essentially it's just bringing it all the way to the end. We could see that, I think.
That's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
And looks like we're gonna see an attachment for turn. Looks like one of those Fusion Strike energies onto the active Mew or the bench.
I think that was probably an energy mix.
Oh, an energy mix for turn. Got it.
Yeah, because you search the deck for it, and I think it's going to be an energy mix to the active. So let's see.
All right, very good here. And again, Fusion Strike Energy. This is actually a key card I wanted to talk about. Not for this matchup, but possibly for future matchups. Fusion Strike Energy, such a powerful card. It provides any color. It's basically a rainbow energy for the Fusion Strike archetype, but also it protects that Pokemon from Pokemon abilities. So like we saw earlier with the the Ice Rider Calyrex, it does play the Quick Shooting Inteleon, which does 20 damage to anywhere on the field. If it tries to do 20 damage to the Mew with a Fusion Strike energy, it's just not going to work.
Yep, fair enough. I think it's going to be interesting because this is a format that has multiple different special energies that are relevant as well. So we get to see Fusion Strike energy right now. An interesting card overall. But on the Blissey V side of the field, you have Lucky Energy, you have Power Energy, so many different type of special energies that are really making its mark on the format.
Yes, and we just did see Skyway attach that Lucky Energy to Blissey, now boosting its damage to around 70, I believe, and more importantly, getting that Lucky Energy attached. If it gets hit by the Mew, he gets to draw 1 card, which he sorely needs right now.
Yep, for sure.
And there you go. Just that Mew is getting a little bit beat up, but again, it does have the option to hide itself into the deck. Something Mew is known for, right? Being so elusive. And yes, unfortunate though that Skyway just still doesn't have the energy in the discard pile. He did attack twice now. He could have potentially accelerated up to 6 energy at this point. And I believe 6 energy, that is around 180 damage for Blissey.
Yep, for sure, for sure. I think both these decks are a little slow off the bat. But if that's the case, I'm definitely going to favor Mew VMAX in that sense, because the deck is so easily able to catch up when it's behind due to the fact that it's such a streamlined deck as well, right?
Yep. Oh, there we go. We see a fourth
Oricorio.
Yes, an Oricorio, but more importantly, a fourth Fusion Strike Pokemon. That means Genesect is drawing up to 4 this time.
Yep.
And yes, looks like Alpats Gaming deciding if she should attack at this point.
Yeah, I think she's probably considering, does she want to go with the Psychic Leap to just remove damage?
Oh, look at
It looks like it.
It looks like it. I think it would be a great play. That was 2 attacks worth of damage, right? And just denying that attack. Oh no, maybe going for a retreat? Yes, she went for a retreat instead.
Yep, so she's basically switching it up. So retreating into the one on the bench.
And yeah, this time the Mew VMAX in the active with 310 HP. There is no possibility at all for Skyway to one-hit knock out that Mew. And yeah, looks like we're going to see a Fusion Strike system drawing up to 4 cards. Let's see if she can finally find maybe a second Genesect would be absolutely great here.
Yep, for sure. And I think what she's looking for right now is probably at least a Sparkle and another Energy. And then she can keep going from there, getting damage onto the field, putting Blissey V at a 2-hit knockout range.
Yes, it's very, very important to start attacking here. I mean, Skyway already has around 110 damage on Alpats Gaming's board, and since Blissey V needs so little to really start attacking, that damage could really rank up. It could really pile up eventually, and especially if Alpats Gaming is not putting any pressure at all.
Yeah, I think she's a little light on energy attachments at this point, so that's the main reason why she's not being able to get things going. But of course, the deck runs, energy acceleration in form of Elisa Sparkle. You could always use the Mew V with energy mix as well.
Yeah.
Trying to see what card that is with the glare.
That might be the Chili Cillian and Cress, if I'm not wrong.
Oh yeah, you're right. So getting more Pokemon V. So she probably drew it off the Fusion Strike system, and now she gets one more Genesect V. So I would probably just grab one. Oh, hang on, she's going to grab me a few. So maybe just making sure that she has stuff, because you can always resetting hole and get rid of the Marshadow if there is a stadium in play, but you can't do it if there isn't any at the moment.
Maybe she has Chaotic Swell in her hand. She could play that down, use the Chaotic Swell, use the resetting hole just to get it out of the field.
That's true.
That's an option.
That's a big brain play for sure. Making sure the hand size essentially allowing you to draw more and more cards using Fusion Strike system.
Yes, that may be a big Alakazam play.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, let's see what Alpats Gaming decides to do here. Unfortunately, since she did use the Chili Cillian and Crest, that means there is no option at all to attack this turn with the active Mew VMAX.
Yeah,
there's no way to get 2 energy on it without having to play a supporter. That means it's giving, again, this is exactly what Blissey needs, right? It needs these turns to really start attacking and building up those energies. It's just really unfortunate there's no energies in the discard pile.
Yep, for sure. And of course, I wanted to say about the fact that he drew all 4 his Blissey Vs in his opening hand. I think that has come back to bite him a little bit. Of course, we can't plan for these things, obviously, because you drawing your opening hand could be the best hand possible for you to play out your turn, or it could be 4 Blissey Vs. So in this scenario right now, I really think that he just needs to top deck a supporter of some kind and go from there.
Yes. I think a big one here would definitely be that Zinya's Resolve. I really want to see that deck, that card, and he would effectively be drawing, I believe, up to 6 cards here. Draw 6 cards straight up.
Yep, exactly. And one more other card could be a Professor's Research. I mean, these 2 cards are essentially the ones that he needs to see right now to get as many cards off into his hand from the deck, and then start playing from there, because he has a ton of stuff that he has. Of course, the healing cards are not going to work right now because Alpats Gaming has had a very slow start, I would say, comparatively. So there's no damage on the Blissey V, which is all in all, a pretty good thing,
Yes,
actually.
that's pretty good. Not gonna lie, I'd settle for a Kabu as well. Kabu for 4, maybe just to refresh that and just maybe
yeah,
get
for sure.
the ideal supporter for next turn. It looks like Alpats Gaming, Skyway here, just going for the attack, doing the Blissful Blast 470 again.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure the Kabu card is a little bit more explained, because you can only draw 4 cards, but if your active Pokemon is the only Pokemon in play, draw 8 instead. So at the moment, it doesn't look really good because there's 4 Blissey Vs.
Yeah.
So it's not the best supporter you could draw at this point. But I think at this,
It's not. It's
It's
not.
any-
But it's
any
better
support's
than
better.
nothing.
it's better than nothing. So any supporter will work at this point.
Yes.
Of course, the one supporter that I would like to see is Avery. I think that's gonna be pretty much a clutch supporter, drawing 3 cards, but
Maybe
more importantly, getting your opponent to discard Pokemon from their bench.
maybe from this point though, Avery would not be a good thing, because we did see Alpats Gaming use these Chili, Cillian, and Crest grabbing multiple Pokemon, so she can easily refill the bench. And there is a resetting hole Marshadow right now taking a spot that is not a Fusion Strike, so that's 1 less card draw.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So maybe, but if Skyway does have it, it is just another option to draw cards, and that is what he needs to do right now. He needs to draw into some cards.
Yep. So I think we are at the stage where the players are having a stare down, just like as I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, right? Where neither of them are able to take prizes yet, but it's the Blissey V that has been doing some damage. So there's already 110 on a bench MUV. There's going to be 70 now on the active MUV Max. Oh, sorry, both being MUV Maxes. Pardon me. So it's the Blissey V that has been taking the first hits, or I say dishing out the first hits, I should say.
Yeah, not strong hits, but consistent hits, right?
Oh yeah.
Some damage is better than no damage, and yeah. Hopefully we can see Alpats Gaming here really come back with another Mew VMAX. Again, she just needs to draw more cards. Oh, again, it was not 70 damage. It was technically 50 damage
Oh.
because of the Oricorio on the bench.
Right. Yep.
That's very big here, especially if your opponent's only doing 50 to 70 damage a turn. That 20 is could be very big.
Exactly. And I like the patience from Skyway. He just has to look where I just need to top deck 1 card and I can go ham. But right now, I'm gonna be happy with just dealing 50 until I'm able to deal a bit more.
Yep.
But he's playing this patiently, I would assume, because the deck has a lot of resources that it has access to. A lot more healing cards, which may not be as relevant right now, but definitely a lot more resources that could be very useful, especially the supporters and the energies that are in his deck right now.
I 100% agree. Yes. I mean, as long as his Blissey isn't getting hit just yet, I'd be comfortable just doing any type of damage, right? This is
for
good.
sure.
I'm in a good position, I think. If I'm not getting damaged and I'm doing damage, I'm doing good.
Yeah, I think it comes down now to the point that there is... Oh, here's a professor's research.
A big research here.
That's a big top deck, for sure.
Let's see what Alpats discards. But more importantly, let's see what she draws. I think ideally she would get a Mew VMAX onto the and evolve the bench Mew just to really start attacking this turn.
Yep, for sure. She did discard a Genesect V, so I think now the Avery is going to come in clutch if Skyway's going to grab one, because we saw a few Pokemon V, from that Chili, Cillian, and Crest.
And yes, none of them hit the field, so the Avery may be debilitating. I have to agree.
Yeah, I think it was a very unfortunate top deck in the form of the professor's research. But while I say that, could have been that her hand was just not that great. We see a Chaotic Swell though.
Let's see if she decides to, again, Marshadow her own Chaotic Swell just to get that bench space open and maybe draw a couple of more cards, or honestly just keeping it there. Just there's so much protection from Path to the Peak. Again, a card I said we have to watch out for, but if you're playing Chaotic Swell, basically when any player plays a stadium card, the Chaotic Swell just discards that stadium card. So it's Alpats is safe from 1 Path to the Peak, and then after that he still has the Marshadow with the resetting hole to get rid of a second one. So it's safe from 2 Path to the Peak, and Skyway only playing 3, I believe. So only one. You only have to worry about 1 after that.
Exactly, and obviously a Fog Crystal, and I think Alpats Gaming was trying to grab a Fusion Strike Energy, but I think the judges have confirmed that you can only grab a basic psychic energy
Yes.
or a psychic Pokemon, a basic psychic Pokemon. So, but just to confirm, the exact wording is a psychic energy card, but
Yes.
a Future Strike energy does not represent psychic energy while it's in the deck. It's only a psychic energy if it's attached to a Pokemon in play. So a bit of technicality there that our viewers should take note of.
Definitely. And good on the judge for realizing that. There we go. We see an attachment to the active Mew. Unfortunately, that means it's still not able to attack, unfortunately, but it is one more energy attachment away from start doing some Techno Blasts or Max Miracles here. Oh, it looks like she decides to attach it to the bench Mew instead, which is a good play. This active Mew VMAX could still take a couple of hits on from this Blissey.
Yep, so I think she's just trying to tank through some of the damage because she probably doesn't have a very good starting hands. I think so far we've had matches where decks just have not been able to get a good start due to the fact that the hands have been a bit, weird and wonky. So definitely a situation where, consistency comes to play. So I like this play here. So she's retreating into the Mew V just to get more energy in play. So essentially charging itself up to get some attacks going next turn.
That's true. Or it could potentially power up the bench Mew VMAX, and then maybe she has an energy in her hand right now. That could be something as well. Let's see where the energy attachment here is going to be very big, no matter what. Let's see what she decides to do. But yes, again, Skyway here just waiting patiently for the attack. Oh, Alpaz Gaming here going for a double cross switcher play. This is a card, if you play two of them, your opponent has you basically boss's order up one of your opponent's cards. One of your opponent's Pokemon.
Very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting play here. That is actually very hard to play off because it's one of those cards that you have to play both at the same time.
Yep, and it's not a card we see very often as well in this deck.
We used to see it. We used to see it in the early Mew decks when they were also playing the Peony card, just because Peony allows you to look for two trainer cards, and you could find the cross switcher. But having to find it naturally is very interesting.
Yep, for sure. And I think it's going to be one of those interesting cards that you'd be surprised to see if you've been playing, with the recent meta game. But when it comes out, it does its job very well. So definitely interesting to see it here. And I think Alpaz Gaming is just going to bag up a Blissey V from the bench. And I have to note, Blissey V has 4 retreat costs.
Yes,
so that's not a card that's going to be retreating anytime soon.
It is not. That means the Blissey in the active with 3 energies right now, it's not going to be attacking anytime soon. And Skyway is going to need to find another energy to attach to the Blissey. And even then, it's only doing 40 damage, 20 because of Oricorio. So I think this is a very big opportunity for Alpaz Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. Now you see the cross switcher on your screen. So the card essentially is only effective if you play 2 of them. So in the instructions of the card, you must play 2 cross switcher cards at once. And essentially you get the effect of switching your opponent's bench Pokemon with the active Pokemon.
You also get to switch as well.
Exactly. And for a Mew V deck, that's not really a problem because you essentially can free retreat using your Mews. So it's pretty much a one-sided Guzma. If you remember Guzma from a couple formats back, right? So it's a supporter that allows you to do exactly what cross switcher is doing. But that's been, of course, a few formats ago at this point. So
and
let's
cross
go back
switcher,
into history.
An item versus Guzma's supporter, but again, Guzma, you only have to use one of them. Versus cross switcher, you need to have both. So there's some downsides and there's pros and cons for both decks, both cards. And yes,
for sure. A small history lesson while the players are figuring out the next turn. Gust of Wind from the original base set of the Pokemon trading card game was essentially cross switcher without the additional switching, but you need to play only one of them. You didn't have to play 2 cards. How times have changed since then. 20 plus years of the Pokemon trading card game, and now we have somewhat similar effects, but it takes you a lot more effort to get the effect that you want out of a card.
That is true. Gust of Wind, I remember that card. It's very, very powerful, similar to the pre-errata Pokemon Catcher back in the day.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks like
looks like the players are just debating over what's the next line of play. I think it's Alpaz Gaming's turn right now.
Yes, she promotes the Mew with 2 energy, so it's going to be interesting here. She can attack again. Doing 70 damage is is very important here. Actually, getting the 70 damage on the Blissey brings it down to 180, which makes it in range from a Techno Blast. So I would like to see that from the Mew V. Let's see if it happens.
Yep, for sure. And I think the relevant point here is that for Psychic Leap to do 70 damage, the Shuffle effect is a May ability, so you don't have to use it. You can only use it when you need to. And at this point, I think she's probably going to just go ahead and just use Psychic Leap once and just hope that the Mew V doesn't get knocked out, so that she can probably Psychic Leap again and then shuffle the Mew V into her deck.
That is true. I mean,
or even evolve to a Mew V Max. We should see.
And no, we can't forget the Fusion Strike system ability. Looks like Alpat's Gaming is going to draw a couple of cards. And also, again, the Mew V in the active does have 180 HP with 110 damage. That bring it down to 70. But the active Blissey has no way of reaching that 70 damage threshold at this point.
That's really true. I'm not too sure if there's a lot of switching cards in Skyway's deck. I'm taking a quick look at the deck list, and there isn't actually.
There's absolutely none. It's this Blissey and the active is here to stay. So this Mew is sitting pretty. That was a very big play by Alpats there.
Yeah, but I think based on the time that we have left in this series, we're down to the last 15 minutes at this point. So of course, the player that has the prize lead will likely be the player that's going to get the win at this point, because we are actually going through a bit of a stare down between these two players. Both their Pokemon outlasting one another at this point.
Yes,
no one's taking a knockout.
Unfortunately, no prizes taken just yet. I believe it looks like Skyway is going to start his turn. He drew a card. Let's see what he can play down here. And ideally, it would just be an energy, but I would like to see a supporter. It looks like a powerful energy. That is very strong. That brings Blissey up to 40, 60 damage, but
yep, 60.
Still short. Still a little short from getting the knockout here.
Yep, it'll be 10 short, unfortunately. And I don't see any other way for Skyway to do any more damage at this point.
Yes. Actually,
for this turn,
it would be 30 short because of the Oricorio in the bench.
Oh, yes.
He's doing 60, but Mew is only taking 40.
Oh, wow. Oricorio. Clutch, for sure.
Yes. Let's see if Skyway can play anything else.
Yep. I think he's just checking on some technical stuff just to be sure everything is fine. Yep. Of course, everyone, we're playing via remote play here in each of these players from each of the respective regions. So of course some technical issues might pop up, but it's so far been smooth sailing.
And again, isn't it just so amazing to think that all these players right now, they're in different regions, right? Skyway in Singapore is playing Pokemon right now with Alpats, who is from, sorry, I forget.
From Indonesia.
From Indonesia, yes.
Yep.
International gameplay here, and yes, and I'm from the Philippines, so it's like
yeah, but I'm from Malaysia, and we are essentially all coming together to enjoy the Pokemon trading card game, all online. So the power of the internet,
yes,
extending to a tabletop card game.
I know, it's just amazing to think, right? We're all here, all from different places, just enjoying Pokemon, and yes, it's absolutely amazing.
Exactly. And I just hope the players are also having a fun time right now, even though it's pretty much been a stare down between these two decks. But I hope they'll be having a good time, looking through their decks, getting to find what are the best routes to victory for each of their decks. But it's going to be a little tricky, I would think. But let's see how that goes for the remainder of this series. We are in after qualifier number 2 of the 6 matches we have for today.
Yes, it looks like it is now Alpat's Gaming turn. The Mew in the active down to 30 HP. It's getting very, very low. Now might be the time to Psychic Leap back into the deck. And we see the Fog Crystal from Alpat's Gaming finding either a basic Pokemon, a basic Psychic Pokemon, or a basic Psychic Energy.
Yep, for sure. And I think if her route to victory is to stall out the Blissey deck and then only take a knockout later, it's probably best to go for a Psychic Leap right now.
That's true. And yes, there is around 12 minutes left on the clock. Let's see. I believe she was trying to grab a Mew VMAX there, but the Fog Crystal only allows you to grab a basic Psychic Pokemon. Mew VMAX, unfortunately, being a VMAX Pokemon, essentially a stage 1.
Exactly. It's what we call an evolution Pokemon. So you can't grab it with a Fog Crystal, but you can grab it with an evolution instance, which her deck does run two of.
Yes. And again, or she could possibly just draw into it with the Genesect. I like to see this Quick Ball here thinning down the hand. She did get to play the Fog Crystal. Now the Quick Ball, her hand should be fairly low now, and just being able to draw with that Genesect may be big here.
Right. That's for sure. I'm just interested to see. Oh, she's going for a cross switcher.
No,
Does she
she's
have both?
discarding
she's discarding it with
Yes.
the Quick Ball. Yeah.
Yes. A second cross switcher might be clutch here though. Just being to grab another Blissey and just trying to power up multiple Blissies is a little bit too hard for Skyway.
Yep, exactly. I think it'll be interesting overall to see if she's able to outlast the amount of damage the Blissey is coming out with.
Yes. I would
Let's see.
very much like to see a Mew VMAX show up here and finally just get some attacks in. We haven't seen the Mew VMAX attack just yet, and it is known for the cross fusion strike attack being able to copy any attack. So we'd really like to see that.
Yeah, but I think it's also very interesting to see that for Mew, it's always been a card that has been copying other Pokemon's attacks. You know, I can go way back to the Mew EX from the old EX era between 2003 and 2007, where it was reprinted in Celebration. So a lot of people probably would know if they opened some Celebrations packs. Mew EX there with the Pokepower Versatile, able to copy the attacks of other EX Pokemon in play. That was a huge card for the old format. And we also had the Mew and Mewtwo Tag Team GX just for a couple of years ago that actually won Worlds. That was also copying other GX Pokemon's attacks as well. So Mew seems to like to copy attacks.
I mean, it is known as the godfather of all Pokemon. It is the first Pokemon, right? It has the DNA of everything. It can transform into any Pokemon. And yeah, and I like that we had a little history lesson here, but you also missed out on the Mew Capital EX, who also had the same ability, versatile, to copy any Pokemon EX, I believe, in play. So you could even copy your opponent's attack. Oh, we're finally get to see here an Alessal Sparkle, allowing you to accelerate 2 Fusion Strike energy on the board. And
we finally get to see it. Yeah, it's been a while since we talked about Elisa Sparkle as an energy acceleration for the Mew VMAX deck, and we finally get to see one. But does she have any more Fusion Strike energy in the deck?
I believe we only see 2 in play at the moment, so there may still be. I don't know what she may have discarded it off the research, but let's see here. I believe she still has 1. She tried to find one earlier in the deck.
Right. Oh yes, that's true. I think Elisa Sparkle is a card that probably gets weaker as the game goes on when you're already attaching some of the Fusion Strike energy to your Pokemon in play. But of course, any energy is better than no energy. So if you can find at least 1 at this point, it's still considered acceleration.
I'd have to argue with you there because yes, it is weaker later in the game, but if you're going for a little stall matchup, especially if your active Mew is going back into the deck, guess what else is going back into the deck?
Oh, yep, that's
the
a very,
Fusion
very
Strike
good
energy,
point there.
Right?
Yep, for sure.
But looks like she got the full amount. She was able to find 2 Fusion Strike energy and attach them to 2 Mews here.
That's great. So I think at this point, if she's able to Psychic Leap, oh, hey, what's that?
Looks like she's attaching it to the Genesect. And again, Genesect does have the option to attack here. It does require 2 Metal Energy and 1 Colorless to get the Techno Blast attack, which is possible with this deck because the Fusion Strike energy is any type of energy. So essentially, that Genesect does have 1 Metal. And if she decides to Psychic Leap the Mew in the active, that brings back 1 more Fusion Strike into the deck. So it is possible to attack with the Genesect.
That is very true, and I think I just hope that she's able to figure out a game plan here that will get the Mew V out of the active. So I think she's just thinning down her hand right now to try and dig out a Mew VMAX.
Yes.
She does run a full set of 4/4, and we know the one got discarded earlier, I think. I'm not too sure. I thought I saw one discarded, so maybe she's digging for the final one.
I didn't quite catch that. I'm not sure if one was discarded, but I'm sure there's still 1 more hiding out in the deck there.
Yeah, sure.
Another interesting play that could happen here is she could actually just evolve the active into a Mew VMAX and just stall out there. Like, just eat a couple of more hits from Blissey. And once Blissey gets close to that 310, the Mew VMAX can copy the Psychic Leap attack on a Mew V on the bench and putting all of that energy. Can you imagine 300 energy just going back into the deck? erasing a lot of Skywee's hard work. That could
Yep,
is
that's
a
for
potential.
sure.
And there we go. We see the evolution incense allowing you to find an evolution Pokemon from your deck, and
Yep.
Mew VMAX just happens to be one.
Exactly. So I should definitely have the Mew VMAX for her active Mew V this time. So let's see.
Yes.
Of course, we're gonna hope it's in the deck, not prize.
That's true. That is true as well.
Okay,
Nope, there we go. We
are.
see it.
There we go.
Not too elusive there.
If I was Alpha's Gaming right now, I'll have a sigh of relief that it wasn't priced.
Yes, definitely. And we finally get to see the best deck in format do its stuff. Now that you're going to see a Mew VMAX with energy in play, we're going to see the cross fusion strike attack.
Yeah, but it took a while to get here. I think she wasn't able to get energies in play early on due to a very clunky opening hand, but it's great that the deck has finally been able to set up. And I guess it's the sheer power of the deck, right? It just needs some time to get going, and eventually it will do its work.
Yes, I think something I'd like to see more from the Mew Genesect deck would be more Genesects to draw
yeah,
more.
for sure, for sure. I think the Marshadow there has really overstayed its welcome right now, because it's been taking up a slot that a Genesect V would usually love to be on.
Yes, and also taking up making Alpats Gaming draw one less card because it is not a fusion strike.
Exactly.
Yes, but it is safety from Pacido Peak, which I'm sure she does not want to see, but we haven't seen just yet.
Yep, we haven't seen just yet. I think Skyway also has been a little lacking in terms of resources. He's just been attaching energy and attacking, which is not bad by all means. But
Yes.
of course, you definitely want supporters as well.
Yeah, but starting 4 Blissey Vs on your opening hand, that's what's gonna happen. That means you only have 3 cards to play with, and you can't have it all with those 3 cards. I think it specifically had to be Zinnia's Resolve there just to really
Yep.
get going on that first turn, which
For
is
sure, for sure.
unfortunate.
Yep, and we do see I believe that's for 210 damage right there at the moment from a Fusion Strike, Technoblast, I would say, sorry.
Yes.
So Technoblast has been, so finally damage on the side of the Blissey player's field,
And
thanks to Cross Fusion Strike,
let's-
copying Technoblast.
Yep. Now let's see if Blissey can finally do some healing.
Oh yeah, because if not, we're going down to the wire in terms of time, and if this knockout happens, I would put Alpha's Gaming in favor of taking the whole series here, because we've only had time for game 1 so far.
Yep.
And I would think these will be the 2 prizes, or the only 2 prizes that will be taken this entire series.
That might be the case. I mean, it is very hard for Blissey to take a knockout on a 300 HP Pokemon. But at the same
Yeah.
time, I have to say the same about the Mew. It is hard to take a knockout on a 300 HP, but if you're doing 210, that is a pretty good out.
Yeah, and I think also because she had to burn some of the power tablets early on just to draw cards out of the deck, and I think it's unfortunate we couldn't see a huge, 300 damage sort of Cross Fusion Strike sort of attack that could take a one-hit knockout on the BCV. But then again, those are you play with what the hands you get, right? You're just gonna make do with what you get in terms of your opening hand.
Yep. That is the game of Pokemon. That's why, again, I like the comment from the previous game where the play of the game is drawing those first 7. If you see the cards you like to see in those first 7, that puts you in a very advantageous position.
Exactly, and I think it also goes down to these players who we have to say come from many different backgrounds, different gaming backgrounds as well, but they all come in with a different approach to their matches,
Yes.
trying to figure out what is the best way for them to reach victory.
Yes. We saw here Alpats Gaming. Yeah, Mew is known for going fast and hitting hard, but we've seen Alpats adjust to that, to playing the more defensive way, right? Putting down Oricorio, now free retreating to multiple Mews, doing a defensive cross switcher, putting the Blissey with multiple energies on the bench and with no way to retreat, it stays on the bench. And
Yep, exactly.
very defensive plays, which again, sometimes that's what you have to do with Pokemon, right? You have to be able to think outside the box.
For sure, and I think there's one play here that would be very interesting. If you could get that Marshadow off the bench and bench another Mew V.
Just
You
retreat
could-
again.
I don't know. But then again, you can't really attack distant, can you? Because you already used Technoblast last time.
Yes.
So the active Mew V Max will not be able to attack, so it has to retreat or in some way or other move to the bench.
Yes, but I believe the Mew with 2 energy should be enough to knock out the Blissey because it does only have 70 HP left. It doesn't even have to be
Exactly.
the V Max.
No, you're completely right. You're completely right. So she's switching into the Mew V. Oh, it has a Mew V
There's
Max
a
as
Mew
well.
V Max
so,
right there.
so her third Mew V Max, really seeing the deck really going straight to its, like as you say, the card, that really makes the deck tick.
Yep. Between the 3 Mew V Maxes, there is 930 HP. And that may be a little too high for Blissey to reach.
And almost to the final minute of the game, we have Alpas Gaming taking the first 2 prizes of the entire series. And again, I just have to remind our viewers, we're in only game 1 so far because we had a stare down all through this series.
Yes, I believe it was the battle of the tanks here.
Yep.
Pokemon with 300 HP, that is pretty tough. Again, if we go back to like base set, like the highest HP we would have gotten was probably like 120, I'd like to say.
Yeah, I think so. That would have been base set Charizard and maybe the Chansey.
Yeah, and now we're in an era where hitting 340 is possible.
We call it HP inflation, my friend.
Yes. And there you go. We see here Skywee drawing another card. He does have the Blissey in the active now with a lot of energy, and it can attack to get more energies now because there is at least 1 energy in the discard pile, which is nice.
Okay, so it looks like we are. Well, we gotta see. Does Skyway have any capability to bosses order out the bench movie? I think that could be his only run of play to get something out of the game.
I believe even then he's still a little short because Blissey capping out right now at 130. If I am right, if my math is correct, there's 4 energies on that Blissey, bringing it up to 130. But then there's an Oricorio on the bench doing 110. That's not even enough to knock out the bench Mew VMAX just yet. And yes, we're just counting the energies here. Yeah, it looks like there is 4. I believe that is 130. Oh, plus the powerful energy, 150. Yeah, I don't think that is enough just yet. But yes, let's see what Skywee can do here.
Right, let's see.
Yep. And yes, I believe time has been called. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think so. So I think the judges will probably approach these players. We'll see what happens next. Of course, 2 things could happen. It could be a game being paused to assess do the players go to a sudden death situation, or do they essentially stop the game here and follow the number of prizes taken? But we will get clarification from the judges on that regard.
Definitely. I mean, either way would be interesting. Again, Outpats Gaming just in an advantage here for both scenarios, either just straight up winning the game or going sudden death. Mew is capable of getting an early knockout, whereas Blissey V, again, just it needs to ramp up to get to that knockout. So
it really depends on the opening hand for Blissey V, I would think, because if Blissey V is able to get a ton of energy going into the discard as early as turn 1 or turn 2, he can take a knockout very relatively quickly.
I mean, but not as quickly as a Mew VMAX, who could do
fair enough. Yeah,
potentially 340 damage going second, which is I think absolutely crazy.
Yeah. That's very true. And I think it also comes down to the point where depending on the player's starting hands, we could see what happens to, I guess, the player that gets the first attack going, right? Because for Mew V, you're going to attack with either, Psychic Leap or something. So let's see how it turns out.
I believe,
the players are going to set up for a sudden death matchup. So based on the current rules of the tournament, if no player has taken all their prize cards on either game 1 or even game 3 in the decided match, it will go to sudden death with 1 prize card.
Yeah, so again, this goes down to who can take the first knockout. Both players do get to shuffle their deck, reset up the game, and oh man, this is gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be a nail biter for sure.
my money is on Mew VMAX just because it has the possibility of doing that. Unfortunately, looking at the Alpats deck, it's not playing the Meloetta that with the attack with the attack Miraculous Echo that could do 210 damage going on the first turn. So that's not open to the Mew right now. That means, yes, you were right again, where Mew only has the ability to do 70 damage possibly on the first turn going second. But after that, all the damage in the world.
For sure. I think it's a very important point that the Meloetta is not in this deck, because that's the card that can really take knockouts very quickly. You know, especially even at going second on the first turn. Essentially, is able to go very crazy and pile up the damage on a Blissey V. And I don't think a Blissey V will be able to withstand even a Meloetta.
Yes, I have to agree. So
So
Skyway,
we're talking about a card that's not in the deck. So
I know. Skyway just has to breathing a sigh of relief there that probably she's not playing that. But again, Mew VMAX is nothing to scoff at. It is still an absolutely terrifying VMAX to be facing against, especially if you're doing 40 damage on your first turn.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, hopefully both players do open a little bit better this time, and we'll get to see. I kind of wish we got to see more coin flips. We only saw one crushing hammer. I really was expecting like multiple lucky ice pops, but unfortunately, we haven't seen that just yet.
Yeah, and also because I think for Alpha's Gaming, she took a while to get some damage onto the field due to her very awkward starting hand. So it's probably not a card that was live for the entirety of the game. It probably only came online much later when there was some damage being piled onto a Blissey V.
That is true. And again, here we see the first mulligan from Skyway. Again, something we kind of expected on the first game, but instead we got 4 Blissey Vs, which was absolutely crazy. The odds of that happening are very, very low, but anything can happen in a game of Pokemon. Looks like Opats Gaming, though, does have a starting Pokemon as well as something on the bench. That means she does get to draw that one extra card off Skyway's mulligan.
Yep, and I think the one on the bench was an Oricorio that was sneakily revealed just now. So
yeah, we got a sneak peek there.
Yep.
Very good, very good Pokemon to have in this matchup, especially if you don't want your active to get knocked out. However, it is a low HP Pokemon. That means it can get bossed and potentially knocked out. So it's a little bit of a risk there.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Actually, I totally didn't figure out the fact that we are at sudden death, and it could be a very quick boss's order to knock out a bench 90 HP Pokemon.
It's going to take a couple of energy, though, because Blissey, again, with the Oricorio, it'd have to do at least 110 to get a knockout.
Oh, that's right. So Oricorio essentially protecting itself with its own ability.
Yes.
And we started Mew V in the active spot for Alpats Gaming. So the ideal starter.
Yes, great to see. Free starter and your main attacker, and a good first attack as well. So nice to see there. Do we know who is going first in this matchup?
We don't. And do we know what Skyway's playing in the active spot? Of course we do. This is Blissey V.
Really? I did not expect that.
Neither did I. I was thinking, what could it be?
At least it's not 4 Blissey Vs, right? At least it's not 4 Blissey Vs. Getting one is fine. That means Kabu is live as well. And
exactly.
Looks like Alpats here is going first. He does find the Fog Crystal. Could find her the energy attachment for turn or another Mew.
Gonna be
either one really good.
This means that she has access to Cross Fusion Strike as early as turn 2.
Yes. Potentially. Let's see what she decides to grab here. It could be another Mew. Or no, she can't grab a Genesect. Unfortunately, she has to grab
Pokemon.
Yeah. She has to grab a Psychic Pokemon or a Psychic Energy.
Yep.
Yes, I wonder.
I think cards like Fog Crystals are very good for consistency in the format.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love Fog Crystal. Just having that option is so good, and also the option to just fail it, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. To get to draw more cards with Cross Fusion Strike. Oh, sorry, with Fusion Strike system. I mean,
yes.
All these Fusion Strike Pokemon with their long names.
Yep. And but yeah, before we could see that ability, we need to see the Genesect V first, and that's something I would like to see. So we do get the attachment on the Mew, but I'm not sure if we need anything else at that point. I mean, just having attachment for turn is nice, but would absolutely like to see the Genesect V. I was going over Alpats Gaming's list, and it looks like she's actually lacking the Battle VIP pass we see so prevalent in a lot of new decks.
Oh, that's a good catch. Yes, I just realized it as well.
there's no battle VIP pass. That means there's no option to really go wide on the first turn, especially if you can't play that Chili, Cillian, and Cress.
Yeah, but we do see a quick ball here, discarding
A cross switcher.
I think a cross switcher. Yep,
Yes.
Yep. So definitely a card that may not matter as much this game, because you are going to take the first prize, or you just need to take one prize, and that's the win. So discarding a cross switcher to the quick ball, and I presume it's going to be a Genesect V.
I assume
so.
so. Yes. I would like to see more draws, but yeah, there we go.
There we
A
go.
Genesect
Yep.
V. At this point, Genesect V, though, with the Fusion Strike system ability, only able to draw up to 3 because there's only 3 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. Let's see if she can get any more. I mean, another Fog Crystal to grab another Mew is possible here, or another Quick Ball. Or honestly, she already has the attachment for turn, and I feel fairly comfortable just with that. There's nothing else you really need this turn. What you're really doing now is drawing and setting up for your next turn. Looks like she has 2 cards in hand. She draws 1 card.
Yep, exactly. So not too bad, I would say. You're still making sure that you're ready for a second turn. You could have drawn an Energy, you could have drawn a Mew VMAX, you could have drawn another Genesect V. So let's see.
Yes. And I mean, one free card is always good, right? Any type of draw is good. And let's see if it's anything live.
Yep, for sure. I think because we have been in the game for some time, we've definitely seen the Mew VMAX deck start off pretty tamely, I would say, which is a Mew V or one Genesect V, and then suddenly, even on the first turn, its entire bench is filled with Genesect Vs. So that can definitely happen in this matchup. Even without the Battle VIP pass, obviously that's a much stronger card to get, or much easier card to use to get set up that way. But we have seen some hands really go off on the first turn.
Again, just multiple search options for the deck.
And it looks like just a pass, and now it's over to Skyway and Blissey V.
Yeah. What I'd love to see here is a research and just draw, like, discarding 3 powerful energies. That would be crazy. Like, research,
yes, for
discarding
sure.
3 powerful energies, and next turn boss for victory. Because I don't think there's... Oh, Crushing Hammer!
Oh,
Yes,
this
let's
could be
flip some
clutch.
coins. Let's flip some coins.
Hey, flipping coins my thing. Now, it's good that you're excited about flipping coins. It's always a good thing.
Looks like it was another Tailzo. Just get a Skyway getting a little bit unlucky there. But does play the Avery. But since Alpat's Gaming only has 2 Pokemon on the bench, the secondary effect not really active there. But again, here, a big
look at
card
that.
in the matchup. Path to the
Path to the
Peak.
Peak.
Shutting
Yep.
down all abilities on Pokemon V. That means no more drawing for Genesect there.
Exactly. So it's going to be a very interesting situation now because... hang on. Is he trying to play a second supporter? No? Yes? That was a professor's research, by the way.
Yes,
so
yes.
definitely a card that will come into play very crucially.
Yeah.
He's just
Probably
checking.
next turn.
Yeah.
Probably next
Probably
turn.
next turn, yeah. Well, at least he has supporters for next turn.
Yes.
Which is a good
That
thing
is
to
good to
see.
see. It would be nice to see an energy attachment for turn as well. Just 40 damage on the board would be pretty big.
Yep. Let's see if there's going to be an energy attachment by Skyway. Otherwise, I would think if Alpha's Gaming is able to set up, it could be a very quick game of a 2-shot. But let's see.
But again, with Path to the Peak, that is going to be very tough. We know she only has 3 cards in her hand. And one of those has to be either Marshadow or the Stadium. And if it was Chaotic Swell, I think you put it down immediately. But a Mew VMAX, having a Mew VMAX, that's pretty good.
That's very good.
An
Yep, for
energy
sure.
attachment, just doing 130. That's not bad either. Let's see if she
Yep,
can
and
get
puts
there.
a clock on Skyway as well. It makes it so that it's going to be a 2-shot if Skyway isn't able to heal.
Oh, big Professor's Research.
This is huge. 7 fresh cards.
Yes. You like to see that, and so many cards are live. We could find an energy attachment for turn is definitely something we're trying to see. The Fog Crystal finds her the Marshadow resetting hold, get rid of that Path to the Peak, or just find the Chaotic Swell. So a lot of cards she can find here, but the main one here is just to get an attachment for turn. We did
And
see
she does. That's a Fusion Strike energy right off the bat.
There we go. That's 210 damage. Does he have 2 power tablets? If she has 2 power tablets, it is game over. That is a knockout on the Blissey V. There is no Cape of Toughness attached just yet.
Exactly. But even then, also, we can probably just see this to be a 2-shot. For 120, 220 right now. Or no, sorry, you can't do a 220 right now because you got to retreat next turn, and she already discarded her switch, so not really ideal. So definitely going for a 2-shot with
Max Miracle.
I believe it's Max
Miracle.
Miracle. Yep.
Yes,
probably Max
130
Miracle,
damage. that is okay as well. Mew VMAX just is such a good card. Has 2 potential attacks, Cross Fusion Strike, already copying anything on the field, but also has attack itself, Max Miracle, just doing 130 damage and going through any ability in the game. So it does 130 damage and ignores all effects on the opposing Pokemon. That means any Pokemon that tries to wall it, like a Zamazenta V, which there is one in the game, it goes through it. It pierces right through it.
Exactly.
2 great attacks from Mew VMAX. Just an absolutely amazing card. Something of note we didn't talk about actually, that Skyway actually missed an attachment for turn, which is pretty big.
Oh yeah, we probably touched on it a little bit because we were saying that we hope that he had an energy attachment. Otherwise, it's going to be a very downhill situation for him. So yeah, he did miss it, and I think that's the reason why he was trying to play Professor's Research earlier, because he was hoping to have at least an energy card straight off the bat for the BCB to start attacking.
It's not looking good either for the hand then. Even though you play Professor's Research, that means you're not discarding energies. And
okay, you see a Fog Crystal. That's really good.
That could find you the resetting hold Marshadow if it is in the deck. Oh, that makes me think though, what Skyway has in the hand then are just all healing cards, right? If it's not energy...
Oh, that's true. That's true.
If it's not energy and it's not Blissies, it's probably healing.
Oh, she goes for the Mew V instead. Could the Marshadow be prized?
The single prize could be Marshadow. That would be...
I have no idea.
It could be possible. Anything is possible in the game of Pokemon. But again, also, actually, it could be just the pivot, right? It could be just something she wants to have in the bench. Maybe she has the Switch already for next turn.
That's true. She does run 2 Switch. We did see 1 Switch get discarded earlier, so there's another Switch left in the deck. That could be the reason why.
But yes,
let's see what happens next.
Either way,
I think it's going to be a very close game.
Yes, either way, Alpass Gaming just in a very commanding position, just being able to do the first attack, and not only that, doing the first big attack, right?
Yeah, for sure. But then again, the reason why I said it will be a close game, what if Skyway is able to heal up almost everything on the BCV and then have enough energy to eventually, come up with a big Blissful Blast on that Oricorio? Because I don't think any other Pokemon is able to be knocked out at this point.
Yeah.
Or by a BCV. So let's see. Okay, there's another Genesect V on the bench as well.
But again, none of those Genesects matter if there is the path to the peak. An option here for Skyway is if he can get a boss's orders. And we know that Alpass Gaming is already down 1 Switch, right?
Exactly.
So if the Genesect could get stuck in the active, you can take as much time as you want, especially if there's path to the peak and Alpass Gaming is not drawing. It could take its time and just really try and get that knockout on Genesect. It does have 2 retreat costs. It takes a while for it to retreat.
That's true. So now I think she's probably going for a Cross Fusion Strike copying Technoblast, I think. Yep, it looks like it. There's a lot of dice coming out.
Yeah, that is a lot of dice. But again, a 130 damage is also a lot of dice. It's typically...
Fair enough.
So, but either way...
One of the days when it was 50 damage or 60 damage or 100 damage. Now we're talking about the hundreds.
Yeah. And typically, either way, it's a 2-shot, right? If it's 130 or 210, either way, it's going to take 2 attacks. Let's see what Skyway has to respond here. I'd like to see some healing. There's one of them, Team Yell Towel, healing 50 damage to both Pokemon. Hey, Mew,
that's a good start.
Why don't you heal 50 damage? Oh, there's no damage? Well, I guess I'll just take 50 for myself. Definitely an option.
Yep, for sure. And I think that's one of the first few cards that we probably could see coming clutch, because having access to all these healing cards. Oh, is that
there's one. Lucky Ice Pop. Heal 20.
All right, let's
and,
see. Heal 20.
Coin flip. That is
it's
even. That means he does get it back in his hand. It's heal 20 damage for your active Pokemon. If you healed any damage, flip a coin. If heads, put that Lucky Ice Pop back in the hand. Okay, looks like that time it was tails, so I believe the max it heals is 40. Which is still
40
big.
It's still
That's
relevant,
pretty big. That's relevant.
Yeah. So 40 plus 50 from the Team Yell Towel, that's
90 damage.
90 damage healed off.
Keep going. I want to see more healing items. Maybe another Yell Towel or another Lucky Ice Pop would be absolutely amazing.
Is that another one?
I believe that's another Lucky Ice Pop. Blissey here just eating all the ice cream it can get.
You're making me hungry, man.
And there we go. We see the Professor's Research here.
Yep. So the hand was, in fact, as what we expected, tons of energy. And he's actually discarding the Aurora energy. I like this play here.
Yep.
It gets
Definitely.
accelerated with Blissful Blast next turn. So you probably top deck that energy on this particular turn, and now choosing to discard it, so that Blissful Blast will be able to get it back from the discard pile attached to the Blissey V.
Yes.
And we do see I believe that's a power or lucky energy, I think.
Lucky energy,
Lucky
yes,
energy
lucky
and a
energy
Cape of
attached to the
Toughness.
Blissey. That means if it gets hit, he draws one card, and also the Cape of Toughness attaching, bringing Blissey V up to 300 in HP. I believe, how much HP does it have currently? So if it did 210 and it healed 90,
it should have healed 110 because there were 2 popsicles, right?
oh, that's true. That is true. Basically, around 100 HP. So it still has 200 HP.
100 HP.
A little
250
bit.
HP.
It needs to heal a little bit more.
Yep, a little bit more. Let's see. Oh, Skyway suddenly draws into 3 of his BCVs as well from that
Oh, no.
present research. That is not what you want to see. You want more
And-
healing cards.
Yeah, there we go. All Alpats Gaming needs is a switch here to really get a knockout, because she did use Technoblast. That means she can't attack this turn. But even
So
if
switch wins
she
the
misses
game.
the attack, I think she's in an okay position.
Yep, that BCV is not going anywhere. For sure.
Although
There's an energy.
it gives Skyway another opportunity to draw into more healing cards.
That is
So-
true. And his deck is really full of them.
Yep, that is true. And let's see what happens here.
Lucky Ice Bomb, such a fun card.
I know. I wanted to see more. And yes, looks like she did attach a Fusion Strike energy to the bench Mew. Oh, actually, I'm counting the energy on the Blissey. It looks like it has 2, bringing its damage up to 70, I believe.
Yep, I think that's for the next turn because the Aurora energy came onto the Blissey after Blissful Blast was used.
Yes, but I'm doing the math here. If Skyway is able to attach a powerful energy next turn and the boss's order,
Ooh,
that is
really true.
That
is
could be that is game. So Skyway has a path to victory here if he sees it, and if he has it in his hand.
Yes, a path to the peak and a path to victory.
Yes, unfortunately, off the research to 3 Blissies, so that means he's playing with 4 cards in the hand, which might be a little tough.
And that would be 2 cards actually, because of the 7 card on the research, 2 of them are already attached to the Blissey. One was the Cape of Toughness, and the other was a Lucky Energy.
Oh, that
So
is a good
he's
point.
actually down to 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, looks like Alpats Gaming here going for the Chili, Cillian, and Crest, grabbing 3 Fusion Strike Pokemon. But again, with the path to the peak, you can bench as many Fusion Strike Pokemon you want. You can't draw still. So that's coming in clutch. I told you, it's the card to watch out for. You can't grab the Marshadow. It looks like she did have the Marshadow, but you can't grab it because it is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
Yep, I would think she's probably going to go for a Mew VMAX at this point. Oh no, it's just Mew Vs at this point right now. Maybe she has it in hand already, because she definitely needs one more on the bench, the Mew VMAX.
Yes, I believe she needs another one on the bench. But either way, she can't attack with the Mew on the bench. It only has 1 energy attached, and the supporter was played for the turn for no way to energy accelerate.
Yep. So I would just either pass here or maybe go for an energy mix if she wants to.
Yep, either option is good. Energy mix might be nice just to get 1 more card out of the deck and potentially draw into more things.
Yep, for sure.
But yeah, this sudden death really is multiple turn sudden death, really coming down to the wire. Path to victories on both ends, really.
For sure, and I think mainly because the Pokemon in this format are just really big on HP. We have 310 on the Mew VMAX, 250 on the Blissey V, and with a Cape of Toughness, it's 300 HP.
Yes,
so
yes.
definitely a format with very high hit points.
Yes, and looks like Alpats Gaming did pass to Skyway. Let's see if Skyway has it. Powerful energy and the boss for turn. That could end the game. If not, attaching and attacking is not bad either. But
for sure.
He definitely needs to heal though. Again, he is 200 HP. That is definitely in range from a Techno Blast. Any healing item would help here. If he gets 1 lucky Ice Pop, that would bring him up to 220 and not get 1 hit knocked out. And there go. It looks like he played the Zinnia's Resolve, discarding 2 cards, which one of them was an energy, which is really good, and drawing 6. Out of the 6, you'd like to think he would he has at least one healing item.
And he needs it right now, otherwise it's game, set, and match for Alpaz Gaming in the following turn.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
That's the towel.
Team Yell Towel. Healing up 50. That means Blissey is fairly healthy. And if it could it gets an attack this turn, it can load up even more energy. It's getting interesting. It's anyone's game at this point.
Yep, exactly. And I think Alpaz Gaming also gets healed the 20 from the new VMAX because the Team Yell Tower essentially heals both active Pokemon.
Yes, I believe so. The Mew VMAX should be healed as well, but the 20 damage I don't think would come into play, but we never know. This is the sudden death, so any damage on the board is could matter.
Exactly.
All right, so Blissey here doing around 30, 60, 90, 100 damage, which is pretty good. 100 damage, but then less 20 because of the Oricorio.
Exactly. So I think this is, well, a good way to think about for Skyway is that he's on his way to dealing a ton of damage, and the deck is actually working right now.
Yep.
Pile a ton of energy onto Blissey V.
And heal a ton of damage using the items, and it happened. We've seen his deck work. So,
Yep, exactly. So this rogue deck is now poised to maybe eke out a win against what was arguably the best deck in format.
yes, definitely. Looks like again, it's going to be close. Mew VMAX here does have the capability to win at this point. But again, the path to the peak, just so debilitating for the deck. Not being able to use the Genesect, that means you're not able to draw into those power tablets Alpaz Gaming desperately needs. And
But let's see, the game is not over yet, so it's been definitely a very long series. Both these players are probably really trying to think through how can they come up with a win here in sudden death.
yes. So the active Mew does have 210 HP. That means it can still take one attack from the Blissey, and after that it could potentially use the Psychic Leap attack to really negate the damage, but that's not something you'd like to see. Ideally from that point you should be able to close out the game.
That is
But-
true. That is true.
We'll have to see. Looks like we get an energy attachment to the Mew on the bench. That means that Mew is ready to go as well. As soon as it can evolve to the VMAX, she can retreat to that and just maybe buy even more turns.
Yep, and most importantly, get some damage onto the Blissey V, because right now, the first Technoblast that was done is pretty much all disappeared at this point.
Yes, it's almost all healed up thanks to the Team Yell Towels, thanks to the
Lucky Ice Pop.
Lucky Ice Pops. Yes, and here, this is very big. We see a Marnie played by Alpaz Gaming. Both
Ooh.
players shuffle their hand, put it in the bottom of the deck. Alpaz Gaming draws 5 cards while Skyway draws 4, and that is very, very big here. Because
Yeah, very disruptive supporter from Alpaz Gaming, essentially saying to your opponent, you're going to get 5 cards next turn. And if you don't draw anything great, well, I'll probably draw something, because 5 cards to me is better than none.
yes,
And I have a board that is set up to take prizes already at this point.
yes, and more
So-
importantly, it's 5 fresh cards. That could be the Chaotic Swell, the Mars Shadow,
Oh, yeah, that's
the
true.
Fox
That's true.
Crystals, and that brings up the option to drawing even more cards. Again, all Alpaz Gaming needs here is a couple of power tablets to really take the game. I believe it needs two power tablets to take the game. I may be wrong, but
Oh, I think you're right, because with 50 damage on board,
yes, that brings Mew up to, with 2 power tablets, brings it up to 270 damage, which should be good. So that is
Yep.
what Alpaz Gaming could find off the Marnie to 5, really.
Yep, for sure. And I think also the judge has realized that the damage on the Mew V Max should be at 80, because 20 was actually healed off by the previous turn's Team Yell Tower.
Yes.
So good catch there by the judge and the players.
Yes.
So
As
where
well as
do we go
the
from here?
Oricorio damage as well. That's why it's
Oh, fair
at
enough.
80.
Yep.
Yeah. Ooh.
Where
again-
do you go from here now?
Again, if Alpaz Gaming does not have the knockout here, I'm wondering if Skyway does, because he does have 4 energy on that Blissey, which is more than enough to knock out that Oricorio on the bench.
Well, he just got Marnie, 4 cards. If one of them is a boss's order,
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Skyway only playing 2 bosses order That is
Oh,
tough.
wow.
But again, Skyway also has that lucky energy attached to that Blissey. So if it does take damage this
yes.
turn, it does draw at least one more card. I believe that is one card. I think there's only
Yep.
one lucky energy attached, yes. So that could be very big.
Yep, essentially putting Skyway's options at 6 cards next turn rather than the initial 4+1. So
Yes,
it's going to be
yes.
interesting whether does he draw the right cards right now. But I think at this point it's still anyone's game
Yes,
because
definitely.
of the type of resources that each of these players have. Damage coming off of Alpha's Gaming is great and all, but Skyway having access to healing cards puts it a little bit awkward for both of these decks to take prizes off each other unless Skyway has a boss's order.
Yes. Oh, unfortunately, I miscounted one of those energies was actually the Cape of Toughness, so he would actually still need one more energy attached.
Oh, right, there you go. So he needs one more energy. Okay, fair enough. Because of the Oricorio reducing it by 20 as well.
Yes. And there we go. We see a quick ball here. That could find him the Marshadow.
Oh, but then again, she has 5 Pokemon on the bench already.
That is true. Unfortunate
Yep.
there. That is unfortunate there. And there is, I think at this point, what I would do is I would Psychic Leap the Mew just to have an active spot just to play that Marshadow next turn.
That is
Not
a
gonna
good
lie.
point. That is a good point. Let's see if that's the route she takes to
Yes.
try to get the win here.
Either way would be really good. Like doing just big damage is also good, right? And
Yeah, I think big damage is probably the most straightforward,
Yeah.
the game plan here. But of course, we don't know what is in Skyway's hand at this point. So it could be a bunch of healing cards, and then the entire turn gets reset again. We don't know for sure.
Yes.
And I think she's also struggling to get a Mew VMAX into play right now. She hasn't been able to evolve either ones of the 2 Mew Vs on the bench.
Yes. And again, I'm putting this all on that path to the peak. Just so debilitating to the Mew VMAX deck. Just, it depends so much on the draws from Genesect. Yes, Alpat's Gaming deck does play a couple of draw supporters like 3 Marnies and 3 Research. But other than that, it's really dependent on that Genesect.
Yep, for sure. I think that one card essentially has put a huge obstacle for the Mew V deck to really run hot in this game.
Yes. And you said it earlier, it is the path to victory.
All right, so let's see how much damage comes on. I believe it should be a Cross Fusion Strike Hopping Technoblast for 210 damage. And that will put Blissey V at 260 damage, 40 HP remaining.
Yes.
Because of the Cape of Toughness.
That means a Psychic Leap should be more than enough to really knock out that Blissey.
Yeah, so let's see.
Okay, I was checking as well if just in case Alpat's Gaming would be playing like something like a Tool Jammer or a Tool Scrapper.
Good catch. I was doing that as well earlier.
If they play the Tool Scrapper, that is knockout. But there we go. We see a Mysterious Futon. You have to discard a Psychic Energy, and I believe you hail. Let me double check
Heal
that.
80, I think.
80 damage. Yes.
Yeah, 80 damage. Yeah.
That's a huge amount of damage.
Yeah. So I think every time this Mew V is trying to hit into the Blissey V, it's just gonna get very frustrating after some time. And I'm trying to knock out this Pokemon, but nope. He's just eating, food from a mysterious food tin, putting on a towel, eating ice cream. So yeah.
It just keeps eating and getting healed up.
We found a new Snorlax, by the way, Wancho. It's Blissey V.
Yes, and there we see attachment for turn, the Powerful Energy. Yes, and this time when it attacks, it did discard a Psychic Energy to the discard pile because of the Mysterious Futon. So when it attacks, it does reattach that Psychic Energy. Just a little bit, just nice little synergy there.
Yep, and also with the Powerful Energy, it does do additional 20 more damage than it did last turn. So not too bad, I would say, but it's still not... Oh, there's Crushing Hammer.
Ooh, another coin flip. And this is heads this time. Let's see what energy gets discarded from play.
Okay, probably going to go after the energy on the bench because this Mew V has to retreat this turn.
Yes, I don't think the active Mew V can afford another attack, and it can't even attack because it did copy Technoblast last turn.
Yep,
Technoblast, 210 damage, and unfortunately this Pokemon can't attack the following turn. So yeah, I think it's going to be forced to retreat. This Crushing Hammers may come in very, very clutch. That may stop the Alpat's Gaming from attacking next turn. We only see one energy on that Mew, I believe, or is that a second energy behind it? It may be.
Hmm.
It may be.
It may be. Yeah, it may be.
So that means Outpass Gaming would have to find another attachment for turn. And even then, it would also need the Mew VMAX because the Psychic Leap won't do it now that the Mysterious Futin healed 80 damage.
Yep, so definitely a very long series here between these two players. I think mainly due to the sheer HP on all these Pokemon, as I said earlier.
Yes.
It's going to be a very interesting, end to the game, which should be coming real soon because we are going to see.
Oh, is
lot
that
of
a
damage
boss?
pouring. Oh, is that a boss's order? And
How much energy is there?
1, 2, 3.
3 plus the powerful energy. That is 120 damage on the board. That might be game.
Oh, is that game? There we go.
There we go.
Boss's
Again, the
order coming in
Oricorio
clutch.
may have been. It was a boon, but it also is a curse here. Just a low HP Pokemon that could easily get knocked out by the Blissey, and
it is getting knocked out by the Blissey.
that is game. That is the best deck in format. Yeah, the best deck in format getting knocked out by a Rogue Blissey deck.
Definitely an interesting turn of events, and we were in sudden death. So to all the viewers out there, we were essentially on a single prize for both these players. The first player to take a prize takes the win, and it is
Skyway. That was
from Singapore.
Absolutely
with
amazing.
Blissey V.
Blissey V, yes. That's something you don't expect, but if you give Blissey just those turns to breathe, it does give it the opportunity to really load up those energies and get those key knockouts, Again, what did you think of the match, Aaron? What was your key card? What was your MVP card?
I have to say that there wasn't really a particular key Pokemon in play, but I have to give it to Boss's Order for sneaking the win for the Blissey deck. I think that's for the game that we saw. It was a very awkward back and forth where the Pokemon were just staring at each other, doing some damage here and there in both just game one, also in the sudden death match. But essentially, it all came down to one card. And we talk about Gust to Win. Gust to Win was the first ever card with that sort of effect. I can bring out a Pokemon from your bench into the active spot. And Boss's Order is essentially the spiritual successor to Gust to Win. After all these years, it is still the card that is eking out wins for players in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yes, very, very clutch. I think for me, the MVP of the deck of the game has to be the Path of the Peak. I think the Mew VMAX definitely has the opportunity to be able to get that one-hit knockout. But if you're able to stop the Genesect from drawing, it's that much harder. And that's exactly what we saw. The Mew VMAX was put to a halt, and the Blissey V player was able to, Skyway was able to just heal up with the Lucky Ice Pops, the Team Yell Towels, the Mysterious Futin. And even though Outpass Game was able to do 210 damage like almost every turn, she did have to pass a couple of times. It just could not build up to 300 just because of all that healing. So I'm putting that on Path of the Peak.
I think that's a very good pick. I think also essentially the Path to the Peak was the path to victory.
Yes, definitely Path to the Peak was the path to the victory. And yeah, how about we go and talk with our victor next? Yes.
All right.
And there it is. Congratulations, Skyway.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. How are you feeling after that match?
Oh, okay. Pretty happy and glad. I mean, it was lucky actually. We managed to win. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you also play the Lucky Energy, am I right? So luck was definitely on your side.
Yeah, the boss order came out in time, so yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I was about to ask you what was the key moment, or what do you think was the play of the game? Is that your answer? Was the boss's order that key moment for you?
Yeah, I think so, because I didn't have that boss order, but she have a card to reshuffle my deck, right? I mean, to put my cards back to the deck. Yeah, so I draw another 4 cards and then managed to get the boss order.
So you got it off the Marnie. Wow.
That is very big. That was very big. And so after winning match one, how are you feeling about the rest of the tournament?
Pretty excited. Looking forward. Yes, for the next one.
Great
Yeah,
stuff.
great. Very excited for you. Of course, I think it was a nail biter of a game for you for sure. But I'm very glad that you're having fun on this tournament. And definitely great to see you in the next round as well.
Yeah, great stuff. Good luck. And yes, catch your next match. I'm very
Good luck, all
excited
the
to see
best.
more of Skywee and Blissey.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right.
thank you. All right. Yes, very, very interesting match. And again, Skywee, an absolutely amazing player. The boss's orders, very, very clutch. And I believe now that we cut to a quick break.
Yep, I think we are pretty much at the end of the game 2 or match 2 at this point in time. So for those of you watching or tuning in right now, don't go anywhere. We'll be very quickly back with game or match number 3 of today's series. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational with me, Aaron, and of course, Juancho. We are moving on to Quarterfinal 3, but before that, let's talk about Quarterfinal 2. Juancho, what can I say? Just wow, what did we just see now in Quarterfinal 2?
I know, definitely something I didn't expect. Probably a huge upset here. The best deck in format, Mew VMAX, getting eliminated in the first round. Now it could be potentially anyone's game. There is no more Mew VMAX in any of the brackets now. I'm not quite sure who has it. Who has it now, Aaron?
Well, we have a Blissey V in the semifinals now, piloted by Skywee from Singapore, but we got to go to the bracket and see where we are standing. So we had Quarterfinal 1 and earlier today, Online Station Art from Thailand eking out the win 2-0 versus Master Ramen from Malaysia. And then we just saw the Quarterfinal 2, Alphas Gaming, unfortunately going down 1-0 in a sudden death game against Skywee from Singapore, who was piloting the Rogue Blissey V deck. And now we get a chance to go into Quarterfinal 3, where Mina from Taiwan will be up against Momoy Palaboy from Philippines. So, the matchup's going to be interesting for sure, but let's see what other decks we're going to have up today. We have two very interesting decks for you in Qualifier 3. We have Shadow Rider Calyrex versus Zacian Zamazenta. How's the matchup going to go, Juancho?
Honestly, it could go either way. Shadow Rider Calyrex, just such a powerful Pokemon with the ability Underworld Door. It lets you attach an energy from your hand and draw 2 cards. It's at energy acceleration and draw in one ability. Such a powerful card. However, Zacian Zamazenta is no slouch. Zacian and Zamazenta has the capability to do so much damage with Brave Blade from Zacian, or just really to be able to wall up using the Zamazenta. Zamazenta has the ability Dauntless Shield, which blocks the attacks of all VMAX Pokemon, which Calyrex is. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see who. I think it comes down again to who's able to set up their Pokemon first and really do the first amount of damage. What do you think, Aaron?
I think that's pretty much the flavor of today. The deck that sets up fast gets to deal damage faster, and that's where we're probably going to go in terms of who's going to eke out the win, right? So let's get to know our competitors a little bit more. So let's see who we have up straight away. I think it will be Mina from Taiwan.
Yes. Hey.
Hello, Mina.
Hello.
Hi. Great to have you with us. All right. So just a few questions for you before we start off your match. First of all, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us how you're feeling today?
很高兴见到你啊，米娜。那个，首先我们想请你自我介绍一下，你今天感觉如何
？Hello, my name is Mina. 我是台湾的脸书实况主，然后很开心今天可以就是被邀请来参加这个比赛。但是因为我是宝可梦卡牌非常非常新的新手，所以希望等一下观众跟对手们都可以手下留情。
Hi guys, my name is Mina. I'm actually a Facebook streamer. So I just to give you a heads up that I am actually a very newbie in TCG. So I hope that my opponents later can have a mercy on me.
That is good. Always glad to have more people in the community. So glad to have you, Mina. But real quick, I have a question. So what did you do to prepare for this tournament? How did you train as a Pokemon trainer?
好，米娜，那个你为这个比赛有做了什么准备吗？
因为这个比赛对我来说准备的时间蛮短暂的，所以我大概就是先从完全了解了这个卡牌的规则，然后再来就是我选了一套我觉得比较入门款的那个组合，然后想说先从入门款开始学习。但是我觉得我初次接触这个游戏，我觉得其实还蛮有趣的，所以之后应该会认真的钻研一下。
I actually have a very short time to get prepared for this tournament, and because I am actually very new to TCG, I am trying to getting familiarized with the rules and so on, and then I also selected a very basic and also a beginner deck for myself so that I can actually get hands on very quick, and also. Since ever I have been exposed to this TCG, I actually find it very fun. So I will be actually invest more time in the future for this.
Glad to hear that. Hopefully we hear more from you. And yes, always good to have the fundamentals.
Yeah, for sure. Always great to see that someone new is really picking out their own deck as well. But I have one final question for you, Mina. What is your favorite Pokemon, and tell me why?
小杰，你最喜欢的宝可梦是哪一只啊？然后为什么？
我自己最喜欢就是皮卡丘，因为它是里面所有的主角之一。对，然后加上我觉得它除了它的技能之外，它本身这只角色的个性也是非常可爱，所以如果最喜欢的话，应该就是皮卡丘。
My favorite Pokemon will be Pikachu, and because he's the main character in the Pokemon series. Besides from the skill sets that is very strong and also fun of Pikachu, I also find it having a very fun and energetic personalities and character in the show and also in the movies as well.
That's great stuff. So a lot of Pikachu fans today, so definitely great to have you with us, Mina. Thank you so much for speaking with us, and I wish you all the best and good luck in your match.
Yes, good luck. Good luck.
好，感谢你抽空来接受这个采访哈，希望你在接下来的比赛能够一帆风顺。
Thank you.
Thank you. Speak to you soon. I can feel the enthusiasm from Mina. I definitely feel that she's admitting that she's very new, which is great to have because we can have new players coming in, and then she's also very hands-on with picking a deck that she felt was newbie friendly for her, and that's I think I give a lot of respect for that for sure. But tell us about the deck, Wancho. She picked Shadow Rider Calyrex. What do you think about this deck overall in the meta?
I really like this deck. Honestly, this was my pick for the previous meta. Again, Shadow Rider Calyrex just has the absolutely amazing ability, but also has a really good attack in Max Geist. It does 10 damage plus 30 for each energy attached to all your Pokemon. So again, this is similar to Rayquaza. It's its own Pokemon. It's the support and the attacker at the same time. And similar, the sky's the limit again with the damage, doing 10 plus 30. If you have around 10 energy on field, you're doing 310, enough to knock out a Mew VMAX. And with 4 Shadow Rider Calyrexes, that takes about 2 turns really to accomplish. So it's very good, I think.
Great stuff. And of course, if Mina is going to take this deck to the semifinals and into the finals, she first had to get through her first opponent, and that would be Momoy Palaboy from the Philippines. Without further ado, let's have a chat with him today. Hello, good sir. How are you today?
How's it going?
Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited, and thanks for having us here to play for Pokemon trading cards. I'm so excited.
Great to hear it. Great to hear it. Would you be able to introduce yourself to our viewers and just tell you how you're feeling today? Tell us how you're feeling overall.
Yeah, I'm feeling very excited because I love Pokemon, everything about Pokemon. Every game I play. So this one is, for me, this one is more complicated because you have to learn all the cards and how you manage to counter the other cards like that. And also, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Roadfield of my Palaboy, and I'm a gamer, and I love Pokemon.
Very cool. And I have a question as well. So what did you do to prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, I prepared a lot. Days ago, I've been reading my cards so that I can use them properly, and then also the combos I need to know which one to use. So I think it all goes well.
Yeah, very important. Knowing what your cards does, reading your cards, it is the basic but very important for Pokemon.
Okay, great. So I think one last question before we go to your match. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Yeah, for me, I'll go towards the Charmander because from cute it becomes awesome and then very epic Charizard. The evolution. I love the evolution.
I absolutely love it. Charmander is one of my favorites as well. So very good pick.
Great stuff. So thank you so much for speaking with us,
Alright.
Moe Boy, and good luck in your match.
Yes, good luck. Good luck.
Hey, thanks. Let's do this.
I could feel his enthusiasm for sure. He's ready, and he's probably brought a deck that I'm a big fan of, Wancho. He's brought Zacian Zamazenta. So I've had some experience with this deck, but I gotta listen to you. Well, what do you think overall about this deck in essence in this meta?
Okay, so yeah, Zacian Zamazenta I think is the perfect deck for beginners who want to get into competitive play. It doesn't play that many Pokemon, but introduces you to so many concepts. It introduces you to Pokemon abilities, both to draw and to defend. It has an attacker and a defender, which is nice. It also introduces you to multiple combos. With the Primate Wisdom on the Oranguru, you can put a Metal Energy on top of your deck, use Intrepid Sword, draw 3, and if the effect of Intrepid Sword is you draw 3, and if there's any Metal Energy, you get to attach it straight up to the Zacian. So just good synergy there. And yeah, I think it's just the perfect deck for any beginner who wants to get into the game.
Oh, for sure. I think overall, it's a big card that I enjoy playing with as well. So I used to play with Zacian way back when I used to be playing the trading card game, So definitely one of my favorite cards in the current standard format. I think also it is essentially the deck that has both mascots of the Sword and Shield time frame, right? We have Zacian and Zamazenta, the Sword and the Shield, and they're working together now to take down a tournament. And in the hands of Momo Boy, we'll see if he's able to navigate through Shadow Rider Calyrex. So I think while the players get ready for this setup, let's really discuss the matchup as it is. What do you think are the key cards for each of these decks going up against each other?
I think the key cards for the Shadow Rider would actually be let me go with the Zacian and Zamazenta first, just to really explain it. Because Zacian and Zamazenta, the key card for them would be Zamazenta. Zamazenta does have the ability, a Dauntless Shield. It protected from any damage from VMAX Pokemon. Unfortunately, all of Shadow Rider's attackers, be it Alchemy VMAX or Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX, are VMAXs, so it's not damaged by that. And Moi does play 2 of them, so it's gonna be really hard to go through them. So I think that is the key card. If he can play down 2 and be able to accelerate energy or power up both of them and get to just stream attacks every turn, I think Moi has a pretty good chance. Whereas, again, for the Shadow Rider Calyrex, it might be important here, whatever the base form of the Shadow Rider is. So the Shadow Rider Calyrex V, because that is the only thing that can hit a Zamazenta. So be it with Astral Barrage or something like that, doing 50 damage, that might be the way he has to take, or maybe the Alchemy V. So the Shadow Rider definitely has to go with the not so normal attackers in this matchup. Or maybe Moi benches a ton of Zacian Vs, and Boss's orders could be key here, just really knocking out around the Zamazenta V. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup overall. So I'm not as familiar with the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck as I am with the Zacian and Zamazenta, but I definitely think this match could really show the power of the Zamazenta in Momo Boy's deck, because essentially, as you say, it's a wall against all the main attackers coming from the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck. But also because I think there is a few nuances with the items that are in these decks, because in the Metal deck, or essentially the Zacian Zamazenta deck, we have one of the best cards for a Metal deck in the format, Metal Saucer, able to get you a Metal Energy accelerated onto your bench Metal Pokemon, and this is in addition to the one that you attach from your hand. So within a couple of turns, you probably could see a very powerful board setup by the Zacian Zamazenta deck. But then on the side of the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck, it still has access to cards like Fog Crystal, which ensures that you're able to dig through your deck for the right cards at the right time. But I want to ask you a little bit more. Tell me a bit more about the secondary attacker, Alchemy VMAX, in the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck.
Yes, unfortunately, Alchemy VMAX probably is a non-factor in this matchup because Alchemy VMAX is actually a fairy Pokemon, so it is weak to metal. So it is a 3-prizer you really don't want out there. Zacian can knock it out in one hit. It's going to take Zamazenta 2 hits, but that's still sizable damage. But it does have a really strong attack with G-Max Whisk. It does 60 damage times the amount of each psychic energy you discard from any Pokemon in play. And with Shadow Rider Calyrex, you're constantly attaching energy. So ideally, if you discard 6 energy off anywhere in play, you're doing 360 damage, which is really, really big damage. However, again, it is a VMAX, so it does not go through Zamazenta. But again, it's still just a big attacker. But I think it is a non-factor in this matchup. But Alchemy V, however, does have the attack Sweet Splash. That means, again, this is going to playing the non-optimal attacker, but something that may come into play because Sweet Splash does 100 damage, and your opponent's basic Pokemon can't attack. So we might be seeing that if we go into a more stally type game.
But yeah, speaking of stally games, we had one in quarterfinal 2 earlier. Let's see if the next game will be something like that. But I'm really looking forward to see how these decks play out because looking at the deck list so far, I think there's going to be very consistent decks on both sides of the field.
Yes.
We talk about the cards that essentially form the backbone of each of these decks. We have quick balls for both these decks. There's also things like Evolution Incense for the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck. I think also we are seeing the Crobat V coming in for the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck. And talk to me a little bit more about Oranguru. This is the first time we see it on any of the lists from participants today. I think you mentioned it a little bit before, but just tell me a little bit more about Oranguru. How does it fit in with the strategy overall?
Sure thing. It could be a 2-card combo or a 3-card combo. So the Zacian Zamazenta deck is also playing a card called Rotom Foam. It lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck and shuffle, pick one of them, shuffle the rest, put the one you pick on top of the deck. And then you can go ahead and pick that up with Oranguru. It does have the ability Primate Wisdom. Switch the top card of your deck with one from your hand. So you're going to draw that one card and you're going to put ideally a Metal Energy on top of the deck. And then you're going to use the ability of Zacian, which is Intrepid Sword. Once during your turn, you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck, attach any amount of Metal Energy you find there to Zacian. So a good way to power it up. And for sure, you're going to have one because you put one on top there and put the rest into your hand. Unfortunately, your turn does end there. And that is the whole 3-card combo with Oranguru. Very, very strong card. And I think we won't get a stally type game over here because all Zacian really needs is if they can put one Zacian in play, even if they're passing, they're going to be drawing 3 cards every turn, which is really, really good here.
Yeah, for sure. I think that ability alone adds a lot of consistency to the deck, and essentially you're running 4 Zacian V, so you're bound to start with one at least on your first turn. I think there's also the MVP from the previous quarterfinal, Cape of Toughness, giving all Pokemon, or essentially all basic Pokemon in the Zacian Zamazenta deck an additional 50 HP. And that could come in clutch, I would think, especially when we talk about the Shadow Rider Calyrex decks looking to do 2 shots and for sometimes, and also trying to go for 1 shots when it can. And then it also couples very well with the Crystal Cave Stadium. So we haven't seen a lot of Stadium Wars this time around. We have not seen Stadium Battles, I would say, but Crystal Cave here could be key if the Zacian Zamazenta deck is able to stick one into the game and not have it removed, essentially healing off 30 damage per turn on each of their metal Pokemon. So for all intended purposes, I'm favoring Zacian Zamazenta in this matchup because I believe the deck is consistent enough to take the win. But what do you think?
Yes, I definitely think so as well because of just Zamazenta being able to wall and doing 130 damage each turn. And Shadow Rider's main out would be either Alcremie or actually Cresselia, which is a good attacker as well, 120 damage, or the Shadow Rider Calyrex V, which does 50 to 2. But then again, the Zamazenta player does play 4 Crystal Caves, so that 50 to 2 essentially is a 20 damage to 2 Pokemon, which is very, very little, especially if you're facing a Zamazenta with a cave, bringing it up to 280 HP. Not as big as Blissey, but I think it's good enough.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Blissey V pretty much was made to play to be played with Cape of Toughness. But I think Cape of Toughness has a lot of other utilities as well, especially with Zacian and Zamazenta. I want to also circle back to the Alchemy V that you mentioned earlier. You mentioned it was a fairy Pokemon, and yes, fairy Pokemon in the Sword and Shield time frame or era are actually represented by psychic Pokemon. So yes, they're using psychic energy, they're psychic type, but essentially they are a fairy type in the original game. So they are weak to metal.
Yes.
And right now we see the players who are just about to get set up, both Mina as well as Momo and Palaboy, and we'll be seeing them in game shortly. But before we do that, Poncho, final predictions. Where shall we see the win being going to this time around?
I'm gonna give it to Team Philippines, of course. No, I'm sorry, but yeah, Zacian Zamazenta just has a very strong matchup here. We did see the coin flip. I'm not quite sure who goes first. We'll see very shortly. Beautiful playmats on both ends. The Palkia Dialga on one end, Palkia Dialga and Charizard. That's a really cool looking playmat. And Marnie Champion's Path playmat. Very cool cards. Very cool playmats.
Yeah, for sure. I'm probably leaning towards Zacian Zamazenta as well, but you heard Mina. She's very enthusiastic about this. She's picked the deck that she felt she would play the best. So I'm going to lean a little bit to Shadow Rider Calyrex against my better judgment, but I really think that if it's anyone that's going to take this deck to the semifinals, it could be Mina, because she essentially is well prepared for this game and this tournament. So we're going to get the players set up at this point.
Yes.
I think it's...
It's very funny here. The Shadow Rider Calyrex player is playing with the Zacian Zamazenta sleeves, and he's playing against...
Oh, good catch. Yeah.
That was very interesting. And yeah, I have to agree with you. Like, learning the fundamentals of the game, that beats anything, really. That beats having powerful cards or teching spicy things into your deck. Learning the fundamentals, just knowing how to play the game, that is the most important step. And Mina did take that step. So we'll see if that pays off.
For sure. And I gotta admire her sleeves for sure. I'm a big fan of Zacian Zamazenta, so I really want to get some of those sleeves for myself right now. But let's see. So it seems like Momo Palaboy has a Pokemon in the active spot already. I think Mina is just setting up at this point, probably deciding what should be the Pokemon she plays in the active spot. What's the ideal starter for each of these decks? What do you think?
The ideal starter for Moiboy and Palaboy would have to be just getting at least a Zacian in play. It doesn't even matter if it's on the bench or in the active, just to get those early draw threes. For Mina, it would have to be Cresselia, especially if she's going second. Cresselia does have the attack Crescent Glow. It attaches a psychic energy from the deck to the field. But if it is your first turn going second, you get to attach 3 energy, which is very big. Looks like Mina does go for a mulligan here, allowing Moimo Palaboy to draw 1 extra card.
Yeah, that could be clutch, especially if he's going first. He gets 1 extra card off the top, and he will then be able to hopefully Intrepid Sword turn 1. But what do you think is the ideal starter then for Mina's deck? What's the Pokemon that she wants to see in her opening hand?
Oh no, yeah, definitely Cresselia, as I mentioned earlier.
Oh yeah,
but also
sorry, my bad, yeah.
having multiple Shadow Rider Calyrexes. You know, just like the Rayquaza deck, you really want to have your Vs in board. Shadow Rider Calyrex is the main attacker as well as the main draw engine for the deck. So ideally seeing going second, I believe if you could see 2 to 3, that would be the most ideal, especially since she is playing Adventures Discovery, and which we saw in the Rayquaza deck. Just being able to grab 3 Pokemon Vs, you can either grab some Pokemon Vs or VMAX. That could be very crucial.
Yep. I think I lost my train of thought a little bit there, because I was actually trying to lean towards saying that what is the Pokemon she doesn't want to see, and that should be the Alchemy V, correct?
Alchemy V, Crobat, and I think those 2.
I think those two, definitely. Yeah, I think especially because Alchemy V or the VMAX essentially is such a risky card to have in play right now in this matchup.
It is risky, but it is also the biggest damage you can do out of turn 2, just in case you really need to take those key knockouts. It also has a pretty good first attack adornment, allowing you to attach energy to all your Pokemon on the bench. So you can attach essentially 5 energy if you use the Alchemy VMAX attack, but ideally you wouldn't be doing that.
Fair enough. I think the place to start. Is that an Alchemy V?
I think you called it. I think you cursed it. And
I'm so sorry. I jinxed.
Looks like Moimoy Palaboy gets to start with the Zacian against Mina's Alchemy V. And it looks like Moimoy Palaboy is going first, going for that quick ball. Let's see what he decides to grab. Not that many choices here. Only playing 3 cards, 3 different Pokemon in the deck. He discards a Raihan, which is a very interesting card that we haven't seen yet in the tournament. If your Pokemon is knocked out, you get to attach an energy from the discard pile to one of your Pokemon, as well as look for any card from the deck. Very strong card, but not that good in the opening turns.
Yep, fair enough. I'm just a little hesitant to discard such an important card like Raihan, because I think his list only runs the single Raihan, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yes.
definitely a card that I would like to see him hold on longer in case he needs to accelerate energy very quickly, because that essentially could mean 2 energies onto a fresh Pokemon on his bench. So
That is
perhaps
true.
he has another kind of play. So maybe he has a much better start, but he's going for the Zamazenta right off the bat. So acknowledging that this matchup is VMAX heavy on
Yes.
Mina's side of the field, making sure that he has not just a Zacian to draw cards and then accelerate energy to, but a Zamazenta on the bench ready to face any VMAX that Mina might have.
Yes, very, very heads up for Momoy Palaboy here. Just initially narrowing down that this is his win condition. He needs to put down Zamazenta. If he finds that he is in a good spot, so that is literally the first Pokemon he decides to find. He could have found an Oranguru to try and really accelerate energy into the Zacian. That could be a good play as well. But again, Zamazenta is the key. So that is good. I commend Momoy for that. The discard of the Raihan could be, again, that could be very crucial. However, I don't think he is fearing a knockout anytime soon. And maybe by the time that he does get the first knockout, he probably has a ton of energy on the play, especially if he does Intrepid Sword and
Which he just did.
drawing one of them.
Exactly. So he just did Intrepid Sword. I just want to highlight that he didn't get a manual attachment for the turn. I think that's the only part which I'm a bit not so happy about. If he had an energy for turn and then getting one off the Intrepid Sword, he'll be able to attack as soon as turn 2. But so I think he was about to attach the Cape of Toughness, but actually the card was already drawn from the Intrepid Sword, and Intrepid Sword says your turn ends after the use of this ability. So he can attach it next turn though.
Yeah, it's fine. He can attach it next turn. I don't think, again, there is no fear of getting knocked out. Anything getting knocked out on Mina's first turn. So yeah, that Cape of Toughness, it's no problem. Let's see what Mina has to respond with. She needs to find more Pokemon, or else, honestly, Alcremie is not looking too good. Moy Palaboy could find a couple more energy and get this knockout. So that is not out of the realm of possibility. It is a couple of cards for next turn. Like if he could switch out into the Zamazenta, attach a Floatstone, do Metal Saucer and attach for turn, then go back into Zacian. That's a possibility. But oh, there we go. We see a quick ball, I believe. At least Alcremie is not going to is going to find a couple of buddies.
Now it could be that for Mina's side of the field, she's just making sure that there's at least an energy down in place so that she can use some form of attacks on maybe the Alchemy VMAX, as you say. But also it could be a way for her to retreat the next turn if she would like to get that Metal Weak Pokemon out of the active spot. So it really remains to be seen how she's looking to navigate this Alchemy back onto the bench. That's the main point. I think that she needs to.
Maybe she's looking to just get an early attack with the Alchemy VMAX again. All she needs is around 4 energy in play to get a knockout on a Zacian V, which is
that is very true. Yep,
not impossible. Alchemy does have a lone energy attack for one psychic energy attack called Sugary Sprinkles, but it's a non-factor. It just heals, or I believe 30 damage from each of your Pokemon. There is no
Sugary Sprinkles. It's just making me hungry right now, Wancho. After all the food cards that Blissey had in the previous quarterfinals, we're now getting Sugary Sprinkles as well. Lots of food stuff going on today, man.
I mean, we are looking at the ice cream Pokemon in play, so
fair enough.
It's kind of weird to see that the ice cream Pokemon is paired up with the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Just a very, very cool looking and very cool sounding card. I believe it is like some sort of King Arthur-y type vibe. So it's very cool to see it paired with ice cream.
Well, even Calyrex needs to eat an ice cream, I guess. So let's see how that runs out. But it seems to be just a pass from Mina after benching the Shadow Calyrex V. So no supporter, I believe, on the first turn.
Looks like it.
Oh no.
Let's see if Moy Palaboy can capitalize here. He does finally get to attach that Cape of Toughness really wanted to attach. Let's see if he drew into some sort of supporter. Ideally, he could possibly get like a Professor's Research with a bunch of metal energy in hand, but it looks like he just went for an Intrepid Sword. Looks like he didn't even have energy.
Yep, so I think very low on energy in hand, but it means that his hand is probably full of resources at this point, just that not at the right time. So now we see the Alchemy V on the screen for you. No relevant attack for now, I believe, unless you could get, or Mina could get a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX into play, and that would make Sweet Splash possible, I think.
Unfortunately,
hang on. Yeah, it's only to the bench Pokemon,
Yes.
not to the active. So that's going to be a very weird situation now. But maybe she has an Alchemy VMAX, perhaps.
yes, maybe she could go into the Alchemy VMAX and just do a Dormant, just get more energy in play, which she definitely needs. But it's very important here to really VMAX that lone Shadow Rider in the bench, just to really start using Underworld Door and getting more energy in play. There's the switch though, protecting that Alchemy. But unless the Shadow Rider can VMAX, it is also susceptible to getting knocked out by the Zacian V. It does have the attack. Zacian V having the attack Brave Blade doing 230 damage, more than enough to knock out any V in the format, except Blissey V.
Of course. And I think I got to go back to one of my history lessons this time around. So Zacian V was actually played very heavily when it first came out. When the first Sword and Shield set, it was paired with what we call the ADP Z deck, which was Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, and Zacian V, a deck that tried to abuse the high damage output of Zacian V to take more prizes. And it's just surreal to see that 2 years on, Zacian V is still as relevant as ever. The poster card for Pokemon Sword still rocking it out, and now with the poster card for Pokemon Shield as well, Zamazenta.
Yes, just the two poster boys just really working together, and they make an absolutely amazing deck. It's really funny you mentioned ADPZ because on Mina's side there is an Dialga and Palkia too.
exactly.
But yeah, it looks like Mina able to find a Fog Crystal here, so it's going to find her a Shadow Rider Calyrex that she can place on the bench. But is the active going to be able to VMAX here? She did attach to it for the turn, and it does have an attack Shadow Mist doing 10 damage, and your opponent cannot attach any special energy. However, Zacian doesn't play any special energy, so it should be.
Zacian doesn't really matter for Zacian V in this point, and it's probably going to be a very quick 230 damage knockout from Brave Blade on that Shadow Rider Calyrex. So I'm a little concerned over the promotion of the Shadow Rider Calyrex on the previous turn. So now it's probably going to be two very quick consecutive knockouts, one after the other. If Momo Palaboy is able to get the Zacian back to the bench somehow and switch it back into the active, because Brave Blade does say during your next turn this Pokemon can't attack. So
yes,
but it's still two prizes now to the good for Momo Palaboy in this best of 3 series.
Yes, two big prizes as well, taking one from the lone Shadow Rider from the deck, really. And that is Mina's main way to draw cards, and taking out the only one in play, that is pretty big. That is pretty big. Let's see what Moy decides to say. If he can play anything else. He still hasn't played any form of supporter, really. But he has drawn a couple of cards.
That is true.
Yes, I believe here he's still deciding. Oh no, it looks like he did attack. We're just waiting for the translator to relay that to Mina. Again,
for sure. And I think it's essentially an attack for knockout here, using Brave Blade for 230 damage, and he'll be up 2 prizes to the good in this game 1.
And yes, the Shadow Rider is knocked out. Looks like we're just waiting for Mina to move that over to the discard pile. And she definitely needs to find more things here. She needs to find more Shadow Riders, more of anything, really, because Alchemy is also not the greatest lone Pokemon to have in the field. Again, we mentioned that it is weak to metal, but even if it wasn't, it only has 170 HP, very, very low for Pokemon V, and Zacian able to do 230.
Yep, for sure. But I think there's always a way back for Mina here, especially if she's able to get an Alchemy VMAX in active this turn. When an Adorman will be able to fill up her bench with energy, but she has to get some bench Pokemon first, I think.
That is true. But again, if she does go the VMAX route, that is 3 prizes to Moimoy Palaboy, because it is still weak to metal, and it is a VMAX Pokemon. But it might be something she has to do here just to get back into it, just to get more energy in place. She has to knock out this Zacian that is really terrorizing the field here.
Yeah, but I think it's still all right in the sense that if she's able to go into the Alchemy VMAX, because we know that it's going to take quite a bit for Momo Palaboy to get the same Zacian V back into the active again. He may have it already, but it's okay for the Alchemy VMAX to at least get one Adorman off, go down to 6 prizes versus 1, but then she's able to use perhaps a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX into the active with enough energy to really start dishing out damage. And essentially, Momo Palaboy has to knock out a 320 hit point Pokemon. And that's not going to be easy, especially when you got to keep switching your Zacian V's back to the bench every time with a pivot.
That is true, but don't forget, Zacian V here has the Cape of Toughness attached, and I don't think there's any way for Mina to really remove it. So Zacian V here having the effective HP of 270, Mina is going to need around 9 energy cards attached, which is, I think, a little too much to ask for this little cake to handle.
For sure. And I think it's going to be an uphill task with all this very huge HP basic Pokemon. We saw Blissey earlier in the previous quarterfinal, and now we see Zacian V as well, all using Cape of Toughness. Was it a card that we saw in the first quarterfinal as well? I can't recall, but I don't think so.
For the first quarterfinal, I
don't believe we saw a Cape of Toughness there, but we definitely see it now 2 quarterfinals in a row. The card that is essentially increasing the hit points of all these basic Pokemon V.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, Cape of Toughness can't be attached to Pokemon VMAX, which was the first quarterfinal, just Pokemon VMAX against a Pokemon VMAX deck. So, yes, can you imagine if a Pokemon VMAX could get plus 50 HP? We'd be in the 370 territory, just so close to 400. That would be, I think, too much. And here we go. Moy Palaboy does play a Marnie. I think that might be the first supporter of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. First support of the game and the series. And I think it could also help Mina here because she has not seen any quick cards out of top of the deck for quite a while. So she's gone and attached an energy to the Alchemy V in the previous turn. So 2 energies there. I definitely hope she's able to draw into more basic Pokemon as well as the Alchemy VMAX to get her side of the field going.
Yes, and also importantly, Moy Palaboy getting the first energy attachment on that Zamazenta. It's only 2 more away from really getting an attack. Let's see if off this Marnie to 5, he's going to need a couple of things though. You mentioned earlier he needs, since Zamazenta can't attack due to the after effects of Brave Blade, he would need to have the switch and a pivot. So either a double switch or a switch and an air balloon.
Yep, exactly. I think you meant Zacian V can't attack because of Brave Blade, right? Not
yes,
Zamazenta.
sorry. Yes,
yeah,
Zacian
no
V.
worries. Yep, so we did see a quick ball here for Bill discarding a boss's order. Probably going to grab himself an Oranguru at this point. I think that's the card that would benefit him most, being able to at least manipulate the top deck a little bit.
That is true. Or going for that second Zamazenta. And I think, again, I mentioned earlier, this is the exact board state he needs. Getting 2 Zamazentas down, that might be a little bit too much for Mina to handle.
Yep, for sure. That's a lot of the, I would say, effective HP that, only your Pokemon V can do any damage to. So essentially, Mina has to be thinking about what other ways can she come back in this match.
Yes, but let's see if Moy has the switch cards. Even if he doesn't, again, Intrepid Sword, just such a great ability. He just go draw 3 cards right now, and that should be completely fine. However, that does pose a threat for the Zacian. Can Alchemy VMAX knock out Zacian? Mina can potentially get 4 energy this turn. That is around 240 damage. So not even that is enough to knock out a Zacian V with the Cape of Toughness. So yes, definitely in a tough position, I think.
Yeah, and I definitely favor, instead of going for a G-Max Whisk, say that 3 times fast, you should probably go for an Endorment, I think, regardless of the situation, because otherwise there is no way back, I feel, if you go into a G-Max Whisk here. Essentially, you're just dealing damage to a Zacian V that you probably not going to worry too much about in the following turns, because Zamazenta V is coming, right? With 1 energy attachment already, and it's going to go through all of the VMAX Pokemon on Mina's side of the field.
Yes.
So I really like to see at least a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX coming out this turn, hopefully.
Yes, definitely. Mina did get Marnie into 4 fresh cards and the extra draw for turn. So hopefully we can see the evolution here and an energy attachment and just try and get there. Just to put up a fight here. And yes, let's see what Mina has been able to get. Looks like he also not out of the realm of possibility. We do know Moy Palaboy is lacking a switch, and the Sweet Splash attack can stop Zacian from attacking, but however, we do see the double VMAX play here from Mina, the Alchemy VMAX, and the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yep. I do see essentially all three VMAXs coming down right now. Usually a great sight to see that all your Pokemon can evolve all the way to its VMAX form, but not against Zamazenta, not in this matchup.
Yep. Well, technically 2 VMAXs. The third card played was another Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Oh, fair enough. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, he can attack with the Shadow Rider Calyrex V to start doing damage to the Zamazentas. However, again, that is a V, and that is something Zacian is able to deal with. And I think you can see now the real tag team of this Pokemon. It's Zacian V can deal with any Pokemon V. Thus, Zamazenta V can deal with any Pokemon VMAX. So what are you going to do?
Yep, it's a match made in, again, once again, we see a deck with very good synergy, really matching up together. And also we really got to look into the fact that Momo Palaboy did not go for a Oranguru. That could probably mean that his hand is really stocked well to take on the next turn. So he's probably not slowing down. He's probably going to take knockout after knockout, and when never in doubt, Intrepid Sword.
Yep. Especially, just Intrepid Sword again, just such a good consistency booster for the deck. And, it makes missing a turn, missing an attack for turn, not that bad because you're getting 3 cards.
I wouldn't say it's not bad at all. You're getting 3 cards, and it could be energy attached to the Pokemon you're using it on as well.
Yep.
Definitely not a bad trade, I feel.
Yes, exactly. Against a non-V deck, the Zacian deck essentially turns into the Zacian Zamazenta deck essentially turns into a Zacian deck. If there's no VMAX, you're just gonna see a bunch of Zacians doing Intrepid Swords, getting so many energy on play, and then just doing Metal Saucer as well, getting even more energy from the discard pile. Let's see what happens next. It looks like we see an attachment of an air balloon to the Alchemy.
Okay. So that's interesting.
Alchemy can retreat. It does have 3 retreat costs, but with the air balloon, it would have to discard 1 energy. And promoting the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX here is very good because there's no way for Moimoy to take that knockout. You'd have to hit it with 230 with the Zacian, but don't worry. Zamazenta V can actually finish off after that. Another good synergy here. 230 plus 130
synergy
is knockout on anything.
Perfect numbers. Even a Blissey V.
Yes, even a Blissey V.
Yep. Not really Cape of Toughness though, but then again. Well, let's see now. So
again, she has 2 Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX in the active that she needs to find a way to get to the bench.
And I believe it looks like she just passed. It looks like it at this point. I'm not too sure, but it seems like Momo Palaboy is about to take his turn right now. So it could be just a quick pass. He's not able to get the Shadow Rider Calyrex out of the active. So that's going to be 3 prizes going the way of Momo Palaboy.
If Moimo Palaboy can attack. Again, the Zacian already did Brave Blade. However, it can always manual retreat. And I don't know if the Zamazenta in the bench is ready to go. I think it is. I believe that is a third energy behind the second one. So that is always an option here. Or just find a switch. A nice and simple switch.
Yep, and I think I wouldn't be too concerned about discarding 2 energies at this point because the deck does run Metal Saucer, which is one of the best acceleration cards on an item in the format.
But he doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, there's a switch. Yep, no need to worry about Metal Saucer.
And in fact, here he can just attack with the Zamazenta, which is the perfect active Pokemon. There's no way in Mina's board really to deal with it. Absolutely nothing. So it's just 130 damage as well as putting the perfect shield up. So
a dauntless shield, if I may add.
Of course.
Yep, so the Assault Tackle here for 130 damage would essentially discard the special energy, but both these decks are not playing special energy, so it's not going to come into play at this point. We see a Tool Scrapper in his hand as well, so I think he's going to go for a Tool Scrapper on the Air Balloon.
That is very interesting to get rid of a pivot. However, Alchemy not really the best pivot because it does have 3 retreat costs, but taking that out is always always good, right?
It's always good, and it pretty much forces Mina to make a very tough decision on which Pokemon to promote. I would think it will not be the Alchemy VMAX.
Definitely. And luckily, she does have a Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX with 2 energy almost ready to go. It's just that it doesn't hit Zamazenta.
Mm-hmm.
And even then,
Exactly.
if she can find a way somehow to attack with a Pokemon V, all Momoy has to do is retreat to the Zacian and take that knockout. And again, Zacian knocks out any Pokemon V.
Yep, and so it looks like it will be an assault tackle, 430 damage, knocking out this Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX in the active spot. And it puts Momo Palboy down to a single prize in this quarterfinal 3. We're still in game 1, by the way, everybody. So essentially the game has dragged on for a little bit because essentially the Pokemon in this format are really high hit points. So
yes,
definitely a lot of back and forth in terms of doing damage and taking turns to chip away at each of your opponent's board. So now Mina has to find a way to come back. It's looking pretty grim, I should say. Wancho, what do you think?
Yeah, again, I don't see a way to really do damage to the Zacian. The best Mina can hope for is retreating to the Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX and just living a turn. That's the best she can ask for. Not really doing anything to the board state, just really living a turn, which is not a good situation. In fact, maybe we should be moving on to game 2 fairly soon. All Momo would need is a boss, and on that Alchemy VMAX, assuming it goes to the bench, it could stay in the active, and yeah, that might be enough to clean it up, really.
Yeah, but at this point, I think it's probably also quite harsh on Mina in this sense because her deck essentially is quite a consistent deck overall with the type of cards that she has. But going up against Zacian Zamazenta, which is a semi, hard hitting, deck with a very strong wall effect against the entirety of her deck, does put her in a very awkward spot. As you saw, she had very awkward starts as well in terms of what type of Pokemon to put into the active position. Putting up a Shadow Rider Calyrex non VMAX was an immediate essentially KO coming out from Momo Palboy straight away using Brave Blade, and then putting up the Alchemy is not really ideal as well due to its metal weakness. So unfortunately, it's just a really bad matchup in this sense.
Luckily, the Shadow Rider in the bench did evolve to a VMAX though, so it is a VMAX. It won't get easily knocked out, but again, it doesn't progress the board state, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely Mina in a very tough spot here. In my mind, I think the best scenario here would probably boss up the other Zamazenta and just hope for deck out. Not gonna lie, sometimes when your back's against the wall, you have to go for the absolute weirdest plays, and that might be one of them.
Yeah, fair enough. So I think that's one way to try it out. Of course, because Momo Palboy has drawn quite a bit of cards as well with multiple Intrepid Swords this game.
Yes. And he has used one switch, maybe 2 switches at this point, and that maybe getting that Zamazenta stuck, just hoping for deck out, might be the way to go. And again, I guess it's important really not to give up in a game of Pokemon. There's always a way out. I've definitely lost my share of games just to boss stall, but it looks like we do see the adornment on the Alchemy VMAX, getting 1 energy attached to that Shadow Rider. But again, all Moimoy has to do, if he realizes it, is retreat into the Zacian and knock out that Alchemy VMAX. Because Alchemy VMAX is weak to metal. It is very misleading because Shadow Rider and Alchemy both are psychic types, but Shadow Rider is weak to dark. And that might be something some players don't recognize, that Alchemy is a fairy Pokemon, so it is weak to metal.
Yeah, I think it's also very important to know that this particular change happened at the start of the Sword and Shield format. So it only happened pretty much around 2 years ago. So if you're essentially part of the community or the game during that time frame, you would think, oh well, it's a fairy Pokemon, it has to be weak to metal. But now it's psychic Pokemon. It's a psychic Pokemon, and it's weak to dark. On a regular, psychic Pokemon are weak to dark usually in this particular era.
Yes.
But Alchemy is a fairy type that is given the psychic type treatment in the Pokemon trading card game, at least in these past 2 years.
Yes. And and even if Moimoy doesn't get essentially the knockout here, he's still in a very, very good position. His board state is absolutely amazing. He did get a Metal Saucer to attach to that second Zamazenta, so it is 2 energies away from really attacking as well. And again, I don't see a way for Mina to deal with both the Zamazenta and Zacian, much less a third Zamazenta.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is pretty much a cherry on top, but it's not the Alchemy deck that's having the cherry on top of the cake. It's essentially the Zacian Zamazenta deck having way more than is required to take the full game here, and very likely the entire series, considering we only have 12 minutes left on the clock.
That is true. 12 minutes left on the clock, but I wouldn't put it past Mina to be able to squeak in maybe a donk on game 2 if possible.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Because again, Moi Moi Palaboy only playing a couple of, I think it's 9 Pokemon, not that many.
You could also see the enthusiasm on Moi Moi Palaboy's side. He was saying Brave Blade for the knockout, something along those lines.
I think yes, he was able to see it.
Yep.
Brave Blade for 460 damage. I always like doing Pokemon attacks when it's like an absurd amount, like going 400 damage on an attack. That's
and Mina just giving a clap to Momoy, and also with a smile on the face at least. So essentially, these players here are having fun. I mean, that's the most important part of the Pokemon trading card game, having fun playing their decks. And especially right now, we still have game 2 to play as well. But okay, Mina's showing a lot of excitement still to play, even though she has taken a loss in game 1. And Momo Palaboy takes the lead in this series, going 1 game up in this best of 3 quarterfinal number 3.
Yes. And I honestly, he could probably sneak a win here. It is just 10 minutes on the clock. All he have to do is put up a Zamazenta and wait.
Oh yeah.
If he starts a Zamazenta and he just doesn't bench anything else, there is really no way for Mina to do really explosive damage to it. But again, we'll have to see what happens in game 2. I am very excited. I really like that I got to see the Zacian Zamazenta deck really pop off, right? Really, and all it took really was the ability Intrepid Sword to just get him out of that early bind he was in and get some energy attachments for the turn.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the ability itself is the consistency engine for the deck. Like we've gone through a few decks today that runs like Drizzle Inteleon or some other form of consistency cards. But for Zacian Zamazenta, it's just a Zacian. You just need to use Intrepid Sword as and when you need to, not just accelerating energies to Zacian whenever there's a Metal Energy among the 3 cards, but also probably drawing you your next supporter for the turn, or drawing you your switch that you need to go into your pivot. So there's a lot of options coming out from the deck, and it runs very streamlined as well, considering that it's just 9 Pokemon, as you said. Or was it 9? Yeah, probably just around 9 Pokemon, or 8. I think it's 8
Pokemon. Yeah.
There's only 4 Zacian Vs, 2 Zamazenta Vs, and 2 Orangaroos. So it's a very straightforward deck compared to a lot of other things in the format. But I guess we can see whether or not the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck could come back somehow in this game 2 and maybe force a sudden death game 3. Let's see.
Yep. I wouldn't put it past the Shadow Rider Calyrex deck. It does so much energy with just so little it does so much damage depending on the amount of energy it has, and it could take it. It could really could, depending on what Moi Moi Palaboy start here. I mean, what could happen is Moi Moi starts lone Oranguru against a lone Alchemy. All Mina would need to do is attach the Alchemy, VMAX it, attach again next turn, do 120.
Oh yeah, fair enough. That could be one of the quickest donks we've seen all day today, especially when we've had long games with very high hit point Pokemon all around the field. So let's see if there's going to be a quick game for game 2, or do we see a drawn out affair?
I think I see 2 Pokemon on Moi Moi Palaboy's field, and I think that's all he needs.
I think that's his hand, by the way. I don't think.
Is that his hand?
Pokemon. Is that? I don't know at this point. Is
okay,
that
we'll have to wait and see. No,
I think it's a bench Pokemon, so we will not see a donk.
Oh no, Mina starts too with one of the worst starters in the deck.
Yeah.
Always bad to see. Crobat. Let's see who Moi Moi Palaboy starts with.
Yeah, that is not the Pokemon you want to see in the active spot. I think it's a Zacian.
Yes, that is Zacian.
It's only a single card though. Yeah, that was his hand. So, well, of course, with a Zacian V with Intrepid Sword, there's definitely a lot of chances to draw out of it, because you're getting 3 cards off the top. It could be a quick ball. It could be a new basic Pokemon. So very rarely do I see a Zacian V get donked.
Yep. But then again, if you use that Intrepid Sword ability, you are passing for the turn. If Mina can set up right now, maybe go a little crazy and set up 4 Shadow Rider Calyrexes attached for turn, then next turn attach so many energy, you could possibly knock out a Zacian. All you need is 7, I believe. 7 or 8.
I think it's 8, is it not?
It might be 8.
Yeah. The numbers sometimes get a little bit too weird, especially when there's going to be cards like Cave of Toughness coming in. Alright, but we do see a Fog Crystal from Mina, so definitely a good start this time around. At least she gets to search out the right attackers for the first turn.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And yeah, again, Fog Crystal, such a powerful card. Able to find a Psychic Energy or a basic Psychic Pokemon. And in this case, just being able to find that Psychic as well later in the game makes it so powerful. It's essentially a draw 2 card.
Yep, fair enough.
Let's see what else Mina has to play. Hopefully another Fog, maybe a Quick Ball would be ideal here.
Oh, there's another Fog. You called it. Yeah, very nicely done.
Maybe it happens. The quadruple Shadow Rider first turn.
Oh, that would be interesting to see if she's able to get so many of them from the first turn onwards.
Maybe her hand is completely all Fog Crystal, but it looks like she's opting for the Alchemy VMAX, which could be also a good play. Again, we're talking about how much energy the Shadow Rider requires. I believe it was 8, right? 8?
I think so, yeah.
Yes,
but
8
I
energy.
think then okay, well, she's gonna hit a bench Alchemy V right now.
Yes, Alchemy V only needs 4 to knock out
fair enough.
a Zacian. So if that is the path to victory, this is one way to do it. If not, like knocking out the lone Zacian is the way, this is definitely the faster way. There you go. We see an attachment for turn as well. Very important.
Yep, and she's about to pass the turn. Yep, looks like it's just a pass to Momo Palaboy at this point. And I like the energy onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex. It at least sets up a very strong turn 2 possibility on a VMAX.
Yes, definitely. Just getting that attack. Oh, looks like we see
no dongs this time around.
double Zacian V as well. But that is also a way for Mina to really get back into it. If she can do it in 5 minutes, knocking out 3 Zacian Vs is 6 prizes. So walling up with the Zamazenta might not be an option here. I mean, it still is, but again, all Mina has to do is boss around it.
Yep, I think that could be a path to victory for her to consider, especially when we talk about the deck that she's playing, able to take knockouts after knockouts without having to expend too much of resources from her side of the field. So who knows, it might come into play that within the next 5 minutes we see 3 Zacian Vs go down. I'm not too sure, but we just gotta see.
And a Marnie.
Oh, here comes a Marnie. Yep. So turn 1 Marnie from Momo Palaboy. It could have gone either way. If Mina had a hand larger than 4, it could really mean that her options are a bit limited going into her second turn.
Yes, Momo Palaboy's hand definitely getting a little low there, playing the double Zacian and an energy attachment for turn. I think the Marnie was played there more to refresh his hand than to really disrupt Mina, but it could still happen. And again, I was doing the math in my head. I forgot about the max guys of Calyrex VMAX actually does 10 plus. So 7 damage is enough. That is 210 plus 10, 220.
Right, so only 7 energies required to take a knockout on a Zacian V, which is 1 energy less than required that we thought earlier, so definitely a good thing. And I think Mina's looking at the 4 cards now, thinking whether she has options for next turn.
Looks like she looks very excited to play those cards, definitely. And yeah, but I don't see a way to really get 7 energies. I think not even 4 energies for Alchemy VMAX really next turn. If this might be a turn where she just has to wait behind the Crobat while she tries to power things up. It looks like Moi is going for the Rotom Phone here. Yes?
Yep, Rotom Phone, a card we discussed quite at length earlier.
Let's see if
Card
he's able
selection at its best.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to find that Metal Energy just to put on top of the deck, really. And yes, again, Rotom Phone, looking at the top 5 cards of your deck, pick 1, shuffle the rest, and put that one on top. So yeah, maybe if he finds the Metal Energy, he can put it on top, draw off the Intrepid Sword, and get a free attachment for turn as well. And yes, here
Does seem likely right now. Not too sure. Does he have what he has? Yeah, I think he has. I think he probably has what he needs at this point, right?
Yes. And again, only 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. I think that's a little too tough to find the energy. Or sorry, to get 6 knockouts. And he does find the energy, but it wasn't off of the one he put on top. It was on the 3rd card. So a little lucky there off.
Yep.
Off the Intrepid Sword, which is very funny.
Well, it does mean he has what he needs to eke out the I won't say eke out, but to essentially see through this series, pretty much preventing Mina from getting the dong as well as getting all 6 prizes that she needs to see out the game 2 to force a sudden death game 3. So let's see how that turns out for the rest of the game.
Yes. Again, Mina just needs to hide behind this Crobat as she powers something up. The Zacian in the active looking very, very scary. One attachment away from Brave Blade, really. And yes, again, let's see if she can find the VMAX here and an energy to really start using the Underworld Door. Just to get a couple of energy in play and just to refill her hand, really. But again, there is 1 minute left on the clock. I think it is physically impossible to take 6 prizes in 1 minute.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say as well. I think for this game, at least, her setup is not so bad in the sense that she's getting the right cards that she needs to be in play. Starting Crobat was not ideal, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but at least
seeing double Fog Crystal on your first turn is always not bad. That's not bad at all. And getting the energy attachment too was really nice. But in the face of Zacian, it's just maybe a little not enough.
Yeah, at this point. But it's good to see that she's trying to play out her odds at this point, really looking through the setup. It's a testament to the game, essentially, right? Where players want to have fun, want to try out the best that they can try to play the deck that they've chosen. So I think good on both these players. And Mina just passes back to Momo Palaboy. I think both these players are having a very good time with each other, enjoying the game.
Definitely. And again, we've said it so many times, but that's what's important, guys. Enjoy the game. It's a very fun game. All right, let's see what Moi Moi has here in store for us. All he really needs is, honestly, if he has an energy and a boss this turn, that would be a very strong turn just to take out all the energy in play. He also has the Cape of Toughness, just making it that much tougher to knock out the Zacian.
Yeah, but I believe time has also been called at this point, so players is probably just playing out the last few cards from that turn.
We see it too, though. We see the boss. He has it in hand.
Well, when you run 4, you're bound to see it as soon as you can, so it's always a great thing to have.
Especially when you're drawing 3 for free at the end of your turn anyway. But yeah, I believe that is time. If not, Moi Moi Palaboy will go up 2 prizes. And I think just the power of Zacian Zamazenta here. Just, again, sometimes you don't even have to use Zamazenta. Zacian did most of the work in the last match, right?
Much.
230 damage is nothing to scoff at. Yes, we are in a format with over 300 HP, but still getting hit by 230 is not a good time.
Yep, and only with 3 energy to attack with that attack with Brave Blade. So it's actually a very cost-effective attack as well, especially when you consider the fact that you can accelerate energy to yourself with your Intrepid Sword or with Mellow Sources. So I would think Zacian, probably one of the better cards, introduced to the game over the last, 3 to 4 years. Maybe a bit linear, maybe not to everyone's liking because it's so straightforward, but perhaps that's one of the reasons why I like it as well.
I'd have to argue with you there. Yes, it is linear that you draw 3 cards, but it is seen play in multiple decks that not necessarily involve attacking. We've seen it in multiple control decks sometimes. Because if you're using a control deck and you're not attacking for a turn, sometimes just getting those extra 3 draws just because at the end of your turn is really good. So yeah.
Yep, fair enough. I think also the card is being at multiple formats in both standard as well as expanded. But it looks like we are wrapping up here in qualifier number 3. Momo Palaboy edged out a 1-0 win against Mina from Taiwan. And I think overall it was a pretty exciting match. I think Mina didn't have a very good start with her in game 1, unfortunately. But we could see the sheer power of Momoi's deck in terms of the Zacian V partnering with Zamazenta V for a very straightforward Game 1 win, and then also showing off the sheer power of the deck in Game 2 by having multiple Zacian Vs in play and really not fearing for anything at that point. What do you think of the match overall, Pancho?
No, yeah, it was great to see Moi Moi's deck really pop off, right? It did what it needed to do. It wanted to draw cards and sometimes attach those cards and really just start hitting. And you see the synergy between Zacian and Zamazenta. Yes, Zacian had to take a break. He tagged out, went to his brother Zamazenta to finish things off and wall up a bit. Absolutely amazing.
Yep, for sure. And I think at this point we have been seeing a lot of matchups throughout the board. I think Zacian V as a deck has been pretty consistent, I would say. So it's all about consistency today. Zacian V was very consistent, and it all boils down to Intrepid Sword, an ability that in itself is sitting on the card that it will be used to attack as well. So ensuring that you have energy attachments, ensuring that you have cards to hand for your next turn, definitely a very strong card and in a very strong deck as well. So while we wait for the shift to our winner, Momo Palaboy from the Philippines, we also like to wish Mina all the best to her. And it was I would say a very good showing for someone who's only just picked up the game. And it's great to see new players coming in to really enjoy the game that we all love.
Yes, definitely. Always good to have more people in the Pokemon community. And yes, again, I just wanted to talk more about the decks and we talked about the consistency and draw engines. I just absolutely love this tournament that we've able to showcase multiple, right? We've seen the Rayquaza engine, we've seen the Inteleon engine, Shadow Rider engine, and now the Zacian engine. So many engines, so many multiple ways you can build decks and so many different decks. I really, really like that we were able to showcase a lot of them. And of course, the Genesect engine, very, very cool. Very, very cool tournament.
Yep, for sure. I think overall it's been quite an eye-opener in terms of the type of decks you could play. Like if you're a new player coming back into the game, a new player coming to the game or a returning player coming back to the game, you'll be pretty impressed with the number of decks you could try and play, especially when you talk about cards that represent Pokemon from different ages. We had Mew from Generation 1. We had the Shadow Rider and the Ice Rider Calyraxes who are in the most recent generation. But also, let's not forget, Genesect V is in as well from Generation 5. So we have a good mix of different cards coming up from the format right now. And it probably would resonate with different people who have different memories about their time in the Pokemon trading card game. This could mean that they'll come back to enjoy the game with all of us as well.
Definitely. And honestly, all of these decks are absolutely amazing. Honestly, you could write them all down, put in a hat, pull one out, and you're gonna have a good time with whatever you get here. So, and we're not done. We're gonna see more of them, and I'm very excited for that. I'm excited to see the Zacian pair up with maybe the Blissey, hopefully. I know I know up next we're going to see like the Shadow Rider, the Ice Rider against the Blissey, which should be a very interesting match as well. We also have one more influencer we haven't been able to see. We're showcasing the single strike Urshifu deck. Sorry, might be a little spoiler, but I really wanted to talk about it. So yes, a lot of very cool decks. I'm so excited, and yeah.
All right.
How have you been feeling so far, Aaron?
I'm feeling great, but I think more importantly, I would like to hear from Momo Palaboy, who's our winner from Qualifier number 3.
Okay.
Let's hear from him. How's the game? Hello, Momo. Congratulations.
Hey, congratulations.
How do you feel right now?
I'm so happy because I won, and it's a pleasure to play with Amina. A nice game.
Definitely. Great plays, by the way. And I just have to ask, any key moments, or what do you think is the play of the game for the match for you?
Well, for me, the play of the game was when I used when I take back Zacian, and that's very enormous damage. So I think that made me win on the first round.
No, definitely. Very good play there. Just doing so much damage with both Zacian and Zamazenta. And yeah, did you have any other questions, Aaron?
Yeah, one final one. So after your first match of this tournament so far, how do you feel about your chances? Do you think you can go all the way and take the win?
I hope so, but my match a while ago is I guess I got the advantage because the weakness on Mina's cards is metal, which is my on my cards right now. But let's see. I think there are more other cards, and there is different uh, challenger will be. I will be challenged. I don't know, but for now, I'm so glad that I made it for to the next round, and yeah, I'm looking forward.
All right, we're looking forward to seeing more from you, Moi Moi, and congratulations again.
Yep, great stuff, and good luck in your
Thank you
next
so
round.
much. All right.
Great speaking with you. All right, great stuff there
I was-
by our winner.
I really,
Pokemon
really
Battle
wanted to tell him. He mentioned that he got lucky because he had weakness on the Alquimia. I'm like, oh,
Right.
you also have weakness on a couple other decks here right now.
Well, that's the thing about Pokemon trading card game. There's going to be weaknesses, there's going to be resistance, and let's not forget, there's also the retreat cost to think about, especially when you try to move a very heavy Pokemon like Blissey out of the active.
That is
So
true.
definitely a lot of things going on in the game right now. Very great matches we've seen so far. But don't go anywhere. I'm going to throw off to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. See you real soon.
All right, see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. After an amazing quarterfinal, we are finally ready to move on to the semifinals. It was a bunch of very interesting games, and yeah, I'm very, very excited. How about we go ahead and review the bracket real quick before we move on? And yes, so for semifinal 1, we have our two winners: Online Station Art against Sky Wee. And for semifinal 2, we have Moi Moi Palaboy, one of our winners, as well as KZ, someone we haven't seen yet, and I am very excited to see. What are your thoughts, Aaron?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a very interesting semifinals for sure, especially semifinal number 1. So Online Station Art is bringing his Ice Rider Calyrex deck to the semifinals, essentially beating the Rayquaza VMAX deck that Master Ramen brought in quarterfinal number 1. And Sky Wee, with the upset of the tournament so far, Blissey V, knocking out the best deck in format, which is the Mew VMAX. So that's going to be an interesting semifinal that we'll be going into right after this.
Yes. Again, very, very exciting things. I just have to reiterate the Sky Wee win again with Blissey. Let's see if Sky Wee from Singapore can pull back that magic he had that knocked out the best deck in format to play against Online Station Art's Ice Rider Calyrex, who he played absolutely masterfully. I am very excited to see these matches. And yeah, what are your thoughts on the matchup? Who do you think has the upper foot here?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup overall, right? Because Ice Rider Calyrex, as you saw in the first quarterfinals, is a very consistent deck overall, runs a very solid consistency engine in the Drizzle and Talion lines, and it also has a maximum damage cap of 250 damage using the Ice Rider Calyrex V, which actually one-hit KOs Blissey V, so makes all the healing cards that Skyway has redundant. However, the main card to look out for is Cape of Toughness, which if you manage to put it onto a Blissey V, it actually puts it over the maximum damage output of Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. And one thing to note, there is no tool scrapper in Online Station Art's deck at this point, so no way to remove the tool or turn them off at this point.
Definitely. So as soon as those Cape of Toughness gets attached, Blissey essentially has 300 HP for the entire game. And yes, I'm very excited to see this match. You can see now here, Online Station Art against Skyway, both really shuffling the ass. Important to randomize. Hopefully we see Skyway doesn't open 4 Blisseys again. Ideally maybe 2, just to feel safe. 1, just so that Kabu is active. But again, the most important thing, you said it well, you hit the nail on the head. The Cape of Toughness, he needs to see that on turn 1 as soon as possible, or else, yes, Ice Rider Calyrex, 250 damage is exactly enough to knock it out. Looks like Online Station, they both have a mulligan here, so no one gets the extra draw. Something we expect from Skyway since he is only playing 1 card. But
Yeah, fair enough. I think also for online station art, he wants to have an ideal starter, and the ideal one here for me is always the Sobble. We saw it in the first quarterfinal. He opened Sobble in both the games against Master Ramen. The Sobble having the keep calling attack, which will essentially fill his entire bench up with more Sobbles.
Yes.
Which then could turn into Drizzles and then could turn into Intellions. That's the whole idea of the engine that online station art is bringing today.
I have to agree there. But then again, it also depends on if online station art is going first or second. If he's going first, I think Ice Rider would be better just to get the attachment and ready to attack next turn, not having the need to find the retreating card. But if he's going second, having that Sobble in the active just to have the option to keep calling is definitely good. And yeah, looks like both players here have found their basic Pokemon, 6 prizes on the board. And man, Aaron, I'm excited to see some games of Pokemon.
Me too. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see because we have really identified the main card that's going to really swing this matchup, and that is the Cape of Toughness. It'll be great to see if Skyway is able to get one of those down as early as he can to ensure that the Blissey will survive an attack from the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX at this point, because as we know, 1 Max Lance is enough to take a full knockout on a Blissey V.
Yes, looks like both players have their starting Pokemon. The Snorunt for online station art against Blissey's Skyway's Blissey, of course. Looks like we get the Quick Ball here, very big since, again, we've seen this, a staple play from on-site station art, doing quick balling away a water energy to find possibly a Calyrex or maybe another Sobble. There is the Ice Rider Calyrex, and now that the water energy is in the discard pile, Melanie is active for next turn, because you can't play supporters on first turn. And yes, and again, we see here the Snorunt, something we didn't get to see, I believe, in the last round, or you definitely didn't see it evolve, but it evolves into a Frostlass with the Frost Over ability, allowing him to accelerate another energy from the discard pile to a Pokemon. And there we go. We see our old buddy Sobble. Nice to see him.
Yeah, I was about to say, old buddy Sobble is back, and it's going to be placed on the bench so that online station art is able to access Drizzle's shady dealings going into his second turn.
Yes, that is always very good. Let's see how Skyway responds to this. Ideally, again, we need to see that Cape of Toughness. Something I'm interested to see, though, is once Blissey does get the Cape of Toughness attached and then gets hit by 250 damage, I want to see Skyway heal it all off, if possible. Heal 250 damage.
Interesting to do that if he's able to heal all 250 damage off. But I have to probably favor online station art in this matchup because the sheer consistency of the Sobble result Intellion engine will probably put it over the top in this game, in this matchup. And with Blissey either taking a full 250 hit and surviving with a Cape of Toughness, or essentially going down straight away, there's not much time on Skyway's side in this particular matchup, because you know for a fact online station art will be coming out all guns blazing, especially when we talk about the Max Lance attack dealing 250 damage per turn.
Yes. As we can see here, Skyway playing the Avery card. Luckily, online station art only having 2 bench Pokemon, not needing to discard any others. But Skyway getting those important draw 3s. But the important thing is here, though, I don't think that's the ideal starter you want to see for turn 1. Again, you'd rather have like Dinner's Resolve or Research to really discard the energy. And we only see an attachment here and an attack. Again, no energy in the discard pile. That means no energy attachment from Blissey's Blissful Blast.
Yeah, it's going to be just 40 damage, and that's it for Skyway at this point. I'm favoring online station art. I'm becoming an Ice Rider Calyrex fanboy at this stage, but it has to be said, the deck is very consistent, and here is a Capacious Bucket getting 2 water energies from the deck into his hand.
This is very scary.
Very scary for sure, right? So all that energy essentially means very quick succession of damage coming out. So does he have enough going on this turn to get the win straight off? I'm not too sure, but
all he needs is a switch. It's a Melanie. All he needs is a switch and a Melanie, and he has it. There's the Melanie.
That's the Melanie. Okay, 1 card down. Does he have a switch, or perhaps a way to just get the active, Snorunt out of the active position? Maybe a switch or
a scoop up net.
Air balloon. He has 2 switches and 2 air balloons.
Air balloons. Okay, and again, a Drizzile or a level ball wins it for him here.
Yeah, for sure.
A Drizzile or a level. Let's see if he gets it. Another play that was probably... there we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
See the Drizzile. And unfortunately, Skyway only has the Blissey in the field. No cape. And again, another win condition in the Pokemon card game is if you have no more Pokemon in play. Another win condition is knocking out all the Pokemon in your opponent's side of the field. And since Skyway only has one, Online Station Art can get the win here. And there we go. We see the switch.
Yep, well said. I think also it has to be known to the audience, especially newer players. Just because you have 6 prizes doesn't mean you have to take all of them to win the game. You also win if you knock out the only Pokemon left on your opponent's side of the field.
Yes.
And here comes a max lance for 250 damage, knocking out the Soul Blissey V on Skywee's side of the board. And Skywee is asking, are you really going to do that? Are you really going to do that right now? Are you going to really do me that way? And I would say, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. That's 2 prizes, but more importantly, the entire game 1. That might have been the fastest game 1 of the entire tournament series.
Oh yes, for sure. It seems to me that like that. So I think the players will now set up for game 2. It was a very quick one, and I think Skyway and Online Station are sharing a laugh there.
Yes. Again, the Ice Rider player not really needing that much. He had so many options available to him. He even had the option to either attach to the Snorunt to retreat it, because he could then Melanie and Frost Blast for those 2 energies, which is very interesting.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it also goes back to the point that Online Station Art brought up in the post-match interview of Quarterfinal 1. He said that whenever he draws his opening hand, he's just looking for a way to get the knockouts as soon as possible. And that was probably the reasoning behind not attaching to the Snorunt, but conserving the energy that he had for the Ice Rider Calyrex Max.
That is true. And again, we saw the titular, or the ideal play of using the Quick Ball on the water energy just to make Melanie live. And getting those 3 cards, he probably drew the Drizzile off those 3 cards, right? So again, very heads-up play there, because it's very tempting. If you notice, Online Station Art actually didn't attach for turn on the first turn, you know?
Ah, yeah, that's a good catch, yeah.
He didn't attach. It's more important that energy was in the discard pile to make the Melanie live. So very, very heads-up play. Again, just my hat's off to Online Station Art. He's been playing the Ice Rider deck very masterfully. I think he knows this deck inside and out, and I think that's all you need in Pokemon to really be the best like no one ever was.
Oh yeah, you really said right. So let's see if he's able to, conclude game 2 as quickly as game 1, or will Skyway mount a comeback in game 2? We don't know for sure, but again, the Cape of Toughness coming in very clutch here for Skyway. If he's able to go first or second regardless and get a Cape of Toughness down as soon as possible, that is his way into this matchup. Otherwise, my bet is on Online Station Art, I have to say.
No, definitely. Again, he's been playing it very masterfully. As you saw, I'm sure if he wins this entire thing, we can ask him what the play of the game is again, and he's going to tell us it's when he saw those first 7 cards.
Oh, I'm sure. And he probably has this whole game plan planned out, I would say, and that's a really good thing for players to have, regardless if you're a new or a returning player. Essentially, mapping out what you do a turn or 2 in advance gives you an edge against any player.
Yes, it's definitely like chess, right? If you know where you're going to go, you definitely have an advantage. But let's not count Skyway out just yet. There is still 40 minutes on the clock. That's more than enough time to take 2 games here, if not going into sudden death again. And we know Skyway has the experience there for sudden death.
Oh yes, for sure. I think that was one of the more nail-biter moments, because we were speaking about how he could really mount I wouldn't say mount an attack, but get the win off the bat of a single BCV, and he actually had the boss order of a Marnie.
Yes.
So essentially, it was a perfect hand from the Marnie that allowed him to eke the win in quarterfinal 2. But of course, now he has a much tougher challenge, going up against a deck that is dishing out 250 damage as early as turn 2.
Yes.
And this time he has two basic Pokemon, so there was no donk possibility this time around.
All right, looks like we're gonna see a full game here, and I have to give it to Skyway. He is the record holder for this entire tournament for the longest games and the shortest games, which is very funny.
Very fair enough.
All right, looks like Online Station Art here starts with double Ice Rider Calyrex and the Sobble. We don't quite see what Skyway has yet here. I don't know who's going. It looks like Online Station Art might be going first, just because I saw a draw. But I may be wrong.
Yeah, I think so. And by the way, Skyway can only open Blissey V.
Hey, maybe we could say, oh, this time he opens the regular art Blissey V. A while ago, it was the alternate art, I believe.
Fair enough.
So there is some difference, I guess.
And which do you prefer, by the way?
The alternate art, of course. Okay, we see online station art here, just getting the simple attach for turn and pass. But again, Ice Rider Calyrex just needs 2 energies, so he's 1 more energy away, and the VMAX from knocking out the active Blissey. Let's see if Skyway can respond here. I'm getting a 3rd Blissey. That is a-okay. Skyway here saying you're not going to get that fast game again. You're going to have to go through 3 Blissies now.
Exactly, and I hope he picks out the art that we like.
Not quite sure what else does he have. Does he have the full art? Does he have the hyper rare? Again, so many arts. He could have like one of each different art in his deck, and that would be really nice.
Oh yeah, fair enough. It's probably going to be like one of each, so it would be interesting. And probably for me, I'm just maybe give a bit of insight. That is a way some players actually want their decks to be, because then they can actually remember what cards they've seen in the deck. So it could be, it's something that that is employed by competitive players sometimes. It's also employed by casual players who want to explore the art of Pokemon cards. So each their own.
Definitely. That's something I've tried in the past. In fact, nowadays you can even play research with different arts. So you can go like, okay, my Juniper is prized, but Professor Oak is here and Magnolia is here, and that is an interesting way to play Pokemon. And
for sure.
Yeah, it looks like the Quick Ball is, I think he's still searching. He's still making that very tough decision of which Pokemon to bring out.
But maybe could they be prized? Could he have prized both of his Blissies?
That is a good point. And it might be a little bit too tough to get prizes off a Shadow Rider, but we'll have to see. Does he fail to search? That might be the case. You might be right there. 2 Blissies per prize. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. That means online station art really only has to go through 2 Blissies, not the full 6 prizes, unless Skyway here can pull out a couple of prizes from the pull out a couple of Blissies from the prizes.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's gonna be interesting because he's not gonna be looking to take prizes so soon now, is he?
No, again, the way we know how Blissey plays, it ramps up. He has to use that Blissful Blast a couple of turns to really get the energy going. And again, we don't even see an energy in the discard pile just yet. I'm not sure. What did he Quick Ball away, if you were able to catch?
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I think there's quite a movement. Is that Zinnia's Resolve?
Yes, there we go. Zinnia's Resolve. He can discard 2 cards. Let's see what he decides to discard. Ideally, double lucky energy. That's very, very nice. And he gets to draw 3 cards here. Maybe the other energy he discarded from the Quick Ball was an energy card. He needs to get another energy card here, as well as the Cape of Toughness to really maximize the turn. There it is. There's the Cape of Toughness.
Wow.
This Blissey.
What a card.
Is now a
this
big boy.
Blissey. You're not going to knock out this Blissey in one hit now.
Yes. And a 3rd lucky energy? Talk about luck.
Well, now that's going to be interesting. So essentially, from 1 lucky energy into 2 more.
Yeah, and that means if this Blissey gets hit, Skyway gets to draw 3 cards, essentially, which could be big. This could be, again, Ice Rider Calyrex can hit for 250, but if you're drawing 3 cards just because your opponent attacked, you could draw into all of those Team Yell Towels, the Hyper Potions, the Lucky Ice Pops, all that. Maybe we'll be able to see it. Maybe we'll see Blissey heal 250 damage. I would absolutely love to see that.
Yep, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting overall to see how much damage he's able to heal off the Blissey.
Yeah.
Going into the next turn after the first max lands.
Yes. And he has to heal almost all of it. He has to heal out of 250. He has to heal at least 210 to stay alive. Yep. And even then, that's a little. You'd be in
a tall order for sure.
Yeah,
it's a tall order for sure. Yeah.
And again, even if he gets to heal 210. Technically, Ice Rider can go 250 plus a 20 from the Inteleon ping with the quick shooting Inteleon. So 270 is actually the magic number here. So he might have to go a little bit higher, maybe 240.
Or maybe everything, essentially.
Basically. All he needs to do is hit heads on all the lucky ice pops. And he already has already has 3 lucky energy. So luck is definitely on Skyway's side.
I see what you did there.
But yeah, okay.
Let's see how Online Station Art navigates this situation. So no more 1-hit knockout on the active Blissey V. he doesn't have a lot going for him at the moment. It's just also he has Drizzle already, so one Shady Dealings is has been played.
Let's see what he decides to grab here. We didn't get to see the quick ball into water energy. That means there is no water energy yet in the discard pile. That no Melanies just yet, but all he needs really is an attach. I wouldn't blame him if he just needs to find like a Professor's Research to refill his hand, or the Capacious Bucket is good too. Just ensure getting that energy.
Yep, Capacious Bucket, one of the cards I feel is the reason why this deck is so consistent, because grabbing out your energy cards from your deck allows you to perhaps discard it to a quick ball, ensure that you have energy attachments as well in the following turns. So a very strong card. It reminds me of a card called Professor's Letter, which is from a couple of years ago, maybe more than a couple of years ago, I think at this point. Maybe like
4 years ago, give or
4
take
years
now.
ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, so it allowed you to search for 2 basic energies. So that was a little stronger in that regard because you could use it for any energy type. But Capacious Bucket, essentially, it's spiritual successor, but only for water energy.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, now all he needs here is the VMAX. That isn't the VMAX yet. No, it's not. That is the Ice Rider Calyrex. So he needs the VMAX to really attack here. Even if he doesn't get it, doing 40 damage isn't ideal. Doing Pierce, that is not enough to two-shot a Blissey even.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough.
Is that the attack that's happening here? And yeah, it looks like it is. A Pierce for 40. That's just 2 lucky Ice Pops.
Or just one Team Yell Tower?
Yes, one Team Yell Tower. And that 40 damage gave Skyway 3 cards. We're going to see it. We're going to see the Blissey really roll out and get all the damage it needs, I think. I'd like to see research in Skyway's hand with like just even more energy, just to really ramp it up. That's one way Skyway can win this. If the Blissey never gets knocked out and he just continually has so many energies, it can knock out, it could possibly knock out a Ice Rider Calyrex back to back. It would need 11 energy, if I'm not wrong, 11 or 10. I believe it is 11 just to get a knockout on a full HP Ice Rider Calyrex V, which is a lot to ask for, but he does have 3 in hand right now, 3 on board right now.
Yeah, even if let's say we don't have a Calyrex VMAX in play, it's just going to be a matter of knocking out everything that Online Station Art is able to throw at them, because at this point we don't see a VMAX in play. So it's just going to be maybe a simple Blissful Blast for a ton of damage every single turn, adding more and more energies onto that active Blissey V. We see a Psychic Energy now that will probably go onto the Blissey V next turn as well, or end of this turn, due to the fact that it's discarded.
Yes.
So I think Skyway has got this game at the moment. If it's just able to make sure that all the damage is sealed off.
I absolutely like seeing a Skyway really showcase what Blissey can do, getting the attack off, using lucky energies. And that's something we actually didn't get to see too much in the last game because he had to manually attach them. This time, he actually is getting those energies in the discard pile first. And yes, again, just if it ramps up, he can get there. And he used a quick ball right now. That's another way, again, to discard an energy, which is absolutely amazing. Let's see. I want to see a supporter for turn for him. Ooh, an Aurora energy. Let's see if he discards an energy. He does, and it's a powerful energy as well.
We're seeing Blissey go off this game.
Yes, a powerful energy is really good to have in the discard pile. I've totally forgot about that. Buffing the damage output from Blissey by 20. So my math, even then, maybe you don't need 10 cards. If you have one of them is the powerful, you might need 9. I know.
There's another Cable of Toughness as well on the bench, Blissey. So no easy prizes for Online Station Art.
There we go. And right now, Blissey is doing 30, 60, 90, 120, 130 damage to the active, which is not negligible. That's a lot of damage.
Yep, it's not a full knockout though, unfortunately, because Ice Rider Calyrex V has 210 hit points, so not a complete knockout straight off the bat. But what is that card?
That is the Suspicious Food Tin, healing all the damage, discarding
all energy.
Yes, discarding that Aurora energy. Very good there. I was saying the only way this Blissey can get knocked out if Online Station Art VMAXes and then evolves into quick shooting Inteleon. That is enough with the Pierce damage. But now that he used Suspicious Food Tin just to be safe, that Blissey is not going anywhere. It's going to...
Yep, not this time around for sure. I think this is going to be a deck that we'll be able... this is going to be a game where we see the Blissey V deck really go off on its game plan of attaching multiple energies onto a single Blissey V and pretty much sweeping everything that Online Station Art has.
Yeah, it goes for a Blissful Blast for 100. The 3 energies he has on the side should be attached to Blissey at this point. And that brings Blissey up to 6 energies attached. Absolutely massive, and that should be enough. I believe 30, 60, 90, 120, 140, 160, plus I think 180. That should be enough to knock out the Ice Rider Calyrex, even if it VMAXes. Which,
yeah, but now we see a capture energy, I think.
Yes.
Grabbing a Sobble.
Yes. Looks like that is a very, very interesting play there. He maybe could have attached the capture energy to the bench, just because I don't think the active might get knocked out very, very soon. And we also see a quick ball. Let's see what he decides to grab with a quick ball.
Oh, it could be that he's going to go with the second attack of the Ice Rider Calyrex. Which is the Glacial Lens for 200.
That is
that's
true.
probably the reason.
That is
because
true.
he doesn't have access to the VMAX at the moment. So to deal as much damage as possible, force Skyway to heal off the damage.
Yes, and only
Otherwise,
giving 2 prizes in the process, since it is going to get knocked out anyway, even if it goes into VMAX. That is a very, very smart play, I think, now by
very heads-up play.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely a heads-up play there.
He also gets the quick ball for the energy in the discard pile. So now Melanie is live if he has it. And I think he really needs... Oh, he also plays Crobat. Yes.
Wow, a card that we actually forgot that was in his list. And I think now it's a pretty good time to play the Crobat after playing down his hand to almost nothing.
Yes, definitely.
Probably trying to dig for
a Melanie.
More resources. A Melanie for the bench.
Definitely.
I would think. Yep.
And just really set up a new Ice Rider, because the one in the active is a little bit too damaged. He also gets an air balloon on that Drizzle, just another card to play down to draw more cards with the Crobat, as well as giving him access to a pivot now. Very, very big.
Yep. And to our viewers, as you can see the Crobat V now on your screen with the ability Dark Assets. So when you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you need to draw cards until you have 6 cards in your hand. So, and it's, here comes another Ultra Quick Ball, discarding the Boss Order.
All right, very big. I believe he is down to 1 card in the hand, and that might be the Crobat, right?
It is. Yeah.
So that is a Crobat Dark Asset for full 6. That must be really nice, and hasn't even played a supporter yet for turn.
And I presume he's looking for Melanie.
Yes, definitely. Or a boss. He could have played that boss actually, just to get the Blissey in the active to the bench and have to just deal with it later. And that's a way your Ice Rider in the active could have survived for a turn. That play is open, but maybe he just wants to get damage on this active Blissey. Just knock it out as soon as possible. It is the one with the most energy in play. But again, if you're attacking this Blissey, you're giving Skyway 3 cards, and that could be possibly 3 healing cards. I want to see it.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, with 3 healing cards, it's very possible that the entirety of the 200 damage can be healed off right away.
Yes, especially since we see a couple of Psychic energies, a Psychic Energy and Aurora, really. And, Hyper Potion could just discard 2. And yeah, we'll see what Online Station Art is doing here. Is he...
Seems like just a Glacial Lens for 200, discarding 2 energy from the Pokemon.
Okay, fair. I thought, for a second there, I thought he was retreating and paying the 2 costs. But yeah, it looks like it is. It might be the Glacial Lens for 200. Another one of Ice Rider Calyrex's attacks. Again, 200 isn't an ideal number. It doesn't really knock out any Pokemon Vs at the moment, but any damage on Blissey is good, and 200 is sizable.
Yep, I think the only thing that I'm concerned by is that he didn't have much to go off after that. There was no melee play.
That is true.
On his side of the field. There is, I think, a Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX on the bench at this point.
I believe so. I believe that is the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. So that is at least nice to see. And very heads-up play there to not evolve the active.
Mm-hmm.
And again, here we see Skyway just draw 3 cards off that lucky energy. So good. It's very good he got that at the start. And now his engine can really go off. He can even play Avery now just to make his hand size even bigger and forcing Online Station Art to maybe discard one of the Sobbles as well as the Crobat, which might not be the best, but getting one Sobble might be nice.
Mm-hmm. I want to go back to the point you made about getting lucky energies early. You could say that he was lucky.
Definitely lucky. And again, Oh, it looks like he played a second Mysterious Futon, healing 80 damage, going down to 120. All he needs is to play one more of those, and he's out of the range of... Well, he's out of the range if Online Station Art can't play the quick shooting.
Yep. So I think right now it's... Well, it's not out of range yet. So
Not yet.
250 damage attack right now would definitely knock out the Blissey V.
Yes. But he would need one more Suspicious Futon.
Yep, for sure, for sure.
Or
A very suspicious play coming out of that card. Very interesting card for sure. Suspicious Futon. You probably never see that card being played in any deck, but you're seeing it now. Really healing this Blissey.
Yes. I think healing Pokemon is not too prevalent in the meta right now. So it's really, really interesting that we get to showcase that in this tournament, which I am very glad to. And
for sure.
Looks like
Yep.
Skyway is playing that Avery, and he has to, and Online Station Art discards 2 Pokemon to go down to 3. One, the Drizzile actually. The Drizzile.
Oh, the one with the air balloon.
Yeah, so losing the pivot as well as the potential to do quick shooting Inteleon, that's very, very big. All he has to do is heal up to at least above 250, 260 should be good enough. But he did lose the Crobat, another easy 2 prize possibly. But we see the Hyper Potion here. He gets to discard 2 energies and heal.
Essentially, that's a totally healed up Blissey at this point. Completely fresh again. Resets the entire turn. That Glacial Lens essentially did nothing.
That is true. This is a fresh Blissey.
And Online Station Art is smiling to himself.
Yeah. Like this, honestly, this is amazing to see, right? Just Blissey doing Blissey things, and I'm glad we get to showcase it. He does have 3 energy in the act. I'm just counting now. Since the Calyrex is not a VMAX, this should be more than enough to knock it out. It is doing 120 damage, if my math is correct. And just reattaching all those energies he discarded. Let's see if he can... I don't think he's even attached for turn. Would be really funny if he could get a 4th lucky energy.
Oh, yeah, that'd be huge. Essentially allowing him to really dig through his deck whenever he gets hit by a whatever damage that or whatever attack Online Station Art has. And at this point, it doesn't really matter because every time you refill Skyway's hand, he's going to draw into all those healing cards again, the Hyper Potions, the Suspicious Futon. He's essentially going to reset the entire turn every time, thanks to all these lucky energies.
Yes.
I think this is a card of the game so far.
I have to
Cards
agree.
of the game.
I have to agree. The lucky energy, definitely giving Skyway all the luck he needs. And yes, we haven't even seen the lucky ice pops yet. You know, the lucky ice pops, the Team Yell towels. There's still so many resources in Skyway's deck.
Yep, you're definitely right there. I think definitely a deck which I think to me is so unique in its nature that it's so great to see that it's really popping off right now against one of the decks that we thought would be, one of the favorites of the tournament going into the finals. But it seems like it's having a hard time trying to beat this Blissey deck to even take any KOs.
Yeah, that's true. We may see go into sudden death actually, but no, there's still 20 minutes left. That might be enough time for this game and another full game 3. We'll have to see. And just look at the amount of energy on that Blissey. I can't even see it properly. I can't count it anymore.
I think it's 3 lucky energies, 1 Aurora and 2 Psychic, so that's 6 energy I would think. And then there's also 1 power energy.
I think there's
So that puts it at 7.
There's 2 Auroras, isn't there?
Oh, right. So that's 2 Auroras. That's definitely going to be around 8 energies then.
8 energies, and I think he needs, I believe, 2 more, and he's knocking out a not unless
not unless there's a big charm. So wow, both these players having tricks up their sleeves in trying to preserve their high hit point Pokemon.
Yes, big charm. This is the tool you can attach to VMAX Pokemon. It is a smaller buff than the Cape of Toughness, but again, the fact that you can put it on VMAX, giving the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX 350 HP.
Wow.
We have to do a lot of math there.
Just wow. I'll leave it to you, the engineer, to work out those math. So I'm just gonna say you need a lot of energy.
Give me a sec. Let me pull out my scientific calculator here.
All right. So you see a Poké Communication sending in. I think that was a Ice Rider Calyrex V. Probably gonna grab a Drizzile.
Yep. But again, we see the Ice Rider already have the 2 energy on board. We're going to have to see if he's going to do the full 250 or, again, the max lance attack. You have the option to choose how many energy you discard. If you discard 1, you're doing 1 plus 130 damage. If you discard 2, you're doing 250. He does have the option there. Let's see what he decides to do.
I'm in favor of going the full 250. I really feel that if you're looking to do damage, it's best to do as much as you can. Run Skyway out of healing resources, but at this point of time, with 3 lucky energies on that Blissey V, he's not going to run out of cards anytime soon, that's for sure.
I mean, his hand is probably absolutely massive. Something we might see, what would be nice to see actually, would be a Marnie. At least then you Marnie them down to 4,
yeah.
and they do draw 3, so they only have 7 cards.
That's true. That's very true.
But it looks like he's opting for the Melanie instead, which is not a bad play. Again, this is something we've seen him do, like overpower up a Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. And technically Skyway has four prizes to take. So even if he knocks out this active Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, he has to try and knock out 1 more. He would have to try and boss something up, which I have to assume is in his hand, because just of all the energy, because of all the lucky energy.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what I count was 7 energy attached to that Blissey V.
3, 4,
7 energy.
So 7, it did 7 times 3, 210, plus 10, 220, and then
plus 20 for the power energy. So that's
240
240 damage. Yep.
That is
very close.
That is a big
Very
Blissey.
close.
Yes. And again, he's gonna get attacked, and he's gonna get to draw 3 cards again. I want to see it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. 250 damage on the Blissey. Can he heal all of it up? I want to see it.
Let's see.
Yes, there
I
you
think
go.
it's going to be interesting to see how he's off. We know that he's down a few of the suspicious foot tints. He's also played maybe 1 or 2 of the Team Yell towels, and also 2 hyper potions already at this point, I think.
I don't think we've seen the Team Yell towels just yet. That might. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I'm not sure, but
maybe discarded it then. I saw it in his discard earlier, so maybe it was discarded for something else.
Got it. There's one of the Team Yell towels. Again, healing 50, so down to 200. And hey, Ice Rider Calyrex does get to heal 50 as well, but luckily there is no damage on board. Yeah, so there we go. 200 more. That's like 1 hyper potion and the suspicious Futon if he can do it again. Because we did see him heal 200, which was very, very big. And again, ideally, I think he'd at least have to heal up to 220 to feel safe. 230. He has to heal 230 HP here just to feel safe that his Blissey won't get knocked out next turn.
Yep, fair enough. I think it's also very important if he could keep it completely fresh, because you have to think about the Inteleon on the bench.
Yes.
For online station art.
Yeah, that's why I was saying 230, because then it brings him down
Oh
to
yeah, you put it out of
280.
range already. Yeah, fair enough. So you put it out of range already. So I was thinking that you have not put it out of range yet. So I was thinking, okay, maybe that extra 20 might come into play.
Yeah. If he healed 230, that would bring him down to like 280, and that would give him like literally 10 HP left after an attack, which would be very funny to see on Blissey. And yes, looks like he's discarding a couple of energy. He's playing the hyper potion.
Yep, so another hyper potion.
The Blissey is down to 80 damage. So originally 250, down to 80. Let's see what else he can play. And the suspicious Futon.
Well, here we go.
That's 250. That's all the damage.
Now, what did online station art do again last turn?
I think he just passed.
But he discarded energy, didn't
he? Yeah, he did. Oh boy. That was... Yeah, you can see the smile on online station art's face. Like, the fact that you get to do this is absolutely amazing. I'm very glad Skyway was able to pull that off. And again, online station art hasn't taken any prize cards yet. After this Blissey, he has to worry about another one.
Exactly. And the fact that he actually grabbed 1 more out from the prizes, because we knew 2 of them were prized.
Yes.
He essentially has the entire field for online station art to go through.
Ooh.
So if you can't... Oh, what was that? Was that the fourth lucky
energy?
Ah.
Okay.
4 lucky energies on a single Blissey V.
Okay, so hear me out here. I think online station's art new path to victory is just to pierce it. Just keep attacking and hope that Skyway decks out.
Oh wow.
That might be an option now if there's draw supports for turn and just 4 cards for each lucky. That might be an option.
Yeah, you're right. And also because the fact that for online station art, at least for now, Skyway isn't taking full knockouts yet on his VMAXs. We're getting very close though. We're getting very close to Blissey V being able to one-shot a VMAX at this point, which is really surreal to think about.
It is. I absolutely love the board now. You can see Blissey just pushed to the side and the energy's taking center stage.
Yep. What are we playing again? Are we playing the energy training card game?
Yes. How many energy is that now? So it's has he?
Or
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
that's 8.
8. Alrighty. Oh
I see a
boy.
Melanie from online station art. So once again, a Melanie.
He does.
One turn after the last one.
Are we counting how much damage Skyway has healed this turn, this entire game? So for this one match, he's healed at least 450, if I'm correct.
Let's call it 999,000 or something like that. There's just so much damage healed off, and all thanks to that one card, Cape of Toughness.
Yes. Very key card here in this matchup. And looks like Online Station are just going for the max glance again for the full 250. Are we going to see it again? Is this the little Blissey that could just...
That's not a little Blissey anymore, Wancho. That is one big Blissey.
That is true. But let's see if like this is the only Blissey Skyway would need the entire game. And there we go.
4 cards of the lucky energy.
Oh, so lucky. So
every time that Blissey gets hit, you draw 5 cards. And those 5 cards get to remove all 250 damage. You get another 5 cards. 4 cards next turn. 4 plus the one you draw, right? So
we have to keep count now of Skyway's resources though. I believe we're 2 hyper potions down and maybe 3 or 4 mysterious food tin, 1 team yell towel, maybe 1 or 2. And yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot of resources down now.
That is a lot. We do see a path to the peak, not really relevant in this matchup at this point because the Crobat is now discarded.
Yes, that is true. But yeah, I don't think the Ice Rider deck is playing any stadiums. Let me double check.
Yeah, but I don't think it will matter at this point as well. I think it's not really a card that they are worried about because their abilities are all on the Pokemon.
That is true. I was just thinking.
Except for Suicune V. I think that's the only card that requires, an ability because of fleet-footed, but I don't think a Suicune V is going to go up against a Blissey at this point.
That is true. And here we go. We see it. The lucky ice pops.
All right, let's see.
How many heads can you get, Skyway? You have 4 lucky energy. You have to be absolutely lucky at this point.
1 hits. That's 1 hit.
1 head. So that's 20 damage healed and an extra 20.
Just 1.
40 damage.
Just 1.
That's not too bad. 40 damage healed. That's not too bad. Bring it down to 210. Sure. But actually, I think Online Station R can bring this back if he can get this knockout on the active. It is the active with a ton of energy. And it's going to take Skyway a while to get another one built up. There we go. Another luck. 1 heads.
Okay.
And are we averaging out at 40 healed per pop? I absolutely love this card. It's averaging out at 40 healed per pop, which is not bad. That's 10 more than a potion.
Not too bad.
10 more than a potion.
Exactly. And who knows, he still has 2 more in the deck, probably. He runs a full 4, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely more chances to flip more hits and remove more damage on his Blissey V.
Yes, he did heal 80 damage, so I believe the Blissey is now at 170 damage. That is 1 Team Yell Towel and 1 Hyper Potion away from full health. Let's see if Skyway has it.
But if it doesn't, then I think Online Station R is in a very good position to come back now because he does have a Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX on the bench ready. I don't think there's any energy.
No, it's not yet ready, so it's still going to need a Melanie.
Oh, it's not ready yet. Yeah, definitely need a Melanie this game. So, on this turn. So, definitely still a very iffy game, I would say. But it's definitely been an exciting match overall. Like in the first game, we saw a very quick donk. But in the second one, we really get to see a back and forth.
Yes.
Online Station Art coming up with attacks after attacks after attacks. And Skyway saying, I'm just going to heal everything off every single turn.
Definitely. Looks like we get to see the Kabu played here Only drawing
Oh,
4
okay,
though.
we have 4. Only 4. Yeah,
Yes.
unfortunately, only 4. But maybe he's digging for those healing cards. So you only play this card right now because you probably are digging your deck for the right healing cards at this point.
Yes, unfortunately, we saw Hammer, and Hammer is not a healing card. We'll have to see if that might be the extent of it. That's all the healing the Blissey could do. Now let's see if Online Station Art can capitalize.
Yep, so it's going to look very awkward right now. If Online Station Art has the energy and Melanie, I would think he probably gets the gate because it would take a couple of turns for Skyway to get energies back onto one of the Blissey Vs. But if it doesn't, then Skyway has another window essentially to heal off all the damage again.
Definitely. I mean, you can only Melanie so many turns. I think another key card we have to watch out here for is, I mean, we haven't been counting how many Melanies Online Station Art has been playing. And he has been doing 200 damage very consistently. I'd like to think he has maybe 1 left in deck.
Yeah, I think it's probably gone to 3 already at this point, based on my memory. So only 1 left in deck.
And he still has 6 prizes. One of them could be
Exactly.
prize. That could be the case. And he does still have access to the Frost Last, but we don't have the Snorunt yet in the field. So yeah, hopefully we see that one last Melanie do its trick. He needs to take this knockout. If he does that, this Blissey is just way too big. I think at this point it can knock out an Ice Rider Calyrex after one more attack.
Yep, for sure. And I think also right now, on Skyway's side, it's essentially going to be a countdown of sorts, right? Can he take all 4 of his remaining prize cards? He's going to take 3 right off the bat right now because the active Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX will go down for sure. And then he's only a boss's order away from a win because he can just go after a Sobble or a Drizzle.
That is true. And then there's 6 minutes in the clock. I think that's more than enough time really to close out this game, and we might have to go into sudden death.
Oh, again. Skyway is the sudden death king of this tournament at this point, if he's able to get there.
Yep. And I mean, that's what Blissey's known for, right? Just surviving. And it's good. It's doing a good job of doing that right now.
For sure. And who knew? A card that probably was a fringe Pokemon V is seeing play at the semifinals of the Pokemon trading card game Invitational.
Yes.
Here at the Battle Festival Asia 2021.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff for sure.
Again, it is the card that knocked out the best deck in format. Are we going to see it take out another one of definitely a meta deck? And
yeah, it would be so cool if it does. It'd be so cool if it knocks out 2 of the favorites from its side of the bracket, and then maybe, just maybe, Zacian will be waiting for it in the finals.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Did we miss something here where it looks like a couple of Mysterious Futon was played? Maybe also a Hyper Potion, because the Blissey has no more damage.
Wow.
There is no more damage off that Blissey. I think that closes out this game.
So we were off tangent for a bit there. Apologies to everyone watching right now. We were talking about Blissey V, how great it is, but it's only as great as the cards that it is paired with, especially Mysterious Futon.
Was that not enough?
Suspicious Fruitin.
No.
I think it should be enough.
It should be enough.
It should be enough.
Yeah, okay.
It has to be enough.
I was wondering that for a second, but there we go. And that is knockout. Skyway goes down to 1 prize. And at this point, I absolutely love that we got to see just this Blissey take up the entire playmat.
Oh, wow. You mean the Blissey's energy? The Blissey is probably heading out of playmat after a while.
Yes. And yeah, I'm trying to count the energy. Does he attach the 2 on the side as well for his attack? I believe he should after that 1 attack. And yes.
Yep, I think he's just confirming the number of energies attached so that the damage can be dealt. And then now I think he'll proceed to attach all his energy. I think he's within range.
He should be.
Of knocking out a full Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX now.
I'm trying to count it at this moment. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11.
I count 12.
I see 12 as well.
I count 12, including the 2 that is to be attached right after this. So essentially, that is going to be a complete knockout on a Pokemon VMAX.
Especially there's 2 power energies as well. Let's do the math for the folks at home. That's 12 times 30. That should be around 360, 400 damage off this Blissey.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you absolutely loved. Oh no.
Oh,
It's
what
not
was that?
done.
Oh no.
Oh, that I think that is.
You saw what I saw.
I saw it. I saw it as well. It is.
Oh, it's the boss's order.
That might be Online Station's art way back into this. Again, all he needs to do is stall out the last couple of turns here. No, but he goes for the Melanie instead. He does get the attachment for turn, draws 3 cards, but that's not enough. That's not enough. Unless
it's gonna be a full knockout. Is he aware of that? That's the thing, because okay.
He goes for the
Does he have another card? Is there another way to get the active back to bench?
escape rope, possibly. If he plays it, I'm not quite sure. We have to check the deck list, but yes,
I don't think so.
guess the Shady Dealings in Talion, allowing him to find 2 trainer cards, but I don't think there's anything in the deck that could help him out at this point.
Yep, I don't think so as well. And he's already played the Melanie.
Yes, unfortunate, but he goes for the switch, but Skyway is down to 1 prize, so hiding behind a 1 prizer is not going to do it as well. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what else happens here right now. And we are correct where that Blissey has full HP, right? Because if it does get knocked out here with the Ice Rider attack, I mean that puts Online Station Art in a great position, especially 2 minutes left in the game. You can see him thinking here. I think he's deciding on what to do. And yes, I'm just going over the deck list here right now. Yes, there is no escape rope for Online Station Art. But
I think it's gonna be a very unfortunate end to game number 2 for Online Station Art, but it's gonna be a great one for us because we get to see another game after this.
Definitely. All right. Skyway does Blissey does take 250 damage. Don't forget, Skyway, you have to draw 4 cards. Just because you got attacked. That is absolutely amazing. Just 4 lucky energies. And I think Blissey is really the only Pokemon to be able to take advantage of just lucky energy. That's the only deck that I've seen lucky energy used, really.
Yep, but I have to say one thing. I'm not sure if Skyway is aware of the time, but he has 1 minute left to make the play and take a knockout.
Yes. Yes. All he has to do here is say Blissey, use Blissful Blast, and he does take the game. 46 seconds left to really decide to doing that, because unfortunately, once time is called, that means, and since Online Station Art took game 1, that means Online Station Art is the winner for the set, I believe. But here we go. I think he did announce it. No, or is he?
It should. I don't know now. Let's see.
This is a very, very crucial couple of words. All you have to say is those 2 words: Blissful and Blast. There we go. There.
Such a nice combination of words. Blissful and Blast.
Yes, absolutely. And
so it goes for the boss's order. So styling points here, going for the Intellion or maybe the Drizzle and taking a knockout there and getting his last prize. So yeah, looks like this game is all wrapped up, and we are going to a game 3 in this best of 3 right now, and it has to be sudden death, considering it's time.
Oh boy, I don't know, Aaron. At first I was very solidly in the Ice Rider camp because he was able to win that so convincingly, getting that 1-hit knockout. But as soon as we saw the Cape of Toughness, Blissey was able to do Blissey things. And I mean, Online Station Art was not able to get a single prize that game. And that makes me think, how is he going to get that 1 prize in the sudden death, right?
Yeah, fair enough. So I think the players are now setting up. We'll probably get confirmation on what's going to happen. It's likely going to be it's sudden death. Yeah, so we just got confirmation it's going to be sudden death right now. Time has been called in this semifinal number 1 at the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. If you're just joining us, what did you just miss? We just missed Blissey V take 6 prizes against Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yes.
Say that again. Blissey V has just taken 6 prizes against Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX without giving up a single prize.
But yeah, I think that's the more impressive part. Like, we were talking about how it was unfortunate that Skywii prized a couple of Blissies early in the game, but he never needed them. All he needed was that one Blissey in the active. It was the Blissey that went all the way. And yes, hopefully
a little Blissey that could. A little Blissey that got so big it could.
And there you go. We're going to sudden death. That means both players are down to 1 prize, and is the first person to get the knockout here will win the entire series. And again, both players have their merits, right? Both decks have their merits. The Ice Rider can do 250 as soon as turn 2, which is enough to knock out the Blissey. But again, Blissey with the cape and a couple of lucky energies is enough to really just survive it. Just survive 250 damage a couple of times. And let's see if Skywii can redo that magic here in sudden death. Or are we going to see another online station art Blissey Dong?
Yep, I hope we do get a very interesting match. But again, it goes back to the one card that Skywii has to have in play from turn 1, and that is Cape of Toughness. That is the clutch card of this matchup. If he's able to get one immediately on any of his Pokemon on the Blissey V, well, not any Pokemon, the only Pokemon he should have in play right now, which is a Blissey V inactive with a Cape of Toughness, he is able to bring this game all the way to its end, because that's how this deck wins. It prevents you from taking a 1-hit knockout, and then with the type of healing cards it has, continuously reset itself over and over again, run you out of resources, and then sweeps you after that. So a very interesting rogue deck. I don't know if this deck will be played everywhere else after this.
I know I'm going to try it after this. That looked way too fun to just have so many energy on Blissey that you 1-hit knockout of VMAX. But here we go. It looks like Skywii is having trouble finding those Blissies now, giving online station art a couple of cards to draw. And yeah, but again, all Skywii needs is that Cape of Toughness. And I guess he does need a couple of things, right? Blissey doesn't get there unless he gets those lucky energies in the discard pile or attached somehow onto Blissey. Because again, it uses so much resources just to really heal 250 damage.
That's true. That's very true.
So that's something Skywii has to do here. He has to repeat what he did in game 2, basically. And
yeah, and of course, on online station art side of the field, it's just a matter of, can you hit 250 damage on turn 2 and continuously doing that and run Skywii out of resources?
That is true. And one of the good things of sudden death is your prize cards are less of a factor here. You know, you probably have access to almost everything you have in your deck since there is only one prize card.
Yep, exactly. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see that with these two players, I think both playing their decks very expertly, I would say, in the last 2 games. But it's only going to be 1 spot in the finals for each of them.
That is true. And oh boy, they're both going to have to play their best together. We've seen both decks really do what they're meant to do. And now that it's come down to the wire, who can make it to the end? And yes,
yep, for sure.
Looks like we're just waiting on the mulligan draws here. He does draw 2 extra cards off 2 mulligans. Those may be very big cards. And looks like we're going to see an Ice Rider Calyrex start. And Skywii, well, let's see what he starts with. It's going to...
Well, Skywii has to start only with Blissey V.
I'm wondering if it's the alternate art or the regular art.
Ah, nice one.
And it's going to be the alternate art Blissey. And there you go. We see online station art just very quickly attach that 1 water energy, going for that quick ball as well, getting another energy in the discard pile. Again, his signature move so far. Now that he's done it, I feel like he's probably a little bit more confident in his Shadow Rider Calyrex. Or sorry, Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yep, for sure. I'm not sure about benching the Sobble, but I guess you kind of need to because you want to have access to Drizzle on turn 2.
Yes. I mean, Blissey is going to take a while. I mean, it's going to take at least 1 turn, right, before it can really knock out a Sobble. So online station art doesn't have to fear a boss knockout this turn, but it's something he has to be mindful of next turn. And I don't think his deck really works. He can't really stream those Marnies unless he has Sobbles in the bench.
That's really true. That's really true.
There we go. We see a quick ball. Let's see what Skyway decides to discard. And it's an Aurora energy? Or is he attaching the Aurora energy?
Oh yeah, maybe attaching the Aurora energy by discarding the quick ball, maybe?
Oh, the other way around.
No, it's the other way around. It's actually going to be a quick ball for another Blissey. So he's probably going to grab another Blissey.
Got it.
I'm not too sure about this play unless he has double Cape of Toughness, because that's another Pokemon that he has to protect in this pretty much sudden death situation.
That is true. It's also an option, like if Blissey in the active gets way too big, Online Station Art has the option to boss another Blissey and just have to deal with that instead, which
that's true.
Is interesting because Skyway, again, we know he doesn't play any switch cards. That means whatever Blissey is in the active, that's what's going to be attacking. So maybe benching another Blissey, which doesn't matter in sudden death especially. But looks like we're going to see a Crushing Hammer. This is a very big Crushing Hammer. And I think it's going to be very big if this lands heads. I believe it should be Skyway who should be flipping here, but
I'm not sure. I think
I think that is a-okay. I mean, it is a coin flip. So Ice Rider Calyrex does lose his energy here. And that means he's going to need a little bit more than just Melanie next turn. But what else does Skyway have up in his sleeve? He hasn't played a supporter yet, if I'm not wrong.
Yep. But essentially discarding the Aura energy means that he's looking to get it accelerated, I guess. Because otherwise you probably want to attach the energy.
That is true.
Not sure what's happening over there. Energy should not be attached. I think because he has to attack first.
That is true. He can't attach that Aurora energy unless he has energy to attack in the first place.
Oh yeah, there we go. He just noticed it. Yep.
There we
He's
go.
probably been doing it too much in game 2, having energy reattached to the Blissey every time.
I know.
Or you see Capricious Bucket now. So another way of getting more energies into Online Station Art's hand. So now he's just one Melanie away, is he?
Actually, yeah, Aaron, I just have to say, very big here. There is no Cape of Toughness on that Blissey. I repeat, there is no Cape of Toughness in this Blissey. This is Online Station's Art to take the series here if he can find. Oh, there's the level ball 4 for the Drizzle. It's close. All he needs is the VMAX now. Again, if the hammer actually flipped tails, this would be game on board right now. But he still has to draw into the VMAX, or at least have a Melanie in hand. We'll have to see.
It's likely going to be a Melanie for sure, right? And the Melanie has to be able to get the VMAX or a card that can search it out. Maybe something like an Evolution Incense.
Yes, definitely. We'll have to see here.
See.
There's the Evolution Incense. Does that mean he has the Melanie?
Does he have the Melanie already? Because if it does, that's game.
You see it?
Playing the Incense. So very good sequencing here by Online Station Art, keeping us all guessing whether he has the cards for game.
Exactly. Keeping us at the edge of the seat. Yes, Online Station Art, a very good entertainer. Again, don't forget to check him out as well after this game. And there we see
There's
the Melanie.
Oh,
there's
wow.
the attachment
What
and
an end to the game.
250 damage on the Blissey. There we go, and that takes. Well, it takes the game. It takes the entire game.
That's
the
win.
2 prizes.
Takes the whole match. Game, set, and match in favor of Online Station Art with Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. But I have to say, Skyway did an awesome job to take game 2 back. And it came down to a nail biter essentially. But the card in question once again, Cape of Toughness.
Yes.
Wow.
The Cape
what
of...
a game. What a match.
Is it the Cape of Toughness? Is it the Lucky Energy? I can't wait to be able to talk to Online Station Art and see what his play of the game would be. We all know what Blissey's play of the game is, just attaching all those lucky energies.
Yep.
And yes, I was so glad we got to see that match. I got to see Blissey heal over 500 damage, I believe, in that one game. And just seeing the Blissey just have all that energy attached, it was absolutely amazing. And just seeing both decks really showcase their stuff. Such a great match. What are your thoughts, Aaron?
Yeah, I think I got to also mention that it's probably more than 500 damage that was healed up, because there was one Glacial Lens for 200, and then there was at least 2 of the Max Lenses. So that's almost as high as 700 plus damage.
700
that was
plus,
healed off.
Maybe 700 damage, and that makes you think if they played game 1 to a full game, how much total damage would have been healed throughout all game 3s.
we'd be here till tonight, I would say. That's for sure. I think that's going to be one of the most exciting series that we had. I have to say, we had a donk, we had a drawn-out game where Blissey V essentially came back very strong, and then we had a sudden death match that was down to the wire. And again, I keep saying this over and over again, and you're probably going to call me a broken record at this point. It's all about Cape of Toughness. That card essentially won Game 2 for Blissey V and Skyway. It was a marvelous use of the tool, essentially allowing Blissey V to tank an entire max lance for 250, and most of the time he healed off almost everything the next turn, all thanks to those lucky energies as well.
Yes, again, you can't ignore the lucky energies. Without those lucky energies, he wouldn't be able to draw into the resources to really heal 250 damage, because 250 damage, that's nothing to scoff at. 250 damage knocks out almost every V in the format, including Blissey V, and again, he has to heal everything, because if he leaves even a little bit on Blissey, it might be enough for Ice Rider to really take that KO, and he could not afford at all to lose even one Blissey V, because if he loses that one Blissey V, he loses all the energy that he works so hard for to attach. And that, again, I think we both can't get over the fact the second game, but again, we have to give it props to Online Station Heart, who knows his deck forwards and back. He knows the right plays to make, and we just have to give it props to him. I can't wait to be able to talk to him more about it. But yeah, what do you think would be his play of the game, Aaron?
I to be fair, I don't really know at this point, because there's so much going on. I think the way he played the deck was probably as efficient as he could have until the end. I really thought he should have gone for a boss's order to stall out the game right in the end, so that there was no way for Skyway to take the final knockout. But all in all, I think both players played really well throughout the entire series. Skyway, of course, not being able to do much in the first game, because that was pretty much a donk. And for those of you at home, a donk means essentially you taking the knockout on the only Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field and winning the game that way. So essentially, we're down to the Game 3 sudden death match, and of course, in sudden death ending, it happened. But the main crucial point that you pointed out, no Cape of Toughness on Skyway's Blissey V, and that pretty much sealed its fate. Pretty much the main reason why the donk happened in Game 1, and also the reason why Game 3 went the way it is. And before, of course, we want to get a chat with Online Station Art very soon, but I want to give a little bit of prop to the team that came up with that Blissey deck, because before this event, I probably didn't hear about Blissey decks ever, but it's a marvel of a deck, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But again, let's hear more about it from the man himself, Online Station Art. I can't wait to talk to him. And
hello Online Station Art.
How's it going, Online Station Art? Congratulations on your game. How are you feeling? How do you feel after that match?
Oh, ถามว่ารู้สึกอะไรขึ้น
I'm so tired when second match. It's so long and heal and again and again and again. I can attack in one shot. Then when I attack 250, heal. Oh, my energy was gone. Oh, hard to fight.
Yeah,
No,
good stuff. I think you did a really good job going through the entirety of that series. Back to you, Ancho. Is there any final thoughts that you'd like to share?
Yes. Again, just congratulations for making it on the grand finals. I just want to get your last thoughts. How do you feel about the final match? Being in the grand finals for this tournament, do you think you can win it all?
รู้สึกว่าจะสามารถชนะรอบชิงได้ไหมครับมีความรู้สึกยังไงกับรอบชิงบ้างครับ
If not session, maybe I see Talaboy use session deck. I will so afraid many. I think maybe he fight next match and not meant to me. I can't fight Session and Samacenta. That's it.
Great stuff. And I absolutely love the energy. Good luck to the final round, Online Station Art. Congratulations again.
All the best to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And again, yes, the very wise words from Online Station Art. I don't want to fight my weakness. You don't want to face Zacian, especially if you're weak against Metal. So yes, I'm so excited for the next upcoming game then that will determine who Online Station Art will face at the finals. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think semifinal 1 was exciting. I think overall, when we started out the match, we knew we were in for a treat. We just didn't know it was going to be such a great treat overall. Lots and lots of different types of plays. We had a donk, we had a sudden death, we had a drawn out game 2. I think this has been the most exciting match so far for me personally.
Absolutely. And the key word there is so far, because we have more games coming up after the break.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. We are now at the second semi-final of today's tournament. Juancho, how do you feel, man? How's everything?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we got to watch some awesome Pokemon matches. With a buddy as well, I can't think of a better way to spend my day.
Great stuff. Now let's take a look at the bracket and see how far we've come so far. So I'm just going to go through very quickly the 3 quarterfinals and the 2 semifinals that are leading up today right now before the grand finals. So we've gone through the first quarterfinal, Online Station Art beating Master Ramen to progress, Skyway beating Alphaz Gaming in quarterfinal 2 to progress as well, and then of course the final one was Momo and Palaboy being able to beat Nina in quarterfinal 3. And we just went through semifinal number 1 where Online Station Art and Skyway were essentially part of a very interesting series. I would say the best series we've had so far. We had a donk. We had a drawn-out game 2 with no knockouts by the Ice Rider deck, and then we had a sudden death match. Pancho, I am stoked for what we got to see in semi-final number 2 between Momo Palaboy and KZ from Hong Kong.
Yes, definitely. I mean, yes, I believe the last match got to showcase everything that can happen in the Pokemon card game, maybe just lacking deck out, right?
Let's hope we don't have to go through a deck out situation, because I love to see attacks coming out from all these different Pokemon. But now I'd like to introduce you all. We're going to go to a player that we have not yet met so far. He's Casey from Hong Kong, and essentially it's a player that got the bye in the quarterfinal round. So we've seen Casey straight into the semifinals, and let's see if we can get him on right now. But before that, he's playing a much more unique deck right now. What deck is he playing, Wancho?
He is playing the Single Strike Urshifu deck. Well, Single Strike box, really, because it is playing the Umbreon VMAX as well as the Morpeko. Very interesting cards.
Yep, for sure. And now let's just get to know KZ from Hong Kong.
Hey.
Hello, KZ. How are you doing? Great to have you with us. Just got a few questions for you. Would you please introduce yourself to our viewers and tell us how you're feeling today?
你好啊 KZ， 多謝晒，唔該晒接受呢個採訪。你可唔可以做一個自我介紹，之後同我哋嘅觀眾講say hello？
哦 ，hello 啊，大家好啊，我係嚟自香港嘅 Case 啊。
Hi everyone, I'm from Hong Kong and my name is Keith.
All right, and I just have to ask, so what did you do to prepare for this tournament today?
你為咗呢個比賽，你做咗咩訓練啊？
做咗啲咩訓練啊？我不停咁練，我都練咗差唔多半個月，不停咁練咁啊，希望陣間有個好啲嘅表現啊。
I have been practicing for the past 6 months. Past months. And then I hope that I can perform very well later.
I'm sure you will. 1 month of practice is really, really good. And I believe you have one more question, Aaron.
Yep, before we finish off, I got a question for you. We got to ask all the other players as well. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? And if yes, which Pokemon is it?
你最中意嘅 Pokemon 係邊隻啊？同埋點計？
今日最中意嘅 Pokemon 好明顯就係呢個比卡超。咁啊，比卡超應該主角咁啊，大家都應該特別中意佢，幾可愛你睇下佢。
My favorite Pokemon for today will be Pikachu. As you can see how cute he is, so that's my favorite.
Those are
Great stuff.
Those are really
Another
nice
Gen
deck
1
sleeves.
fan.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Nice sleeves. Thank you so much for speaking with us, KZ, and good luck in your match.
Good luck. Good luck.
唔該晒，唔該晒。
OK，多謝晒。
I think KZ is excited, and so am I.
I am.
What do you think?
I am too. I am too. He has the luxury of sitting out and like probably watching all the other matches, just waiting in anticipation for his turn to shine. And this is it. It's his turn to shine. I'm very, very excited for him, especially with those really cute Pikachu sleeves.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have a lot of Gen 1 Pikachu fans, I think, in this particular tournament. I think it's great to see, we have multiple generations of Pokemon now, but everyone loves the original. It's just part of our childhood, I would think, and part of everyone's memories. But let's talk a little bit more about his deck. So we know that this is a single strike deck. Okay, just maybe a bit of reader for everybody. There are single strike, there are rapid strike, and there's fusion strike.
Yes.
And now we get to see the single strike variant of the deck, and it runs a 4-4 line of Urshifu V and Urshifu V Max.
Yes.
Could you tell us a bit more about this deck, Wancho?
Yes, the Urshifu VMAX is really probably the main attacker of this deck. Similar to Rayquaza, it's building up energy in order to knock out its opponent in a single strike, hence the name. And yes, it has the powerful attack G-Max 1 blow for 4 energy, 3 of which are fighting 1 colorless. It does 270 damage and ignoring all effects on the opponent's Pokemon. So that includes Zamazenta's Dauntless Shield. This VMAX can definitely hit through it. So 270 damage is a lot, but it is also supported by the single strike energy. See, if it has the single strike energy attached, it counts as a dark and a fighting energy, but also buffs up the damage by 20. So if Urshifu VMAX has 4 single strike energies attached, it goes up from 270, 290, 310, 330, 350, more than enough to knock out anything in the format in one blow.
Wow, but speaking of Zamazenta, it's going to be a little awkward, isn't it? Like, for once you have a VMAX that's able to go through the Dauntless Shield on Zamazenta V. But speaking of Zamazenta, let's bring back Momoy Palaboy from the Philippines, who is our second player for the semifinals. Hello, Momoy. How are you, buddy?
I'm good.
Hey, welcome back.
Again, still excited.
How are you feeling?
As always.
Yeah, great to know. How are you feeling now that you're in the semifinal and one match away from the grand finals of the Invitational?
I'm really, really thrilled. I didn't expect that I will go to this level and I play competitively in Pokemon trading cards. So it feels like there's butterflies on my stomach like that. It's very magical.
You mean butterfreeze in your stomach, but you're doing an absolutely amazing job, Moy Moy. Do you have anything to say to your opponent before the match?
Good luck to us. I think this one is very more challenging because I know KZ is a very good player, and I heard that he practiced for a month or 2 months. Oh my! So I hope I can. I'll go lucky again.
Definitely. And I believe, Aaron, you had one more question?
Yep, I think now going to the semi-finals, you're one match away, as I mentioned, from the grand finals. What do you think is the most important Pokemon in your deck going up against KZ?
So since Zamazenta cannot, the ability of Zamazenta, the Pokemon of KZ can still attack Zamazenta and VMAX. So I think my chance is to get good cards in the right time for Zacian.
All right, great stuff. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Momoy. Thank you and good luck in your match.
Yes, good luck.
All right, let's do this.
Let's do this.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm excited. Are you excited?
Oh boy, I love the energy. I'm so excited. I don't know what honestly, this is the point where we talk about the matchup, and I don't know where it goes. Both decks are really good. Both players, I think, are absolutely amazing. What are your thoughts, really?
I'm just hoping the Zacian Zamazenta deck gets a chance to set up, because I definitely see the Urshifu deck being able to to pretty much breeze through the Zacian and Zamazentas, because as you said, the damage potential is really there for the entirety of the deck. I definitely think that the overall setup is important. So again, going back to the consistency of either of these decks, but I'm really excited to see how would the single strike Urshifu and of course single strike deck as a whole functions in this tournament setup. Of course, it's the best of 3, so there is definitely opportunities for either of these decks to come back if this had a very bad first game, or a slow start, I should say. But I'm leaning towards hoping to get Zacian in the finals, just so that we could see how Online Station Art feels about that, because it will be interesting to see, overall. But then again, my guess is as good as yours at this point. We have no idea which of these decks, but I would like to see some of the cards that we have on the list. So with the list we have right now, there is a Morpeko in the deck as well, which is a little random, I would say. What do you think of that?
So Morpeko is actually a pretty known counter to Mew VMAX. Morpeko does have the attack Explosive Discontent, doing 30 damage for each damage counter on Morpeko. And if you're wondering how we get damage counters on Morpeko, this entire deck, this entire archetype is supported by Houndoom. Houndoom with the single strike roar, you get to attach a single strike energy from your deck into one of your Pokemon. But if you do that, you put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon. So that is the main way you're powering up your decks. That's why the single strike deck. That's why he's playing a 4/4 Houndour Houndoom count. And yes, so if you single strike roar into Morpeko twice, that gives Morpeko 4 damage counters. 4 times 3 is 120. But again, single strike energy buffs that damage by 20, bringing it up to 160. And this little tiny hamster thing can knock out the best deck in format. That is ideally what is there. So I don't think it's going to matter in this matchup. What is, again, the biggest factor here is getting those Houndooms up and set up, because Urshifu VMAX does take 4 energy to attack, which is a lot. And maybe Zacian's biggest opportunity here is just trying to set up and getting those early 230 damage into the Urshifu. And possibly if he knocks out the Urshifu VMAX and he can't set up a second one, that might be the path to victory, really.
Yeah, great stuff. I was about to ask you as well, what do you think would be Momoi's path to victory here? But what are the other cards that you think will be very relevant coming out of KZ's deck? Because we are seeing a lot of different cards we have not seen so far in the tournament. Let's maybe go through some of the single strike cards. Let's go to Tower of Darkness. What do you think of this stadium right now? Because we haven't seen much stadiums being played in this tournament other than a Path to the Peak and things like that. What is Tower of Darkness and how does this influence the deck?
Tower of Darkness, again, this is an absolutely great consistency card. If you once during your turn, either player can discard a single strike card. Luckily, the single strike deck is full of single strike cards, and you get to draw 2 cards. It's basically trading 1 card for 2, which is really, really great. And again, it just needs that added consistency. That is what single strike decks have struggled in the past, because if you notice, there's only 1 Crobat V. That's their only consistency card versus Zacian, who Zacian himself is the consistency card. And the single strike deck, you have to set up literally multiple stage 2s, either your main attacker like Urshifu VMAX and your Houndooms and Houndours, as well as another Pokemon in the single strike box deck, really the Umbreon VMAX. Umbreon VMAX, a very strong card, has the attack Max Darkness. It does 160 damage. But the more important thing here, it has the ability Dark Signal, which is basically a boss's orders on a Pokemon. Once you evolve Umbreon into Umbreon VMAX, you get to choose one of your opponent's Pokemon and bring it up to the active. So that is a very good ability. And again, we've seen how strong boss's orders has been in the tournament, and this is that on a Pokemon.
Yeah, great stuff. And now we get to the players who are about to set up for their game. But before they set up, I have one other card that I thought would be interesting to talk about, and that is the tech supporter called Bruno. So earlier we saw Raihan from Momoi's deck essentially being the tech supporter for the Zacian Zamazenta deck. And we have Bruno here, which is a single strike supporter card, where it says that you shuffle your hand to your deck, then you draw 4 cards. However, if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you draw 7 cards instead. So I guess a different twist to the situation, where if you lost a Pokemon to a knockout last turn, you get more cards with Bruno, versus for Raihan, you're essentially getting energy acceleration and a deck search. What do you think of Bruno as a supporter card that is being run in the single strike deck?
It's definitely good just for the fact that it is a single strike card. That means if ever, you can always discard it to Tower of Darkness. And again, just more draw consistency, more draws in the single strike deck is always good. He is playing the full 4 Professor's Research, 3 Marnie, 1 Bruno. That is 8 draw supporters, and hopefully that should be enough to help him set up all those Houndooms and Houndours. And yes, we can see here both players setting up KZ with the first mulligan. That means Moi Moi Palaboy gets 1 extra card if he has a basic Pokemon here. He does. Yes, very exciting stuff. The key to victory again here is KZ has to set up. Yes, KZ has the bigger attack with the Urshifu VMAX that punches through literally anything, but getting those 4 energies are not the easiest thing in the world, especially if you have to go to multiple stage 1s.
That is true, but we have to also note the fact that when you're using single strike raw, you are putting damage counters on the Pokemon that you're accelerating to, aren't you?
Yes.
So could that come into play somewhat in any shape or form?
Right now, I don't think it does, because Urshifu VMAX luckily has 330 HP. Even if you put 4 damage,
Oh, wow.
if you do single strike roar 4 times, that brings it up to 250, and that's still not a number Zacian can hit.
Yeah, that's a great catch for sure. And I don't think Zacian is riding any way to go above 230. No vitality bands, no other damage modifiers, I should say, at this point of time. So definitely going to be a tall order to knock out a Urshifu VMAX in 1 hit. Very likely having to go through multiple hits at this point.
Yes, and looks like we see KZ start with the Urshifu V. Urshifu V actually a great starter for this deck versus Moi Moi Palaboy's Zacian. Very, very good as well. Both, I think, these are the ideal starters for the deck. Moi Moi Palaboy, obviously, we've seen the Intrepid Sword already drawing 3 cards, but KZ, if he was going second, the first attack, Laser Focus, actually really helps out. For one fighting energy, you get to look for 2 basic fighting energies and attach them to Urshifu. That's one way to get it powered up, definitely. But it looks like KZ is going first, and we of course know that you can't attack on the first turn. Let's see how many Houndours he can set up. We've already seen one and an attachment for turn.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I actually thought that Moi Moi Palaboy was going first earlier. So if it was, I would be very worried for him, because a single laser focus means that on the second turn, the single strike Urshifu VMAX will be able to go with 1 Gmax 1 blow straight off. But it seems, well, I'm at least thankful we'll probably have a much longer game for game 1, considering that Moi Moi Palaboy would probably get a few more basic Pokemon, hopefully, rather than just a lone Zacian V.
Yes, because actually, if you can see here, the Urshifu already has 1 energy attached, and with 1 Houndour, that means he is 1 energy attachment away, 1 Houndoom, and we can go and Urshifu V can go ahead and do Impact Blow for almost 220. We're actually 220 plus. So
oh yeah, without having to go through the VMAX. But would that put the single strike Urshifu deck in a disadvantage? Because of course we know Moi Moi Palaboy runs ways to get a Zacian V up and running as soon as possible. Would putting all your energy, all your eggs into 1 basket here be a good thing for KZ?
I don't think it's a problem at all, as long as he can get those Houndooms set up. Again, Houndoom accelerates energy from the deck. And yes, we are losing special energy, but luckily Single Strike has a way to recur those special energies. Not something you see every day. With the card Urn of Vitality, or Urn of Vitality allows you to shuffle in 2 Single Strike energies from the discard pile into the deck. So overcommitting is the name of the game for Single Strike. And
for once, there's a deck that can really do what it's supposed to do and not worry about the resources that it's using up.
Yes. Again, I feel like this deck is very similar to the Rayquaza Mareep, like the Rayquaza Flaffy deck, right? Rayquaza wants a 1 hit, and it's supported by a stage 1 that powers energy up to it. Except Houndoom is a little better, where it actually gets the energy from the deck. It's just that much more consistent. You don't have to worry about discarding the cards.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I think also the fact that the deck runs Umbreon V and Umbreon V Max gives it a little bit of edge, in the sense that you can use Dark Signal to drag up a Pokemon that you'd like to take a knockout on. Whereas for Rayquaza V Max, if you're not going to one-shot something, you probably want to get something off the bench to take out the biggest threat. So definitely more options in the single strike deck for sure.
Definitely, I have to agree there, and that's why it's a box style deck, right? You have multiple attackers. Yes, your main attacker is single strike Urshifu, but you have the options to go into Umbreon, Crobat, not Crobat, sorry, Morpeko, and and just the regular single strike V instead of the VMAX. All of these Pokemon are potential attackers. I've even seen some people attack with the Houndoom itself just to knock out.
That's interesting.
Yeah, just to knock out something small in the active. Because Houndoom does have attack Darkness Fang. It does 50 damage, but then if you're just attacking a Sobble, one single strike roar onto your own Houndoom brings that up to 70, and that's enough to knock out a Sobble.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. But I think let's bring it back to Momo Palaboy's turn right now. So he's played a Rotom Phone, and now I believe he's going to go for an Intrepid Sword.
Yes.
Yep, it seems like it.
Let's see what he
And
draws
do we
into.
see metal? Oh, there is a metal
Ooh,
energy.
there's energies are on the active Zacian, which is a very precarious position here. If it's good if KZ misses an attack here, but it's really, really bad if Moimoy loses both his energies at this point.
Exactly. I think it's going to be a very huge uphill task if the active Zacian V goes down after this turn, because I think KZ will then have essentially a Urshifu VMAX on the following turn, if possible, ready to take another knockout, and that will put him in a unassailable position for sure.
Yes, I think the missing card in this setup is the Cape of Toughness for Moimoy Palaboy, and we do see the Houndoom, and that does get him a single strike energy to the active Urshifu, and he's only lacking one energy card to get this knockout.
Yeah, but it can be any energy, doesn't matter what energy it is, it's going to be 180 plus 20 plus 20 for the immediate knockout. And you can see Momo Palaboy there. I think seeing the writing on the wall or what's going to happen.
He's about to get single striked.
Oh man, it's gonna be interesting to see how he comes back from it, and that's one of the reasons why maybe I would have liked him to use Intrepid Sword on the bench Zacian V, so that he spreads his energy around rather than having it all on the active.
It's definitely a risky play, but I can see it here as well. Like putting on the active, if he had no switching card, just trying to get an attack off as soon as possible. Maybe that was his thought process. But there we go. You see his eyes grow big as soon as he saw the second energy attached. But again, the Moimoy Palaboy isn't out of it if his Zacian does get knocked out. We do know the Zacian deck plays Metal Saucer. He can go double Metal Saucer into attach to bench and try and get the knockout that way. That is always a possibility. But here we go. We see a Marnie. This is going to be a big 5 cards from KZ. Let's see if he can draw 1 energy. He is playing 10. So the odds of him drawing 1 energy off a Marnie to 5 are pretty big. This is a very, very crucial turn, because if he doesn't get the attachment, the shoe is on the other foot then. Moimoy has the Zacian who can knock out something that has all the energies.
Well, I would like to have seen him not use the single strike raw then in that case, because then you can Marnie, try to draw into more of your energies, and then later on do the single strike roar, because now you just remove 1 energy from your deck. So a bit of sequencing here, which could have mattered, but let's see if he did get the energy.
That is true.
Doesn't seem like it.
If
he had, he would have slapped it down straight away, wouldn't he?
That is true. I would have dropped the energy before the Houndour. And oh boy, now he has to hope Moimoy Palaboy misses out on the energy. Again, this was a critical turn for both players.
I don't think I see the energy.
I know.
I see a switch.
You can see Moimoy Palaboy just his heart is beating so fast. The tense. It's so tense. Is he saving it? He's going for laser focus? Is he going for laser focus? He is.
Oh no!
Boy.
That's a window that Momoy Palaboy would be happy to see.
His eyes go big. He has a big smile. I think he realizes that his Zacian lives to see another day. And yes, there we go. We see laser focusing, allowing him to attach 2 basic fighting energy to that Urshifu. That Urshifu now has enough energy to attack once it turns into the VMAX. Let's see if Moimoy Palaboy has the energy to respond here. And again, the risky play by Moimoy paying off in the end. The Zacian living to see another.
There's the metal energy.
Oh boy!
So a Marnie to 4. Of course, drawing a card for turn, and he had the metal energy in hand. And I think KZ is not liking this one bit.
Not at all. Again, this time the shoe is on the other foot. This Urshifu has all the eggs in the basket, followed by a huge research here. Yes, discarding his hand, drawing 7 cards. 7 fresh cards as well. He could draw into, I think, a big card here would be Raihan, just in case he does lose that Zacian, or maybe some switch cards, just because that Zacian looks like it's not going to be knocked out anytime soon. It might need to retreat.
Oh, there's a Cape of Toughness. Wow.
Especially
That's a
if you
huge
have that.
card of the top. Yeah. And he has one more in hand as well. So he's able to properly spread it around. And I like to see him get some energy onto the bench as well, if he could get some metal sources. But I think his situation looks really good right now,
Yes,
for sure.
he's definitely in a good spot. He's going to take 2 prizes very early, taking out all the energy in the field. But again, KZ, oh no, I don't think KZ has the capability to really take a counter KO on this Zacian, because he only has 2 Houndooms, 1 Houndoom in play, 1 Houndour. That's a potential of 3 energies on the Urshifu. And because of that Cape of Toughness, it just puts it out of reach. Unless, of course, he plays a Tool Scrapper, which, looking at his list, he does not.
No, I don't think he does. Yeah, so it's going to be an uphill task now for KZ. How the tables have turned in a matter of 2 turns, I should say.
Yes. Unfortunately, Marnie just not being able to get him that 1 energy. Yes, I think that was definitely the critical turn for this game.
Yep, and could have been just a pure sequencing thing, because 1 energy was actually used up by the Houndour.
Yes.
So that could have meant all the difference, essentially.
It could possibly. He could have drawn into that, and then he could have just used the Houndour after. I totally agree with you. But again, we'll have to see what else happens next. Looks like Moimoi does take the knockout with the Brave Blade, doing 230 damage to the Urshifu V with only 220 HP. Actually less, because it did get accelerated too. And yeah, now we'll see how KZ responds.
Yep, now Zacian V doing Zacian V things, I should say, at this point of time. Brave Blade for the knockout. And the best part is, there is no return knockout coming back against him.
Yes. But unfortunately, because of Zacian's downside to Brave Blade, it can't attack on the next turn. So it would need to go to the bench, find a pivot, and try and attack again. Or maybe just hide in the bench, maybe hide behind an Orang Guru, honestly, and just go Intrepid Sword. Why not? That is also an option. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if KZ can even come up with an attack this turn.
Yep, and I think for Momo and Palaboy, his situation is pretty good right now. If KZ doesn't evolve this single strike Urshifu, as you say, a pivot and a switching card essentially means another KO, another 2 prizes, and his position looks really good at this point. But I'd still like to see him charge up a secondary attacker just in case, because we know how these games can swing.
Definitely, and there we see
Urn of Vitality now. Yep, as you say, the card that is able to recycle back the special, single strike energies.
Yes,
back into the deck.
Yes, very big card there, because now it ensures there is some single strike energy. There could have been possibly 2 prize, but since he did shuffle 2 into the deck, that makes Houndoom's ability single strike roar active. And yeah, but he's gonna need a second Houndoom to really attack this turn. I would like to see possibly VMAX on the Urshifu. And Urshifu does have a 3 energy attack called Beatdown that does 100 damage. It's not a knockout, but it is something. It also ensures that your Urshifu survives to see another turn. Because, again, Zacian can just do 1-hit knockouts on the Urshifu Bs.
Yeah, and I think also going through the beatdown route would allow KZ to take at least a 2-hit knockout on the Zacian V. That's something relevant as well. And also making sure that the Zacian V cannot knock out the active at the moment. But it doesn't seem like he has anything going for him. There's a switch, putting Houndour into the active.
I like that play. I like that play.
I like the play, I would say, but it's not the ideal situation.
It is not, but sometimes you have to play with the cards that you're dealt with, right? And sometimes that means hiding your Pokemon V in behind a tiny little puppy and powering it up. And I think that's exactly what KZ is going to do. He's just going to have the single strike roar into... Oh, no, he has 2 puppies. And double...
Well, I mean, those 2 puppies are staring down a much bigger puppy in Zacian V, that's for sure.
That is true. And there we go, double Houndoom. That means double single strike roar onto the bench Urshifu. I think what he's doing here is like making sure that it's that much harder for Momo Palaboy to get the knockout. He would need to have the boss's order as well. And then he's just saving up all those energies to G-Max 1 blow the Zacian.
Yep, and that would essentially be a one-hit knockout, even with Cape of Toughness, I believe. Well, that is definitely above the 280 hit point threshold, or 270 hit point
Yes,
threshold, I should say.
Zacian has 270 HP, and the G-Max 1 blow has the base damage of 270, not even counting all the single strike energy. Looks like he's attaching he's attaching to a new Zacian, which is very, very big. If he can find literally double switch, or switch
Double
air
switch.
balloon, and a boss, that might just honestly seal the game. But that is a tall order for, I believe, a 5 to 6 card hand.
Yeah, but don't forget there's also the Orang Guru on the bench, which could use its ability. I believe it's Primate Wisdom.
Yes, Primate Wisdom, switching the top card of the deck with one in your hand, as well as in combination with the Rotom Phone, could get him there. But I think he goes for the Professor's Research again, or was that from the last turn? We'll have to see.
I think that was from the last turn.
All right,
when he discarded his entire hand.
Got it.
I believe that's a Primate Wisdom. Oh no, he's going for a
Intrepid Sword. On
I
the
like
bench.
this play a
I
lot.
like it.
I like this play a lot. Yeah.
There we go.
So
That
you mentioned
means
net 1 energy as well.
yes. That second Zacian is up and running. So even if KZ does get a knockout on the active Zacian, which he still doesn't have. He still has to get the VMAX and another switching card. He has a second Zacian to have to deal with. And yes, these puppies are tough.
Would you call Urshifu a puppy? I'm not too sure, to be fair.
Urshifu is a bear. He's a panda.
A bear. Okay.
Just in case you didn't know, he's actually a kung fu panda.
I learned something new today.
Yes.
Oh, we see a Professor's Research here. So
Okay.
that's 7 fresh cards. All right.
Very
good
big.
start now.
Very big. I would have liked to see this time. I would like to see the single strike roar, single strike roar before the research. Because if he draws into that, the special energy card, that means he can't attach it. Because single strike roar only works if the single strike energy is from the deck.
Oh, you're right.
We do see an air balloon though.
here. Yep. That's a good way to get the Hondoom out of the active spot.
Yes, do we see the energy attachment, energy acceleration, and then the Urshifu VMAX to take a knockout on this Zacian? And again, I think a card I'd like to see off Moi Moi Palaboy, because if this Zacian gets KO'd, would be that Raihan, because then the Raihan just automatically powers up the active Zacian, as well as trying to then try and set up a second attacker, maybe a Zamazenta at that point. But it looks like KZ is going for the impact blow, unless he has the VMAX in his hand.
Oh, yep. He has the VMAX.
There it is. Does he have the energy to go with it? He does have 2 Houndooms. Is the last single strike energy prized?
Yep. He's probably going for it right now.
Oh, we're gonna see it. Single strike roar is the last single strike energy in the deck. That is very, very important. He's going through it. I don't see it just yet. Nothing yet. It's there. It was the last card.
It's the last card. Oh, it's the last card.
Always the last card. And we're gonna see it. This is for, I believe, 4? Is that 4 single strike energies on that Urshifu?
It is. So it adds up 80 damage. So it's doing 350?
Yes, you're right. It is 350 damage. That is one big blow. And
one big bear.
yes. I think we should see 220 more damage on that Urshifu. I think if it was accelerated to at least 3 times, there we go. And 60 damage on that Urshifu. This time it could matter, right? So with 60 damage on the Urshifu, it goes down to 270. And that means if you hit it with another Zacian, that brings up all the damage on Urshifu to 300. And that means you can't accelerate to it twice. You can only single strike to roar to it one more time, or else it's going to get knocked out. And I think that's really, really big here. I know we mentioned earlier that I said, it's probably negligible because Zacian or Zacian can't reach that damage. But again, if there's so much damage on Urshifu, that means you can't accelerate to it, which is good here, which is good.
It's going to be huge for the game, I should say. And of course, we got to look at also the number of Urn of Vitality is being used. We saw 1 already being played earlier by KZ. There's 2 more left. These are the cards that essentially get you to recycle your single strike energy, because all 4 are in the discard pile right now.
Yes, that is true. That is true. And I believe he is only playing 3 Urn of Vitality. And if there's 1 in the discard pile, that means there's 2 in the deck. And Urn of Vitality only recycles 2 energy. So if he can get those 2 back, that means he'd have to use both Urn of Vitality. He'd have to use both Urn of Vitalities to get all 4 of the energies back. And that means he only has 1 chance, really, 1 more Gmax 1 blow to attack, to use. And that might be a problem if Moi Moi Palaboy starts setting up a Zamazenta.
Yeah, I think he's quite poised to do that as well, because now we see an active Zacian. I believe that's a Metal Saucer that is being played to power up the Zamazenta. So I think Moi Moi Palaboy has pretty much the entire game plan set up. So I'm going to do 230 now to this active single strike Yushifu VMAX. But at the same time, I'm not going to give you any more Zacian Vs. I'm going to go into my Zamazentas now.
Yes, but what we haven't seen yet is the energy attachment for turn for Moi Moi.
Oh, onto the active especially.
Onto the active,
yep,
yeah.
That's right. That's
the
right.
active Zacian only has 2 energies. It does need 3 to attack. He does use Rotom Phone here. Maybe he finds that metal energy and he could possibly Primate Wisdom into it. But let's see what happens here. Again, Rotom Phone looking at the top 5 cards of the deck, choose 1 of them and shuffle the other cards back into the deck, then put the card you chose on top. And again, you can switch that top card with 1 card in your hand with the ability of Oranguru's Primate Wisdom. Also, Moi Moi Palaboy hasn't played a supporter yet for turn. Let's see if he has something. Again, Raihan would be absolutely huge here. It ensures that energy attachment, as well as maybe getting a saucer for turn. That would be very big.
So, yeah, we got the energy.
Oh, there we go. He has the energy, I think.
Yep. It was off the top of the Primate Wisdom, I think.
Very good play by Moi Moi Palaboy then. Be making use of that 1-2 combo of Rotom Phone and the Oranguru. And yeah, we're gonna see 230 damage onto that Urshifu VMAX, bringing it up to 300. And again, you can only accelerate 1 more time. There's no possibility at all that the Urshifu is gonna attack again, unless he powers up manually.
Yep, and definitely there's no healing cards coming out of Casey's deck. It's not a Blissey V deck, that's for sure. There's no healing cards coming out. It's gonna be an awkward situation to get this this huge Urshifu VMAX out of active right now. It has 3 retreat costs, so an Air Balloon is not gonna help. You need a switch or some other ways to get it out of the active.
Yes, and there's only 2 switch left in deck. I think at this point he may just decide to just leave it in the active and try and power up a second Urshifu in the bench. And
by the way, correction, there's only 1 switch left because he used 1 earlier on in the first few turns.
That is
true. If you recall, to bring up the Hondor into the active and bringing the Urshifu VMAX back to the deck, back to the bench, or when it was a Urshifu V, I should say.
Yes, that is true. So there's only 1 left in his deck. I don't like the odds of him getting that. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, we see the double Urn of Vitality. That's very big here.
That's interesting because he still needs a new, fresh single strike Urshifu V.
That is true. Hopefully he doesn't go and attach those to the active Urshifu. That would be very, very big. Very big 3 prizes for Moi Moi if he decides to do that. And yeah, we're gonna see.
That's for sure.
We're gonna see a shuffle. Let's see what else KZ has to play. I'd like to see a quick ball here, or maybe just a supporter for turn. Really try and get out another Urshifu, or maybe even an Umbreon at this point. That could work as well. That we see.
Yeah, I like to see an Umbreon for sure. I think that's a Pokecom, is it?
Yes, that is a Pokemon communication. Gets to shuffle in 1 Pokemon and find another one. Let's see what he decides to find here. He did go down 2 Urshifus. There's still 2 in the deck. There is the second Urshifu.
Yep. That's the other one. Or just hit the 3rd one right now at this point.
That is true. That is the 3rd Urshifu. And again, he can single strike Roar to that one. But after that, he has no more energy. He has no means of attacking.
Yep, and the problem now is how do you go up against a Zamazenta when you've already used up all energies you had to attack?
That is
using your Urshifu VMAX.
That is true. I think I like the Moi Moi Palaboy's play here. He forced the Urshifu to use resources on 2 Zacians back to back, because Zacian is putting a lot of pressure, and then after that, just going into Zamazenta to do all the cleanup.
Exactly. I like this whole game plan that he has had. Of course, he mentioned that it was going to be a daunting game and series for sure because Zamazenta, being the wall that it is, wants to go up against VMAX that can't touch it. But in this matchup, it's not as strong as it was in the previous round.
Sorry,
against
real
Shadow Rider.
quick here.
Yeah.
KZ plays a
is it
Marnie. It's a very, very big Marnie. You can see it on Moimoi's face. He had a very, very big hand, probably
yes.
off, especially taking a couple of prizes. So shuffling that into the deck and only drawing 4, and he would need a lot to get another attack going. He would need to have, again, the switch air balloon combo, and I think with a hand of 4 he might not get it.
Yeah, but it could also mean that he could probably go into perhaps a Saucer and Metal Energy and a Retreat Disaster manually. Take the knockout using a Zamazenta instead.
That is true. That is also an option here. But KZ's turn is not over just yet. He does find a quick ball for another Houndour, but I don't think that matters at this point because he only has those 4 single strike energy to work with. He already has 2 Houndoons. That means he can get the 2 energy from his deck, and then next turn he can get the last 2.
Yeah, maybe just trying to thin his deck of resources just in case he gets Marnied himself.
That is
getting all these cards out of the deck, so he's drawing more live cards.
That is fair. We'll have to see here. It looks like it's just a pass, not even opting to use the single strike roar, which might be a very heads up play just in case Moimoi Palaboy here bosses the bench at some point.
Yep, that's true. Now let's see whether Moimoi Palaboy is able to get the knockout. Of course, the active Zacian V cannot attack after using Brave Blade last turn.
Looks like he attaches to the bench Zamazenta, which is very big. He could an option here is even to switch into that Zamazenta and manually retreat that. That is something as well. Not an ideal way to get an attack off, but it's a way to get an attack off. He goes for another quick ball here. Let's see what he decides to find. He could find a second Oranguru. That could be interesting. He could go Rotom Phone, use that Oranguru, go Rotom Phone again, use that Oranguru again. And yes, but let's see what he decides to find. Maybe he's just thinning the deck as well, just like you mentioned KZ did.
Yep, just in case you will play your own Marnie or you're looking to eventually get Marnied again. So getting all these dead cards, I would say not useful cards, out of the deck essentially is a good thing. And okay, that's another Zacian.
That's another Zacian. That's
yep.
Not opposed to seeing that. Just in case we don't have an attack here, I'd like to see an Intrepid Sword to a different Zacian.
Exactly. And I don't think the active Urshifu V is going anywhere anyhow.
Yes, it is way too big to be moving. He does play a Marnie here, shuffling the hand into the bottom of the deck and then drawing 5 cards, while his opponent draws 4. And yes. Let's see what Moimoi can get here. All he needs is, he needs a couple of things. Possibly a switch, possibly an air balloon, and yeah, a couple of things.
Maybe
but again, if he doesn't get it,
as well.
Intrepid Sword is always good.
Yep, that's true. I think a Metal Saucer would be good if he is able to Metal Saucer to the bench Zamazenta. And essentially then you can manually retreat the Zacian. Looks like he's going for an Intrepid Sword.
All right. Let's see what he can get. And yes, it doesn't look like he got an energy, but that's a-okay. Let's see.
Yep, so it's just passing a turn back over to KZ. So now KZ has to scalp out a turn here that will keep him in the game.
Yes. Hopefully here he gets the Urshifu VMAX and maybe try and 2-shot the active Zacian. That is the path to victory for him, I believe. He has to 2-shot the Zacian with the beatdown,
right?
And then save the energies to G-Max 1 blow a Zamazenta. But we'll have to see. Again, Moimoi Palaboy, all he has to do is take a knockout on the active and then boss something up from the bench. That is Moimoi's path to victory. So it just depends on what is easier here. And what do you think is easier? Whose chances are you betting on more?
To be fair, right now, I think it really depends what KZ does this turn, but I really feel this game is probably in Moimoi's favor. As long as the single strike Urshifu VMAX on the active is not going anywhere because that is a free 3 prizes, and then essentially he's just one boss's order away from getting a win off a Hondor at this point.
That is true, especially he really does need to get an attack off. KZ, I mean, really needs to get an attack off this turn with the play we just mentioned. But again, it's just so tough to retreat the Urshifu VMAX.
That is true, with a very heavy retreat cost, as well as only running 2 switch, one of which we know has already been used. It's going to be difficult.
Yes, he can't play like an air balloon to the active, as well as single strike roar into it, just to get the retreat. That's something that's open. Again, he can't still single strike roar one time, but that also eats up one of his energies.
Yeah, I think at this point you're trying to save that to ensure that you can take knockouts at this point rather than retreating. But I can see the reason for that play, because otherwise that single strike Urshifu VMAX is not going anywhere.
Yes.
And I don't think the Zas and Zamazenta deck has any way to snipe it off the bench. There is no way to do a snipe for 20 damage, for example, by like Inteleon. So there's nothing of that sort in this matchup.
Yes, there is no way at all. It looks like he is trying to play a Bruno, but didn't we just Marnie this turn?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we may have not caught that earlier, but we'll have to see what happens here. Again, he's Brunoing, I believe, for 4 cards, because I don't think anything was knocked out at all in the previous turn, and I don't think he has the switch just yet.
Yeah, I think there's only 1 left. It could have been Prize as well, so we don't know for sure where the switch card is at this point. Does he play the Bruno, right?
Yes, he did play Bruno. Bruno, if a Pokemon was knocked out on the previous turn, you could draw up to 7, but unfortunately nothing was knocked out, so he only draws 4.
Yep, we mentioned about this card earlier as the card that interacts in a way that you get more out of it if the previous turn one of your Pokemon got knocked out, similar to what Raihan is for Momoy's deck. So I guess it's
the double single strike roar, bringing Urshifu down to 180 HP, but more importantly, doing 220 damage. Moimoy has to have the boss and metal energy next turn, or I believe KZ is going to snag this game.
Yeah, because I think as long as it's not going to evolve into the VMAX, it's pretty much game for KZ if Momoi can't get the win on this next turn.
Yes. So very, very crucial next couple of turns here. Let's see what happens. Man, I really want to see what's in Moi Palaboy's hand at this point.
He doesn't look too excited though. He's probably just thinking, how does he maximize his outs to getting the win? He's so close. There's only one prize card left for him to take.
Very close. And if the air balloon was attached to the Orang Guru instead, that's actually a way to probably extend the game. Like he can decide to go into a pivot, the Orang Guru, and if he doesn't have it, just leave the Orang Guru in the active, forcing KZ to have the boss himself. But yeah, we're gonna have to see. And also KZ has to draw into the Urshifu VMAX as well to get the knockout on anything.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because Impact Blow has the similar downside to Zacian's...
Zacian V, Brave Blade. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's going to be interesting regardless. I think this is quite a long game one. We're down to 13 minutes as well in this semifinal number 2. But I think it's been exciting overall because we've seen this game go back and forth, and now we're down to the final prizes for each of these players. And let's see what Momoi has right now. Can he sneak the win at this crucial moment?
Yep. Here we go. Here we go. Does he have it? Does he have it? Just a metal energy and boss wins him.
Oh, there is a metal energy.
There's a metal.
Okay.
Ooh, if I had the boss, I just slap it down at this point. He does have another chance here. He could use the Primate Wisdom as well. And what is that? It's a Tool Scrapper.
Okay.
That's not a boss.
That's interesting. So the Tool Scrapper's away, probably the air balloon.
I'm at the edge of my seat here. If he does attack with the Zama Azenta, it also takes out a special energy, but I feel like since KZ does have all of it in the deck at this point, that shouldn't matter unless, of course, KZ drew into the last two single strike cards, the single strike energy cards.
Yeah, I think also the fact that this is not a VMAX at this point, but if he has that in hand, it's going to be a very easy GMAX 1 blow for the knockout next turn, regardless if the energy is discarded via Assault Tackle anyway, because, well, there are 3 Hondooms on the bench.
It looks like Moi Palaboy just quick balled away a boss's orders.
Did he do that?
I think so. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what else happens here. Looks like he quick balled it away for a Zacian.
Oh no.
Oh no. Let's see what else he has to play in his hand. Again, very, very crucial turn here. Let's see if Moi Palaboy has it, because if he doesn't, he does have a cape, but that's not going to save him from the GMAX 1 blow. GMAX 1 blow doing 270 damage plus, I believe, almost 30 damage, 30 to 40 damage. Plus 60 to 80 damage at this point. Oh no, I think he may have realized that he had boss in hand, but let's see.
Does he have another one, maybe?
Oh, maybe he has a second one. Maybe he's bringing us for a ride here. It looks like he does. He does have a second boss.
Is he realizing it? Is he realizing that he's going to go down to
one prize
to take the win?
Yeah.
I think so. He's probably checking.
He's checking. He does have the boss.
I think he's just clarifying what is the HP on the Hondoom.
Oh yeah, that's true. He's not.
It's 130 HP, so it's exactly enough.
Yes. That is it. That is it.
Assault Tackle. He's checking. He's asking.
I'm so nervous. There we go. We see the boss. Does he boss the Houndoom? There's three correct choices, one wrong choice here. But I believe that should be game. That should close things out.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's also a matter of, having players to communicate as well, because we are playing remotely, of course. You can't pick up a card on your opponent's side of the field to read and check it out. So I think, Momoi has gone and taken the win. And they all realize it as well. It was a splendid match. I think both players played really well. in this entire game.
Definitely.
It's definitely a back and forth matchup, and I think closer than what we expected, right?
Yeah. I was at the edge of my seat. At one point, I was like, okay, Moi Moi's got it, but then, oh no, KZ does the correct play and not VMAX, and I was like, oh no, now maybe KZ has it. And then once I saw Moi Moi discard a boss off a quick ball, I got a little nervous. But then he had a second one because he does.
Yeah, the second one, yeah. So he was more than ready to take the win there. And I believe now with just 9 minutes left on the clock. Well,
we'll have to see. This could go into a sudden death, or Moi Moi Palaboy could get the set, really, the series.
Yep. And pretty much moving on to the finals where we know who's waiting for him right there.
Yes. I'm very, very excited for the finals. I'm still excited for this game. We'll see how these players match up. I think, again, there's 8 minutes left, 8 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. I think Moi Moi just has to play it right and keep his Pokemon alive. There is a possibility of him getting donked because the single strike Urshifu is able to get those big damage turn 2. So we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting regardless. I think both decks here has the capability to donk, as you say. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. But with 8 minutes on the clock, I don't think it's gonna be a donk in any shape or form because, well, you just keep benching Pokemon, right? You just keep benching 220 HP point Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the opening hand, really. And again, Moi Moi Palaboy only playing 8 Pokemon, right?
Yeah,
but the mulligan definitely should be able to help him out. Let's see if Moi Moi Palaboy is able to find a Pokemon here.
I think the only Pokemon that's on the scene in his opening hand, being the sole Pokemon in his opening hand, is Oranguru.
That would be very, very terrifying if Oranguru has to face up against Urshifu VMAX. And yeah, hopefully he also gets a quick ball as well or something like that.
Yep, exactly. So let's see. We still don't know what are the Pokemon in the active spot for each of these players yet.
Yes. And again, just good luck to both these players. They played the set very, very well. So props to both of them. Looks like KZ is going with Houndour against Moi Moi Palaboy's Oranguru. Let's see who decides to go first here. I believe KZ decided to go first. I may be wrong. No, it looks like it might be Moi Moi Palaboy. Or was that the mulligan draw? That might have been the mulligan draw.
Yeah, could be a mulligan draw, yeah.
And again, that mulligan draw could find him the second Pokemon. No, it looks like...
Oh, okay, so he is going first.
He is going first, and he attaches to an Oranguru.
That's not good.
That's not something you like to see. I mean, Oranguru does have the attack whacked down for 70 damage, more than enough to knock out a Houndour. That's something to be mindful of, I suppose.
I guess, but it's not going to be impactful if it's the only thing he does all game, because he definitely should get, if he can, a Zacian V or a Zamazenta, but it doesn't seem like his hand could do it.
You can't play the Raihan. That is not a...
You can't play supporter on your first turn, nor could you play it because there was no Pokemon to knock out last turn.
Yes.
There was never a last turn in the first place.
Let's see what's happening now. I think he does have access to like Rotom Phone. Rotom Phone could get him something here. And yeah, Rotom Phone into Primate Wisdom could get him something. Let's see here. It looks like he put the dice under the Oranguru. Very interesting play there. First time in my Pokemon career where I believe he did that just so that the Oranguru doesn't have the glare. So I very, very much appreciate that.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Very, very smart play by Moi Moi Palaboy.
That's another Alakazam IQ play right there by our players at the Invitational.
Yes, definitely.
Thinking about us casters.
The casters and the viewers, really. This just goes to show how much of a entertainer Moi Moi Palaboy is, as well as KZ, right?
Exactly. So we do see a Rotom Phone now. So again, this card selection option that the deck runs.
Yeah.
So hopefully he's gonna grab a basic Pokemon or a way to grab a basic Pokemon to put it on top of his deck.
Yes.
And using Primate Wisdom to grab it off as well.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hopefully that was the case. And if so, I would have liked to see the energy attachment go to that Pokemon instead. I feel like the energy attached to the active was a little too preemptive, but no, it looks like it's just a pass here.
Oh, maybe he got the Rotom Pone off the Private Wisdom at the start.
Possibly.
That's why he doesn't have it now.
Possibly. So at least he got to set up his next hand. It looks like KZ's hand, since we have the luxury of seeing it, not too good as well. It was a double supporter or earn vitality. He does play the Marnie. This will give Moimoy Palaboy a fresh hand of 4 as well, since it looks like his opening hand was not the best. And also draw him into the top card, right?
The one from the Rotom Phone.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, it probably gets him the card that he's looking to get. But I think more importantly, 3 fresh cards that he could at least use. Because in his opening hand of 7, he didn't have much to play. It was just an Energy and an Oranguru. And that's about it.
Yep. Versus KZ here, looks like he is off to the races. Able to quick ball away a Houndoom, trying to get another basic Pokemon. And just honestly, having 2 Houndours on the field is good enough to accelerate like 2 energy. I'd like to see probably one of the Urshifus here and just an attachment to the
we do
Urshifu.
see it right now. Yep,
Yes.
the Urshifu comes down. But I really have to point this out. We're down to like the final 3 minutes. KZ needs to get a knockout within the next 2 turns if possible. And that probably involves him getting the Urshifu into the active position. At this point, that Honda needs to go to the bench as soon as possible.
Yes. I think I would have liked to see KZ play the Umbreon VMAX here instead of the Urshifu, to be honest, just so that he can start powering that up and then possibly, because Umbreon VMAX does 160 damage. Yes, you're going to need 3 single strike energy, but it's a consistent way of attacking, not having to discard an energy early and maybe saving the Gmax 1 blow for the Zamazenta. And especially if he can go into the Umbreon VMAX, he can go ahead and use the ability Dark Signal to try and pull up a Zacian that was powering up in the bench.
Yeah, or even powering, or even like going for the Zamazenta early or something like that. But it seems like Momoy has benched 2 Zacian V, so no dunk potential in this game. It seems like the Marnie has helped him out to ensure that he won't go down with just an Oranguru in the active.
Yes, and he even gets the Quick Ball here. So Quick Ball, again, discarding 1 card, look for any basic Pokemon in your deck. And I believe he'd be looking for Zacian's brother, the Zamazenta. There it is. And the entire family is here to play. He's going to need to... an energy attachment for a turn would be good here. And then after that, he can just start using Intrepid Sword.
Yep, for sure. I don't mind also attaching to the active Oranguru just to retreat it so that you have actually energy into the discard, so the meta sources become life cards as well this early in the game.
I actually like the Oranguru in the active. Getting knocked out is a non-factor. In fact, it makes the prize raise odd.
For sure.
So that is always good. We're gonna see the Rotom Phone here. Let's see what he decides to top deck. Again, Rotom Phone just coming in really clutch for Moimoy Palaboy.
Yeah, we've seen him play quite a few times now, both in the quarterfinals as well in this semifinal series. So definitely a card that is really doing his work in the deck.
Definitely. Ooh, and yes, again, I think the Rotom Phone coming in clutch for him earlier as well. Just being able to set up the top deck once the Marnie happened. It's one of the ways you can Marnie proof your decks, really.
Yeah, pretty much. I think also because for those players who are very familiar with shuffle draw cards, Marnie doesn't shuffle your deck. It just makes you put the cards in your hand underneath your deck in order for you to draw cards off the top. So that's an interesting play. I mean, an interesting part of the card, which many people need to know.
Definitely. And here we go. I believe Moimoy Palaboy passes the turn to KZ, if I'm not wrong. Yes. And let's see what KZ has to do. What KZ can do here. Yes, there is 30 seconds left on the match. He needs to take, I believe, even if he takes a knockout, since Moimoy Palaboy did win game 1, I believe he wins the entire set, if I'm correct.
Yep, for sure. I don't think there is any way for KG to come back here. It's going to be a clean 1-0 victory for Moimoy Palaboy, bring him into the finals. So we're down to the last, 5 seconds at this point. So the players have really played a grueling matchup, I would say. The game 1 really took a while, but I think they really played through their outs.
Definitely. Again, I think just amazing gameplay from both players here. We were going into this game not sure who really had which deck really was in favor, right? Unlike
Right.
a lot of the matchups today, we were fairly confident in Ice Rider, fairly confident in New VMAX and all that. Here, it was fairly 50-50, and it looks like Moi Moi Palaboy gets the win here.
Yep, what a play by our Filipino representative. He takes the game, it takes a series essentially, 1-0 versus KZ from Hong Kong. So, an interesting matchup. As you say, it was a very 50-50 series overall. I think it was very interesting to see both these decks really try to do its thing. We got the first taste of the Shifu deck, which we hadn't seen all tournament because KZ got a bye into the semifinals. But also, I would say props to Moi Moi for sticking through this deck, finding out the right place, and eventually getting the boss's order for the final knockout. It's very interesting to see overall how these two decks have functioned. I'm excited to speak with him because he's now in the finals of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. But what do you think was the best card of his deck in this series, Wancho?
It has to be Zacian. I think Zacian carried that match very well. It drew him out of some sticky situations, as well as just putting really a lot of pressure on Urshifu VMAX. Yes, but again, Zamazenta on the bench, putting threat that, he has to go the Urshifu VMAX route. He has to power that up. I guess just the psychological pressure of just both Pokemon together. It has to be them. Just the tag team of the Sword and Shield.
Yeah, great stuff. I probably agree as well. I think for KZ's deck, I think he played out his outs to the best he could at that point. Very interesting to see the single strike deck function as it did, because it was a very quick deck. It could easily have done 270 damage on the second turn had he gotten the right setup. And it's an interesting overall concept to see, the acceleration coming from the deck via a stage 1, which is something we haven't seen so far in this tournament. So great experience for everyone at home, and also for us to see the single strike Urshifu deck. Unfortunately, KZ does go down 1-0 in this best of 3 series, and Moi Moi Palaboy will be the player in the finals for us. So while we wait for the post-match interview, I have to ask you one last question. Who do you fancy, Dacian or Ice Rider?
I think I fancy Zacian, and of course I have to root for the Team Philippines here. But yeah, I'm sure. But again, both players very amazing. I wouldn't put past the Ice Rider player to find some kind of out. But yeah, again, I just really want to talk about the match we just saw. Just getting, if you remember, the very key turn for that game was when the Urshifu player missed out an energy attachment for turn and was not able to get a knockout. And I think that spelled the beginning of the end. Yes, again, I think that has to be one of my favorite matches, as well as the Blissey match, this match. So many good matches in this tournament, and we still have more. We still have one more, and it is the grand final.
Yeah, we still have one more, but before that, let's have a chat with the winner of semifinal number 2, Moi Moi Palaboy. Hello, Moi Moi Palaboy. Congratulations on your win.
Yes.
How do you feel after that match?
Yeah, I was really nervous. I was scared of KZ because he has a good set of cards, and also maybe that time the plan went well. But a while ago, before that, I'm supposed to use that boss. What do you call that? Boss turn earlier, but he smarted me, so I was like, oh no, my plan but luckily I drew another boss. Yeah, what do you call that? Boss. Sorry, boss orders. So I think that's the key on how did I get the win.
Definitely. I guess, what was your favorite moment of the last game, though? I know you mentioned the boss's orders was the key moment, but what was your favorite moment, you had to say?
Yeah, the moment, I think that's the boss order. I already spoiled it.
Okay, that is fair. That boss's orders definitely came in clutch. It is the game-winning boss, really, right? And
the game-winning boss.
Do you have any questions, Aaron?
Yeah, I think now, Moi Moi Palaboy, you're in the finals of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. I gotta ask you one last question. How do you feel about your chances to take it all the way and win this tournament?
Oh, I'm feeling uh, participating here in this invitational is pleasure. It's an honor to be here, and I think I already won with competing with the other influencers in the different regions. So this is for me. I'm very happy what will the outcome, but still I'm just really happy and proud that I came and I went. I'm now in the grand final. So what happens is
Yes.
still I'll still be happy and my gosh,
Yes.
I'm lost of words.
Either
Really
way,
excited.
yes, very amazing play, Momo. I do have one last thing though to ask you. Is there anything you want to say to all your fans out there who are rooting for you right now in the finals?
To our supporters there, thank you so much for supporting me and rooting for me, and I will try my best, my very best, that no one ever was. Just kidding. Yeah, I just have
Well
let's have
said,
fun.
well
I'm
said.
really enjoying this game. I really enjoy this game. I might be able to explore another decks maybe in the future in another tournament, and they know my decks already, so I have to prepare for another deck. All right.
All right, great stuff. Thank
Excited
you so
to
much,
see you in the
Mo
community.
Boy.
Definitely, yes. Congratulations again.
Yep, congrats, and we'll
Thank
see you in the
you.
finals.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do this grand finals.
I can feel his enthusiasm for sure. I'm getting jitters just thinking about the finals that we're going to watch right after this. How do you feel right now, Wancho?
I'm so excited. I can't wait to see it. I really want to see it. I'm not gonna lie, I want to see the I can't wait to see Online Station's art face though, when he's been saying the one deck he doesn't want to face the entire tournament is the deck he faces in the finals. It's
Oh.
going to be very interesting, definitely.
For sure. And I think we'll definitely get into a little bit more of that matchup later on. But I think at this point of time, we're going to go for our final break of the day. Don't go anywhere. When we come right back, it will be the finals of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon TCG Invitational. We are now in the grand final, the final game of the night. But yes, it's going to be Online Station Art from Thailand, playing Ice Rider Calyrex versus Moy Moy Palaboy from the Philippines, playing Zacian Zamazenta, both great players, able to make it here at the end. I am very excited, and here we go. We have the bracket.
Yep, so just going to go through the bracket really quickly. After a grueling day of matches, we have had 5 matches so far. In qualifier number 1, we had Online Station Art playing the Ice Rider Calyrex deck, beating Master Ramen, who brought a Rayquaza VMAX. And then we had qualifier number 2, Alpha's Gaming, going down against Skyway. What was an upset where Blissey V, the rogue deck of the tournament, taking the win against the best deck in format, Mew VMAX. And then we had Mina and Momo Palaboy. This was a matchup where Zacian Zamazenta essentially breezed through the opposition to move himself into semifinals. And then we had the 2 semifinals as well, with Online Station Art beating Skyway in a nail-biter sudden death match in Game 3. Take the win and progress to the finals. And of course, the match we just saw just now, Momo Palaboy coming up on top against KZ from Hong Kong in a 1-0 win using Zacian Zamazenta against the single strike Yoshi Fu VMAX deck, setting up what is to be an exciting finals for sure.
Definitely. And again, the finals for today are it's an Online Station using Ice Rider against Moy Moy using Zacian Zamazenta. What do you think of this matchup, Aaron?
Well, if I'm going by what Online Station Art has been saying all through the tournament, he doesn't want to face Zacian, and unfortunately, that's what he's going to face. And the reason why for that is essentially Ice Rider Calyrex is weak to metal, so anything and everything on the side of the field for these Ice Rider's Calyrex deck is in one-hit knockout range by the Zacian Zamazenta deck. It's going to be interesting to see how it runs, but we have to note the Ice Rider deck is definitely a bit more consistent with that Sobble Drizal, Intelon engine. But let's not forget, Intrepid Sword on Zacian B is the epitome of consistency for the deck piloted by Momoy Palaboy.
Definitely, definitely. And now let's hear from one of our finalists, Online Station Art.
Yeah.
how's it going?
Hello, welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to have you with us again here at the grand final. It's so exciting. I do have a question for you, though. I know we probably know the answer, but what do you feel about the matchup?
คิดยังไงกับ
My
แม
God
ตช์อัพที่เกิดขึ้น
God doesn't hear me. God doesn't hear me. And I bring my inhaler to bring me back to life. Oh, so hard to fight Station and Samasenta.
Yep,
Definitely. We feel you.
Definitely interesting stuff for sure. Let's maybe take it away from the match a little bit. Do you have anything to say to your fans who have been supporting you all the way in this tournament? Do you have anything to say to them?
มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนคลับที่เชียร์เรามาจนถึงรอบนี้ไหมครับ
Thank you for your support and your watching everything you do to me to ทีมงานเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะ staff all this event very thank you very much แล้วก็ขอบคุณเป็นภาษาไทยนิดนึงแล้วกันก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ติดตามเชียร์มาตลอดนะครับก็สนุกมากเอาจริงๆเป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่สนุกมากแม้ว่าตาสุดท้ายผมจะต้องเจอกับสิ่งที่ยากจะเผชิญก็ตาม I will do my best
so thank you for the tournament it's the best tournament for everyone for cheering me and even though on the last match I will face something that I don't want to face for the whole day I will do my best
I like the spirit. Never give up. You got this, Online Station Art. And yes, thank you so much for speaking with us. Good luck on your next match.
Thank you very much and good luck.
I like Online Station's art mindset. Yes, despite this being a bad matchup, he's going to do his best. He's doing it for the fans. And yes, that makes me want to cheer for him even more. And how do you feel, Aaron?
Well, I think he does have a lot going for him. Remember from the first quarterfinal and even the semifinals as well, he did pull off very early max lances in his matchups. So I think it's not all that bad considering the fact that you only need 2 energy for his deck to really function. And of course, it goes back to that one card that we have felt is the card of the tournament at this point, the Cape of Toughness. If the Zacian decks only have Cape of Toughness in play, it's going to be a very difficult uphill battle for him to come back. But if he doesn't, or essentially if Momoy Palaboy does not play any Cape of Toughness down early, it could mean a very quick game going into hit for the Ice Rider deck.
Definitely. And with that, let's bring back Momoy Palaboy from the Philippines. And hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the
Aaron.
grand finals.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it. We only have a few questions before your game. I just want to ask you, what do you feel about your matchup?
Yeah, I feel so thrilled also, and yeah, it's my first time to go battle in a finals, so that's why it's very magical for me. So I keep saying that. So for as of now, I'm just thinking to have fun and enjoy the game.
Definitely, good answers.
That is great to hear. What are you going to say to your opponent? What message would you like to share with him? Because we definitely know he has some strong opinions about the matchup, but what would you like to say to Online Station Art?
Yeah, maybe that's his tactic to make me feel relaxed. So I won't be relaxed. But it might something tricky. So I don't. So I think I need to be serious on whatever he says.
There you go. Absolutely love that mindset. And yes, again, just thank you for your time and thank you. Good luck again with the finals. You got this, man.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, all the best to you. Good luck.
Aaron, this is it. This is
it, man.
the final match, and it's against, again, Zacian Zamazenta against Ice Rider Calyrex. I like Moy's odds, I'm not gonna lie, but I really do believe in Online Station Art. So this is a tough one. It's tearing me apart. We've seen both these players play from the very beginning up to the finals, and it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been absolutely amazing. Is there anything you wanted to add about the matchup, or anything probably like what has been your favorite moment for each of these players? I'd have to ask.
Well, I think for Online Station Art, it's just his energy in approaching the matchup, right? We had him in the qualifier number 1 saying that his favorite moment of the game was drawing his first 7 cards, and that caught us a bit off guard. And then he actually explained what it meant. He was saying that I'm looking for the knockouts. And that to me resembles the type of player that he is. He's going for his quickest route to victory. And he probably had that same feeling when he was up against Blissey V in the semifinals. So I guess his enthusiasm and his, I would say, excitement in approaching the game has been my favorite moment for Online Station Art. Whereas for Moe Palaboy, I feel that he is a player that is just not going to give up regardless of the situation. You saw in all his matches, he was essentially looking for the win, and sometimes it was right in front of him because there's so many things going on for his deck. You know, an active Zacian V, a bench Zamazenta V. How do you switch between attackers? There's so much going on, especially in this sort of format, that at times you got to really look through the cards and make sure that you got the right play and the right route to victory. So I would think both these players truly deserve to be in the finals, and there's definitely a lot on the line, becoming the champion of the Invitational, representing your region in this Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. Definitely going to be an exciting matchup for sure.
Definitely. I am so excited and very, very happy for both these players. They both definitely deserve to be here at the finals. And again, I guess some of my favorite moments just have to be when Online Station Art was against the giant Blissey. And unfortunately, he didn't win that match, but that was one of my favorite. But he did win the entire game for that, going into the sudden death. And for Moe, it's just how he played against the Single Strike Urshifu matchup. And here we go. We see both our finalists here, definitely champions in my eyes. Both of them should be Pokemon Masters at this point. And yes, looks like we're both just setting up for the matchup. I think, again, Moe Palaboy does have the advantage since Zacian, Zamazenta, these are metal type Pokemon, while the Ice Rider Calyrex, of course, is an ice Pokemon or a water type in this case, but its weakness is metal. So Moe Palaboy.
That's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And it's just going to go into if Online Station Art can still just put in so much pressure while Moe Palaboy doesn't have those capes of toughness.
Yeah, I think it goes back down all again to that one card, Cape of Toughness. That is a card that Online Station Art has been trying to play around, I guess, for the entirety of the tournament, it seems. Of course, it's mainly because all the cards or all the attacks that he has at the moment caps out at 250 at its maximum. So for sure, at this point of time, without counting the Inteleon, he's looking to get quick knockouts on active Zacian Vs or even Zamazenta Vs using the attacks of his Pokemon. I should say, not Zamazenta V, because in this matchup, the Dauntless Shield comes into effect, where the VMAX on Online Station Art's deck will not do any damage to Zamazenta V.
Definitely. I think something that may come into play here that we haven't seen yet all tournament is the Suicune V in Online Station Art's deck. Yes, Suicune V is a Pokemon V that is not weak to metal, so that is nice. However, it only does have 210 or 220 HP. Basically, Zacian can knock it out. Let's see which player starts here. It looks like both players have their starting Pokemon. We have Zacian in the active for Moe Palaboy with Oranguru on the bench, while Ice Rider Calyrex V and Snorunt for Online Station Art.
Yep, it's going to be interesting. We do see the Snorunt come down very early this time around, so perhaps we will see the Frostlass finally. It's been a very long time since we first saw the Snorunt, but we have not actually seen the Frostlass. But let's see whether or not either of these players get to set up their side of the field. I think Moe Palaboy has a much more straightforward setup, essentially. Attaching energy, Intrepid Sword, pass, Yogo.
Definitely.
Whereas for Online Station Art, there's a lot to do here. Getting maybe some Sobbles into play, getting energies using Capacious Bucket, discarding some of the energies to activate Melanie. So there's quite a bit that Online Station Art has to do. But let's see how this matchup goes on.
Definitely. And I think a key thing here too is Moe Palaboy was able to start with the Oranguru as well. Let's see if he has a Metal Energy in his hand, possibly put on top of the deck, and go ahead and use Intrepid Sword just to get that sure attachment. Getting 2 energies on that active Zacian this turn is I think a key to a very, very fast victory here for Moimoy Palaboy. And definitely then he would be in control of all of the tempo for the entire match at that point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you got it spot on there. I think tempo in this particular matchup is going to be quite important for both these players. Of course, the first deck that essentially is able to take the first prizes is always going to set the tone for the game. But we have to remember there are cards that essentially allow either of these decks to come back very quickly. Of course, for Online Station R, it's the Melanie, which is accelerating energy from the discard out of nowhere. And then for Moimoy Palaboy, there is that Raihan that we have yet to see. Well, that could be clutch in this matchup for sure.
That is true. That is true. And it looks like here, I believe this is an Intrepid Sword, the first Intrepid Sword of the match. Does he get the energy is the question. We know he did Primate Wisdom. However, from what I saw, he put a Tool Scrapper on top of the deck. Looks like no energy. Yes, no. Yeah, no energy attachment there. Unfortunately, Zacian only has one energy. That means I don't think we're going to see an attack next turn. This is Online Station Art's chance to capitalize. As another big thing here is we also didn't see the Cape of Toughness on the Zacian just yet.
Exactly, you took the words right out of my mouth. So there's no Cape of Toughness this time around. We know there is a full 4 in Moimoy Palaboy's deck. Those cards will be key in this matchup. But of course, there's nothing to fear at this point of time because there will not be an immediate 250 damage max lands coming out. But we'll need to see if Moimoy Palaboy is able to get his Cape of Toughness down as soon as possible. Oh, we see the Suicune V finally make an appearance. It's been a card that we have not seen so far, I think.
Yes, definitely. This is the first appearance of Suicune V. Suicune V, a Pokemon V that has the ability Fleet-Footed. Just a simple ability, just draw one card if it's in your active, but it also has the attack Blizzard Rondo, doing 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon, both yours and your opponent. So I think a key thing here is for Moimoy Palaboy to not overextend his bench to make sure that the Melanie or the Suicune doesn't have enough damage to knock out a Pokemon V.
Yep, right, you are. I think also the fact that the Suicune V is making an appearance here is because of Zamazenta V, because it is not a V max, but it can dish out quite a bit of damage. I think it's going to be a bit difficult to go for one shot because, of course, we have to talk about Cape of Toughness again, but it's not impossible, I think, especially if Moimoy Palaboy benches too many basic Pokemon, or benches too many Pokemon, I should say, on his side of the field.
That is true. Let's see what both players decide to do. And yes, again, we need to see. Moimoy Palaboy's bench, I think here is all set. I think he doesn't need to put anything else. We do see a Pierce from the Ice Rider. That could come into play, definitely. Now, not even the Cape of Toughness saves Moimoy Palaboy's Zacian. And this is a very scary spot for Moimoy. There is a threat of the Ice Rider knocking out the active at this point. So I would, as much as possible, try and start powering up something from the bench. But he does play the Crystal Cave. I believe this is the first instance of this as well in the tournament. Crystal Cave, a stadium where you get to heal all your Metal Pokemon, Metal and Dragon Pokemon for 30 damage, bringing Zacian up to 10 damage left. That means if he does have the cape, it does save him. That is a very clutch card to have at this point, but he still needs the cape.
Yeah, I think this card will definitely be a very important card in this matchup because we should always remember that as long as the Zacian V is safe on the bench, you can still use Crystal Cave to essentially heal more than the first 30. It can continue to be used on to the other turns as well. So as long as Moimoy Palaboy is able to keep his damaged Pokemon safe from the Ice Riders, and while keeping them alive using the Cape of Toughness, he can prevent Online Station R from taking 1-hit knockouts. And that's always an important part of his strategy right now.
Definitely. And something we see Moimoy Palaboy playing a Professor's Research. However, seeing those Metal Saucers hit the discard pile, something that you do not like to see. He does get an attachment for turn. Does he have the cape? He needs the cape here, or a way to retreat the Zacian, leaving it in the active, puts it in so much danger, and we'll have to see here. Yes, I believe Moimoy is thinking he plays down a second Zamazenta, something you don't like to see.
Ooh, I don't want to see that. Oh, he's also benched another Zacian
and
as
that's
well.
it. That is full bench. That means this Suicune V going up to potentially 220 damage Very scary stuff.
Yeah, but you see a professor's research, so it's probable that he wanted to bench all these Pokemon because he wanted to ensure that he doesn't discard them.
This was after
no,
the professor's research. The research already
this
happened.
after, yeah, my bad, yeah.
He dumped a couple of metal saucers, and yeah, it looks like now he's going for a Rotom phone. Hopefully, let's see what he was able to grab here. He still does have access to Primate Wisdom.
Right.
And yes.
Was there any way for this Zacian V to start attacking? I don't think so.
No.
Unless he could get it to the bench for a Metal by any chance, but it's a tall order for sure.
Yes. I think getting it to the bench and then trying to protect it while Intrepid sorting with a different Zacian is the key here. Yes, trying to retreat, maybe giving Oranguru out would be a great play for Moi Moi. Let's see what he decides to do as well. I mean, Online Station Art doesn't necessarily have the knockout just yet. All he has on the field are 2 Ice Riders and the Suicune. He does need to turn the Ice Rider to a VMAX, but a key thing missing in Online Station Art's board here is Sobble. He has no Sobble in play. That means he has no access to Shady Dealing to get him the trainer cards he needs for next turn. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the Sobbles coming down early in the first 2 matches that Online Station Art was playing were clutch in making sure that he was able to stream the successive Max Lances in his early matchups, because we saw for a fact that he was able to go with Melanie after Melanie after Melanie, all with the help of the Drizzles and Inteleons. But we won't see that at this point in time. We won't see it as early as turn 2 anymore, but we could maybe see it as early as turn 3 or turn 4 for Online Station Art. But I'm a bit concerned that he doesn't have any, or even a single Sobble at this point in time.
Yes, but something he has going for him is that Zacian does not have the Cape of Toughness just yet. I believe he already used Intrepid Sword, because I see a third energy already attached to that Zacian. Let's see. All Online Station Art needs here is to evolve that Calyrex into the VMAX and have an energy to attach and attack. And it's taking out so many resources from Moi Moi Palaboy. And
all his energy in play right now are on that active Zacian. So definitely everything essentially he has invested in his first 2 turns will go to the discard pile if Online Station Art is able to take the knockout.
Yes. Online Station Art, though, here thinking about his plays, I'm not sure if he has it just yet. If he did, just the Evo Incense attach, I would have slapped that down to try and get this knockout very early on the Zacian. Again, putting Moi Moi Palaboy back a couple of turns. And we do see, is that an attach? Oh, that's the capture energy.
Yep, the capture energy onto the Suicune V.
Oh, okay. So that can find him a Sobble.
Yep,
that can find. Yes, a capture energy, a special energy. Once attached to your Pokemon, you're able to search your deck for a basic and put it onto your bench. That Suicune V might be ready to attack here if Online Station Art can get the active out of the bench. But we'll have to see if Moi Moi Palaboy's risky play again might pay off, just like similarly to the Urshifu plays where he invested in the active. And yes, looks like Online Station Art, I believe he evolved into Calyrex VMAX on the bench. Looks like he didn't have a water energy for the active.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be important to see that, here comes a Marnie. Before I could even say anything else, there's a Marnie coming in.
Very, very big Marnie here. Both players shuffling their hand, putting it into the bottom of their deck. Online Station Art drawing 5, Moi Moi Palaboy drawing 4. Let's see what they can grab. I believe Online Station Art looking for 1 more Pokemon, as well as an air balloon or a switch off 5 cards. Let's see what happens.
I think I probably should also say that I think with 1 more bench Pokemon, Blizzard Rondo is able to take a knockout here.
Yes.
If he's able to get into active. So 1 more bench Pokemon away from taking a knockout using a Suicune V. But I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do.
Why not? I think taking the knockout with the Suicune V should be very, very big. Again, Moi Moi Palaboy has nothing else set up in the bench, but it looks like
that's fair.
A pass, or maybe he's going to use Pierce.
Pierce again. I think it looks like it's going to be a Pierce again.
Yes.
So that will put it at 50 damage on the Zacian V, which will be healed for 30, and it'll be 20 left.
Which is not a negligible number. 20 damage on Zacian brings it down to 250 if it has the Cape of Toughness. But
Yes,
I think
exactly.
Moi Moi Palaboy here is just happy that his Zacian lived to see another day and is able to get a Brave Blade off.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see another Metal Energy coming down. Oh, here's the Cape of Toughness.
Here's the Cape of Toughness. That means Online Station Art has to attack with the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. The Suicune is not going to do it here.
Yep, and I think for me, the reason why I was a bit hesitant on using the Suicune V so soon is that you like to probably use it against Zamazenta if you could. But of course, with nothing on the bench for Momoy early, it would have been a good attack to knock off all the energy in play. But instead, now we see a knockout for the Zacian Zamazenta deck, taking a clean 2 prizes using Brave Blade by Zacian V.
Yep. There you go. And we see Online Station Art here promoting the Ice Rider Calyrex. Gets the attachment. All he needs now is the Melanie. He does have the Sobble. And unfortunately, Moi Moi doesn't have anything set up just yet. And there we go.
Here we go, level ball. Yep.
Yes.
Level ball into Drizzle. Here comes the Melanie.
Going to see it. We're going. We have to do it right though. You have to grab the Drizzle first. Drizzle into the Melanie. Sometimes I get a little too excited and just grab the supporter or item I search for when I Drizzle. So
No, for sure. I think it's also the fact about sequencing as well, right? So the whole deck essentially is all about sequencing. But it's also great to see Level Ball back in format. Level Ball, a card that's been around, I think, since 2012 from my memory. It was first released in Nyx Destinies, I think. And essentially allows you to search your deck for a 90 HP or less Pokemon. And in this deck, its primary function is to search out Sobbles and Drizzles, essentially.
Yes. There you go. We have the Melanie drawing Online Station Art 3 cards, as well as accelerating energy from the discard pile. And now that Ice Rider Calyrex with the Max Lance does 250 damage, more than enough to knock out this Zacian.
Yep, exactly. And now we have to probably see what happens on Momoy Palaboy's field, whether or not he's able to take a return knockout on this particular Ice Rider Calyrex. One Raihan might do it, to be fair.
That is true. One Raihan, we have not seen that card come into play just yet, but that is the exact card Momoy Palaboy needs right now. Either that, or he can always just promote the Oranguru. Again, Oranguru can just take a hit, and or possibly attach an air balloon to Oranguru and do Metal Saucers onto the Zacian. That's always an option. Yes. Yeah, Moi Moi Palaboy definitely still in it despite losing 3 energies on board.
Not sure if is it gonna be an attack here for a knockout? I'm not sure because the energies were not discarded on Online Station outside of the field.
Did he go for the Ride of the High King instead? That may be an interesting play here. If he goes for the Ride of the High King, Moi Moi Palaboy does need to find another a way to switch this card, really. Switch the active. This is very interesting. Here we go, Moi Moi Palaboy pulling out the dice. It looks like it was a Ride of the High King for 160 damage, I believe. So bringing Zacian up to 210.
Yeah, I think it's a little awkward here. I feel maybe Online Station Art missed a window to take the knockout.
Yes, very interesting here. We know Online Station Arts knows his Ice Rider deck very, very well. I'm very, very curious to see what his mindset was in this play. Possibly just trying to not take a knockout to make sure that Suicune's damage is completely boosted when it tries to go for the Zamazenta, potentially.
Maybe, I'm not too sure. But then again, the Zamazentas are not even powered up at this point. So it probably will not be that big a factor. Or perhaps he's trying to play on Raihan. I'm not too sure at this point.
That is true. Playing around Raihan, but then again, if you're not taking a knockout, how are you winning in a game of Pokemon? Maybe win in a game of Pokemon. So very interesting play there. But again, Moi Moi Palaboy, I don't think can attack this turn. So maybe this is just a way to save a couple of energy save a couple of energy, or maybe buy another turn. Maybe his hand is a little stuck and needs to draw one more card. And yeah. We'll have to see.
It's going to be interesting as well because there isn't a backup Ice Rider on his bench. There is a fully powered Suicune V. That's about it. So perhaps he's trying to play into and out to set up another attacker. But at this point, I feel like it could have just been a missed opportunity because there was no direct way for Momoy Palaboy to come back with a return knockout this turn unless it was Raihan. So it's a one card I would say, option.
I mean, there
That
are
was
multiple
his
ways
only fear.
besides Raihan. Again, it's the metal saucers with a
Oh yeah, fair
pivot.
enough. But there's a lot more that you need than a Raihan for sure.
Definitely. Giving Moi Moi Palaboy this extra turn to breathe to really just set up another Zacian might come and might
I'll come back and haunt him for
yes,
sure later
definitely,
on.
definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you. And yes, looks like Moi Moi Palaboy here just asking about the ability of Snorunt or what that card is. Again, we haven't seen the Frostlass come into play just yet. So
Oh yeah, that's true. The Frostlass is still hiding in the deck. We have yet to see it.
yes, I'm not wondering if Frostlass has a relevant attack in this matchup. Because again,
It's for 90 damage from what I remember. So it's a 2 energy attack for 90 damage. I believe it's called Crystal Breath for 90 damage. So during the next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. So not really that relevant, but it could do some damage in a pinch.
definitely. Let's see if Moi Moi Palaboy, again, he needs a switch and a pivot to really get to attack here. I did get to see his hand a little bit. He has the switch, not so sure about the pivot. He does have the option to like switching to the bench Zacian and then attack at retreating, which that's an option as well. But I think in this situation, he's just going to opt for a Intrepid Sword. He did boss up the Snorunt, I believe, trying to stall out the online station art here. There we go. A second
That's
Zacian
interesting.
waiting in the wings.
Where did the energy go on the? Oh, there he is. I thought the energy went missing for a bit for online station art's Ice Rider, but it's still there, thankfully.
Yes, there you go. And I think this is I think honestly this might be a good spot for online station art. He could take the knockout on he could retreat the Snorunt and try and get a knockout with Suicune on the active Zacian, followed by a knockout on the bench Zacian with the Ice Rider. And then that would pretty much take care of all of Moi Moi Palaboy's energies. He would need to set up a third Zacian at that point. But again, that's a couple of turns. That's 2 energy attachments away. That is not out of the realm of possibility. There we see
That is true. And perhaps that's what was the play for online station art. He was thinking of probably switching into the Suicune V at this point. I'm not sure. Let's see whether that is the play.
Yes. We'll see in a bit who he decides to go into. I would have to assume it's the Suicune V. No, it's gonna be it's gonna be the Ice Rider.
Ice Rider.
And again,
okay. Well, it does force Moi Moi Palaboy to.
Oh, there's
here
the
comes
boss.
The boss order. Okay.
Boss
I almost call
order.
it Lysander.
I mean, it is Lysander on the art. He goes for the boss order. I'm guessing on the Zacian with no damage. That this effectively does the same thing. He can he can knock out a fresh Zacian and then save the damage Zacian for Suicune, and then Suicune can start attacking anything after that. Moi Moi Palaboy has to set up a third Pokemon here. Again, which is possible. He does get an attachment for turn, as well as he hasn't played a Metal Saucer just yet.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of heads-up play coming out from online station art. He knew what he was trying to play into at this point, and I guess it's working out right now.
Yes. Yes,
He takes a knockout on the fresh Zacian V for 2 prizes.
Definitely. And then, yes, he is going to lose an Ice Rider, but again, he's leaving the Suicune with 2 energy for last, while Moi Moi Palaboy has no energy. I think he set up the exact endgame scenario he wanted. So, wow. Was not expecting that.
But then it comes back whether or not Moi Moi Palaboy is able to get another Zacian V powered up. That's the main thing that I'm looking for right now.
Yes. Another Zacian V powered up, as well as the Cape of Toughness on that Zacian V would be very, very good for him.
Yep, for sure.
He goes for the Crystal K, but I think the amount of damage done on that Zacian is just too much to save it at this point.
Yeah, I believe it brings it down to 180 damage right now, but a Suicune V coming in would definitely take a one-hit knockout on that.
Yes, definitely. And I guess a play open here to Moi Moi would be to boss up that Suicune to get a knockout, possibly, and then hopefully no Ice Rider comeback. But then again, I think Raihan is the key here. If Palaboy can find the Raihan, I'm pretty sure that seals up the entire game. But we'll have to see what Moimoy has in his hand. Yes, he is going to take 3 prizes as well here. That is very, very nice.
Yep, for sure. I think the Raihan will come in clutch. We just need to see that card being played. We have not seen it yet, I think, so far.
Definitely. And here we go. We see the Rotom Phone, though. This is a card we've seen a lot. Again, he's going to look at the top 5, and he could possibly pick it off, too, with the Oranguru. This is very, very big here. Let's see what he finds. He needs to find some sort of supporter, I think. Or I also saw that there was a Cape of Toughness he shuffled in. I guess that's something he doesn't feel like he needs, which is true. If he can find a supporter, that is more important. Or honestly, an energy attach for turn is the biggest thing too. There we go. He's pointing at the Oranguru, signifying that he wants to use the Primate Wisdom. Let's see what he draws into. Puts back in a Crystal Cave. I really want to see that card he drew into.
Yeah, we couldn't catch it on camera, but it's probably going to be a card that he'll be using, or at least further his board state. I really want to see some energy onto his other attackers at this point, because we know for a fact this Zacian V will go down to a Blizzard Rondo from Suicune V.
Yes, definitely. There's a boss.
Oh, boss order.
There's a boss.
Okay, and he's going for the Suicune V.
Is he going for the Suicune V? He's going for the Snorunt?
Not Snorunt? That right?
Okay. He goes for this.
Is he clarifying, or?
I think he's asking what the Snorunt does. He goes for the knockout on the Snorunt instead, which is interesting. It's only 1 prize, however, and there was no energy attached for the turn. Oh, Moimoy Palaboy is.
I think that's probably one of the plays which probably questionable for him right now.
Definitely. I think taking 3 prizes off the active Ice Rider or taking both energies away from Suicune would have been the more pivotal play. And but we'll have to see how else this plays out. Online Station Art, here we go. He's going to take 2 prizes off this Zacian. And after that, Moimoy Palaboy has nothing powered up. And Online Station Art, since the Ice Rider Calyrex was not knocked out, he can easily just try and power it up himself, attaching 1 energy. Very scary stuff, because then he would be a boss and a energy attachment away from winning.
Yeah, for sure. And here comes the big charm onto the Suicune V, and that will throw the math off a little bit, I think.
Definitely, but we do know Moimoy Palaboy does play the Tool Scrapper here, which could come in close. But again, he needs to get a second attacker or third attacker at this point before anything. And yes, here we go. And I believe Online Station Art is going for the Blizzard Rondo, which does 20 times the amount of 20 plus the amount of bench Pokemon. So at this point, it's doing
160, I think, at this point.
Yes, 160. I think that should be enough to knock out that Zacian.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
So Online Station Art's play there of just not taking the knockout on that Zacian early, definitely coming into play.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be the reason why his board is just not going to be ready for a knockout again. Because at this point of time, he probably should have saved the boss's order to go for an easy knockout on perhaps a Drizzle or something like that. But now that he's used it to knock out the Snorunt, or it could have been also to knock out the Snorunt 1 turn later, using perhaps even a Zamazenta V. But at this point of time, I think it's going to be Online Station Art taking game 1, I believe.
I have to think so as well. I believe it is. I mean, although Moimoy does have there's still a path to victory here. If Moimoy promotes the Oranguru, goes for a double Metal Saucer, attachment for turn, boss's orders on the Ice Rider, that kind of wins him the game.
That's true. That's a lot to ask for though at this point in time. But that's an out. That's an out.
That is a lot of cards, especially when we did see he missed out on a attack previously. Promoting the Zamazenta though is a very heads up play here. This may be buying him time. I don't think he has a way to really one-hit knockout a Zamazenta. So hoping that the Online Station Art just doesn't have the boss for next turn, that could win him the game. Or if he could put a Cape of Toughness on this Zacian, that could buy him a couple of turns to try and find the boss.
I think it's going to be a very difficult situation because there is a Sobble on the bench now, though. But
is
here
true.
comes a Marnie. I think definitely the play that, well, I guess the supporter that you like to see in this scenario, bringing your opponent down to 4 cards, and you could see on Online Station Art's face that he probably knew he had the right cards to get the win. But now
Definitely,
Marnie throws a wrench into those plans. But I really want to see Momo Pala Boy come back here with at least an energy attachment. So we see that right now onto the Zacian V.
He also
anything
needs the
else?
cape. He needs the cape here. Oh, there's the metal saucer. But again, he
There's
needs
Metal
the
Saucer,
cape
okay.
because the cape will put him safe from a boss's orders as well. Like there's nothing on the field at this point that Ice Rider can knock out for the game besides Zacian. And if
That
Zacian
is
has
true.
the cape, it protects him for that one more turn.
That is true. And we know Online Station Art
Oh, he
does
puts
not
the
have
cape
any...
on the active though.
Oh no, is that... Oh wow, that's probably not the right place for it to be. Hang on. It's considering it. Okay.
Oh no, it does go on the active. I think that was
Yep.
He should have saved the cape for the bench definitely, and then just opening a spot for Zamazenta to have the air balloon in the active.
For sure. I think that would probably be in the right play. But perhaps it's also the finals jitters, don't you think? Like it could also be down to that sort of thing. You know, the finer details a little bit, getting lost here and there. But again, just to say, if Online Station Art doesn't have anything going on his turn, Momo Pala Boy could still eke the win here.
Definitely, if Online Station Art doesn't have that boss and energy specifically, Moi Moi Palaboy could still Intrepid Sword into possibly a switch, an energy, and a boss. Those 3 specific cards. And there you go. He does do the Intrepid Sword. Does he get it? I think he did. He did get an energy at least.
Okay. No? Okay, no
No.
energy. But there's already 2 energy, so he's not far off. One
Oh no,
energy
there
attachment.
is the
Oh,
third
there
energy.
is. Okay, so now boss order for the win. Oh, there is
There it is.
There is an
There it is.
Italian.
That's the bucket and the boss for the game. Very, very close for Moi Moi. I think the Cape of Toughness should have come in clutch if it was placed on the Zacian.
Yep, I think it was such a very crucial detail there, which Momoy probably could have seen. But again, as you say, I think what you summarized was pretty spot on. The bucket and the boss coming in for the game. We're just gonna go through the motions, of course, making sure that there is water energy in the deck. All right, there is. Thank goodness. Yep. So that's 2 energies down onto the hand for Online Station Art. Looks like we're gonna go into a game 2 very shortly. We still have some time though, so who knows? Maybe Momoy Palaboy could come back very strongly in game 2. We've seen him play this deck pretty well so far, but it's essentially just the small details that have sort of derailed this particular game, even though he was pretty much in the lead, I should say.
Yes,
at one point.
Definitely. I think that Online Station Art, again, just because your Pokemon does have weakness, it's the way you play. And Online Station Art has been playing this Ice Rider deck masterfully, even making us question ourselves, right? The fact that he didn't take the knockout on a Zacian make us think, okay, well, Moi Moi Palaboy didn't play Switch, so maybe he doesn't have the knockout, and saving the Suicune for the end was a very smart play in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he really thought through his turns. I think, of course, some plays were a bit questionable here and there, but I think that's the beauty of the Pokemon trading card game, right? We may not see what the players are seeing in the heat of the moment.
Yes, exactly. I think, again, Moi Moi Palaboy just has to put the capes in the right places to get the win here. I mean, honestly, sometimes you think of, my active Pokemon is going to get hit. I want to make sure it has as much HP as possible. So I could see the logic in placing the cape there and just not seeing that, oh no, there's one Pokemon on my bench though that is in threat,
Yep, exactly. I think also it really goes back to the place of where do you put your Cape of Toughness, right? Because we definitely saw that card coming clutch in multiple matchups so far today, and I really believe that for Mobile Boy to come out on top, he has to just put the Cape of Toughness onto all his Zacian Vs, because Zamazenta will not go down to any hits from a VMAX.
Definitely.
So it's relatively safe. If there is going to be a Blizzard Rondo coming from a Suicune V, then you got to be worried about it. But in that scenario, I think it's a very corner case for this matchup in particular.
Exactly, especially since you can control the damage output of Blizzard Rondo. Just making sure you don't bench as many Pokemon, and you can control how much damage the Suicune does. I think even with a full bench, Suicune does not get the knockout on a Zamazenta, however. If I'm not...
Yeah, I think with 230 HP, I don't think that's a knockout in any shape or form. But of course, we don't know what can happen in the next game. It could be a point where the Inteleon comes in. So we just got to see how this turns out.
Again, a key card we still haven't seen from Moi Moi is the Raihan. We were hoping as soon as one of the Zacians came down, Raihan would have sealed the entire game. But just I think he plays one of the Raihan, so it's not the most likely card to get. Especially since he's not playing the Drizzile engine, he can't just easily find it like Online Station Art can find his Melanies. But yes, hopefully it's something that comes up in this game, something we'd like to see in this tournament.
Yep, for sure. I think also the fact that this matchup is really something that swings back and forth, especially with how energy accelerated. You mentioned Raihan, of course, but we also saw Metal Sources come into play earlier there as well for Moi Moi Palaboy, which essentially allows him to set up a new attacker from nothing, from scratch, that could catch Online Station Art off guard a little bit if he's able to plan those turns in advance. But let's see, we're now in Game 2. There's only 16 minutes left on the clock in this Grand Finals at the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. I'm just excited to see more Pokemon, and let's see whether or not we can go into a Game 3 after this match.
Definitely, maybe possibly into a sudden death.
Oh, another one.
yes. I actually, if this goes into sudden death, I'm not entirely sure who would win it.
Oh yeah, it probably goes back down to whether or not Moi Moi Palaboy is able to get the Cape of Toughness, right? Because that's exactly how the matchup went for the Blissey deck in the semifinals number 1.
Exactly, and I think if I was Online Station Art, I would be thinking, as soon as this tournament is over, I need to take out one card for Tool Scrapper.
Definitely. Or maybe if you're feeling a bit cheeky, why not Tool Jammer?
That is true as well. But there we go. We see Zacian with in the active, the perfect starter for Moi Moi Palaboy, as well as getting the Quick Ball. Let's see what he decides to grab here. Quick balling away a Metal Saucer.
A Metal Saucer.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, interesting. Maybe that's the only card that he feels he could afford to let go at this point in time. Maybe the rest of his hand is pretty good. But I think the most important part of his turn 1 right now is that he has gotten an energy attachment to the active. Now, all he needs to hit at least an energy off the top on Intrepid Sword, and we've got a super game going for us.
Definitely, and maybe the Quick Ball here could find us the Oranguru to ensure us that energy if he does have energy in hand.
Oh yeah, for sure. It could be the reason why he's discarding a Metal Saucer. Because usually you want to discard a Metal Energies to make the saucers come to life, but in this scenario here, you want to make sure that you could put a Metal Energy on the top so that you're able to use Brave Blade as early as turn 2.
Definitely. Let's see here. I don't think we've seen the Pokemon just yet. I am at the edge of my seat here. What does Moi Moi Palaboy...
Don't fall off, Wancho. Don't fall off. We need to really go through the entirety of this match. We still have 13 minutes, or I should say almost 14 minutes left on the clock. Moi Moi Palaboy definitely needs to find something going on for him here to force a Game 3 decider, and most likely a Game 3 sudden death at this point, based on how much time is left on the clock.
Definitely. And yeah, I just want to see what that Pokemon is. It could be a Zamazenta, would not be a bad grab as well. There you go. We see the Oranguru. So we might see the Primate Wisdom Intrepid Sword combo here. Again, Primate Wisdom, once during your turn, you may switch the top card of your deck with the top with one card from your hand. And ideally, you'd be putting up a... Oh, we can't Marnie on the first turn, unfortunately, unless... Yep, there we go. Nope. Yes.
What's going on?
But yes, or he's trying to bench a Marnie. No, it looks like it's going back into the hand. Again, let's see what he decides to Primate Wisdom here. Maybe his Primate Wisdom was the Marnie. I think that's what he was trying to do.
Oh yeah, maybe he's trying. I'm not too sure. Maybe he's trying to put a Marnie on top of the deck. Perhaps I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have the Metal Energy in hand. But let's see.
Possibly.
But can I just say one thing? Can I just say that for someone who to say that he's pretty new to the Pokemon trading card game, I think Moi Moi Palaboy is playing absolutely superbly this tournament.
Definitely. I mean, it goes to show he's in the Grand Finals. He's doing good.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely. And it's on a deck that I'm used to playing as well, and I feel that he's doing pretty well. Of course, if you're a relatively new player, there's always going to be some of the nuances that probably escape us a little bit. I mean, being experienced players also, you could miss a few, especially if you're not as well versed in a certain deck. But I gotta say that he's really impressed me so far. And that's not to say that online stage art hasn't, but I think both these players definitely deserve to be in the finals to duke it out, to represent their regions, to see who takes home the crown as champion of the Invitational.
Definitely, I have to agree there. And there's some plays that really surprise us as well, especially coming from online station art earlier with the when he decided to not get the KO, which was absolutely big. It both questioned us as seasoned players, and it surprised us. So I think that's one of my favorite moments of the tournament, definitely.
Yep, for sure. And I think we just saw an Intrepid Sword coming out from Jason V in active. Did not hit the second energy, so we will not see a Brave Blade turn 2, I presume. But now online station art has his turn going for him. 2 Ice Rider Telerex in play, and there is a Quick Ball discarding a Level Ball. Wow, that's a bit awkward, isn't it?
That is interesting. Let's see what he decides to grab. If it is a Sobble, he could have just used the Level Ball to grab that Sobble. Typically, online station arts play in turn 1 is no, but he grabs the Suicune. That's exactly why you drop the Level Ball. And yeah, typically his play turn 1 is to use the Quick Ball to get rid of a water energy, making all the Melanies live. This makes me think he just doesn't have the water energy for turn.
Yeah, it could be that he's trying to maybe go. Oh, he has Self-Excavation Bucket. So maybe he's trying to preserve the energy in hand because he wants to attach him manually.
That is true. That is true. Knowing that Moi Moi Palaboy probably does not have a Brave Blade in the next turn, he's fine just attaching to the Ice Rider and then attaching a second time to get the knockout.
Yeah, probably. And also maybe because he doesn't have a supporter in hand, so he's choosing not to do anything so erratic. But then again, if you're he has another Level Ball, so definitely a lot of ball cards in his hand for online station art.
Definitely. Makes me think here I would have preferred that he used the Capacious Bucket first, grabbing 2 water energies, discarding one of them with the Quick Ball, just to make sure that you have a Level Ball in hand, and just making sure that you can Level Ball for a Sobble, and next turn you can Level Ball for the Drizzile to try and get that Melanie.
I can see that. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a period for 40 at this point.
Yes. And again, this 40 could matter. So the Cape of Toughness not going to save this Zacian. Unless he plays the Cape. Let's see what happens here.
Well, I don't think... Will a Cape save him? No, I don't think so. Because a Cape... Okay, well, a Cape and a...
Cave. The Cave.
But no, I don't think so. A Cape with a Crystal Cave will still not save the Zacian V, unfortunately. Because it will still be a perfect 250 to knock out.
So it has 40 damage on it right now. Crystal Caves heals 30, bringing it down to 10. Zacian has 220 HP.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. The 10 HP remaining.
Yes. And all right, we see here another Quick Ball. Let's see what he decides.
Discards the Raihan. So it seems like we're not be seeing Raihan at all this entire tournament.
Probably not. I would have liked Moi Moi Palaboy to probably save that for the next turn because Zacian may be going down here. But we'll see.
Yep, that's true.
I'd be very surprised if he can pull off an attack here with the Zacian into the active. Somehow. A switch. And, double Oranguru as well. Interesting plays here. And it looks like he's going for that Marnie. Oh, yeah, there we go. Marnie.
Yep, Marnie.
Yeah, there we go. Shuffling. Both players shuffling their hands and getting some fresh new cards.
Yep, Marnie's supporter essentially is the only hand disruption supporter in the format at the moment, I believe. So each player shuffles his or her hand and put it on the bottom of their deck. So essentially, it doesn't shuffle the entire deck, as I mentioned earlier. It just shuffles your hand and put it at the bottom, and then you have a draw 5 if you're the player of the Marnie, but your opponent draws 4. So it's a great way to reset your opponent's hand, especially if they're been accumulating cards using Intrepid Swords or using some other draw engines. So we see the energy coming down to the active Zacian V. I'm not too sure about this because without a Crystal Cave and a Cave of Toughness, that Zacian V will go down.
Possibly. But again, we have the Rodent Phone here, and Moi Moi Palaboy does have access to 2 Orangurus, that means he can Rotom Phone, grab something off Oranguru, Rotom Phone again, and then grab another thing from Orangu. That is a possible play here.
That is true. Would you ever Rotom Phone into a Rotom Phone?
Yes, possibly. If you don't like anything else in the top deck, at least you can shuffle it afterwards.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
I've definitely Rotom Phone into Rotom Phone in the Genesect deck. New Genesect.
Fair enough.
And let's see what Moimo Palaboy does and what he decided to grab. I believe we're seeing the old dice trick under the card to make sure there's no glare. Thank you, Moimo.
Yeah, it just seems to be like it's going to be an Intrepid Sword. So he did get another energy onto the active Zacian V, but let's see how long the Zacian V is going to be able to survive. Oh, I think he got a second energy off the top as well. It's probably just inquiring with the judge whether or not he can put it into his hand. You can. So if you're using Intrepid Sword and you nail more than the energies that you actually need on a particular Pokemon, you can choose to put it into your hand.
Yes. Again, the knowledge of what you drew in your hand technically is not public, so you could at least say you failed and you just put it into your hand.
Yep, exactly. Now it could come in clutch, especially if you're playing a deck which or you're playing a situation where you already have enough energy on the Zacian V that is using Intrepid Sword. You want to have energy for the next attacker that you have, maybe for a Zamazenta, maybe for a bench Zacian V.
And there we see the Pokemon communication here.
Oh, I don't like this. This probably gonna be a Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, and yes,
that should spell the beginning of the end here, because online station art being able to evolve the active, and we know he has the energy in his hand because of the Capacious Bucket, and there you go. The Ice Rider Calyrex with the Max Lance attack, taking out all of Moimo Palaboy's energy in play. Absolutely debilitating.
And you can see it on his face as well for Moimo Palaboy. I believe he was hoping that was not the outcome of online station art's turn, but unfortunately it is, and there goes the Zacian V.
Yes, that is unfortunate. We would have liked to see the Intrepid Sword go to the bench Zacian instead. Would have gotten like 2 energy, especially accelerated to the bench, but I feel like maybe he was really gunning for the really aggressive active Zacian to just get the knockout, maybe lacking some switching cards in the deck. And again, that is the importance of your pivots here. Having a pivot makes sure that you don't have to put your active in at risk, really.
Yep, exactly. I think also a very important point that when you're using Intrepid Sword, you sort of have to think about what could your opponent be doing on their turn. Will they be knocking out all your energies from play? Would it be better to Intrepid Sword on the different Pokemon? And sometimes it's just these little small nuances which, you know, make the game a little bit more exciting, I would say, because there's so many decisions to make.
Definitely. But Moimo Palaboy, again, not out of this just yet. There is no energy on Online Station's art field. That means there is no way for him to really boss up this Zacian that's getting powered up in the bench and Melanie. Oh, double Battle Saucer though.
Oh,
does he have the switch?
Or maybe an air balloon?
We'll see. What else does he play? Does he have it? Again, the Metal Saucer allowing you to attach a Metal Energy card from your discard pile to one of your bench Pokemon, and he played 2 of them, as well as an energy attachment for turn, bringing Zacian's energy cost up, paying for Zacian's energy cost, basically. And he goes for the boss's orders again, which is interesting here. Let's see what he decides to
I don't
boss
really
up.
like this play. I think his one route to victory would have been to knock out 2 Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX in a row. That would have been probably the way forward, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's because he can't get a knockout this turn, so he's trying to boss something up.
Definitely.
I'm not too sure.
Not too sure either. I think since the Ice Rider in the active doesn't have energy in the field, it's there's no energy in the field really, so there's nothing really to stall out. He could possibly be trying to get a knockout on the Sobble. That could be something, taking out Online Station Art's Soul Sobble, maybe disrupting him from trying to do the getting the Drizzile and the getting a Drizzile as well as the Melanie. But it looks like he is just going for that bench Calyrex V and getting a knockout here. Getting 2 prizes is pretty good.
Getting 2
but
prizes instead of 3 though. That's the only thing.
that is very interesting. Maybe he's not sure about the weakness.
The weakness, yeah, it could be that the weakness on Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX was something that Momoy Palaboy missed out on, because that would have been a clean 460 damage onto that Ice Rider Calyrex.
That is true. That is true. Again, we'll have to see here. Online Station Art, though, not having any energy in play, does get to promote the Suicune, and with the I believe it has the ability to draw you 1 card, at least when it's inactive, with the fleet-footed. So 1 extra card is not too bad to get.
Yeah, you never know. That 1 extra card could mean the ability to attack this turn with a Melanie. So
definitely,
let's see if that's something Online Station Art is able to pull out from the deck. We know his outs are pretty good, considering that he has a Sobble in play as well. So that's a Drizzle. So immediately 1 card off the list. Most likely a Melanie at this point to draw
Yes.
more cards.
The big question is here, though, where does he attach the energy to? Does he go to the bench Ice Rider or the active Suicune?
Well, with an Air Balloon or Switch, we would know.
Definitely. Let's
Let's
see.
see.
I think
There.
I think either way you put it on the Ice Rider. Yes, definitely. I think that was the attachment for turn.
Oh, well, that is the Air Balloon. So
he hasn't played the Melanie yet.
Oh, well, that's probably going to be a very easy knockout then, because that's a 250 damage max lens coming the way of the Zazen V inactive. Thanks to
Yes,
the Melanie.
yes.
And you can just see the consistency of the deck. Result essentially with Shady Dealings, allowing you to search a deck for any trainer card. Any trainer card. It could be a supporter, it could be an item, it could be a stadium. And then searching out Melanie again and again, essentially, to power up this deck. And I have to say, this is probably the most consistent deck of the tournament.
I know. Despite going up against weakness, it is just able to do 250 damage, knocking out Vs and just getting there. And with 19 seconds on the clock, I believe we have our champion.
Yep, it's probably a game set match at this point. I think both players definitely put up a strong fight to get all the way here in the finals. And the finals has been a bit exciting, I would say, in both game 1 and also in game 2. It's going to be Online Station Art taking the win here. Most likely 1-0 because we can't complete this game 2.
Very
Let's
close
see.
to completion, though. Very
Yeah,
close.
very close, very close. I would think 1 Melanie and that's game. But then again, he needs to bring out the Zazen V on the bench. But there's no Zamazentas in game 2 anyway for Momoy Palaboy.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, we do see here, it is now 0. Let's see if we do have the winner.
Yep, it looks like we have our champion of the Pokemon trading card game Invitational. This event again held in conjunction of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. So
Yes, I
let's see as
absolutely
we
love
wrap up.
Absolutely love it too. That Online Station Art literally had to face the deck he was afraid of the most. Just goes to show sometimes you just have to face your fears, and you can still get there.
For sure. And after all, it's definitely been an exciting tournament all through the matches we had today. It's always great to hear from these players who are essentially influencers in their respective regions. So definitely people that we know for a fact would have tons of fans rooting for them, and now they're able to showcase their playing of the Pokemon trading card game. So it's definitely an exciting experience overall.
Definitely. And yes, I believe that closes it out. It looks like Online Station Art from Thailand is your champion for the tournament. Absolutely amazing game. Good game to both players, really. It was very interesting to watch.
Yep, definitely great stuff. I think overall, we've got to see many exciting matches throughout the entire day. We got to see 2 very great players as well, duking it out in the finals, but there can only be 1 champion, and that is Online Station Art from Thailand, making it a very, very awesome event overall for him. But of course, we have to give props to Momoy Palaboy, who was able to take his Dustin Zamzenta deck all the way to the finals. And I would say a lot of exciting games for both these players all the way through their bracket.
Definitely, and I have to give props again to Online Station Art. Again, this just goes to show the most important thing is knowing your deck backwards and front. You know, he played the Ice Rider deck so fluidly, and he really knew what exactly he was looking for each of those Drizzles. Yeah, it was absolutely amazing to watch. Again, he did some plays that stunned the both of us, really, and it worked out, right?
It worked out, and he's champion of the Invitational.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, I just have to admit that game blew me away. I honestly thought we both thought, even Online Station Art thought, that Moi Moi Palaboy was definitely had the huge advantage here, especially with the type advantage. But again, it just goes to show you just don't give up. You don't give up. You face your fear. He was so scared of that deck the entire match, only to play it in the finals. But yeah, it ended up working out.
Yeah, I think overall it's also going down to the consistency of the deck. I think Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX is one of the more consistent decks in the format, thanks of course to the engine that it runs, right? It runs a very strong Sobble into Drizzle into Intalon engine. It also has access to cards like Suicune V that lets you draw a card every turn. It also has cards like Melon that accelerates energy and draws you cards like Capacious Bucket. All these cards coming together to create one of the most consistent decks of the format and of the tournament, I should say. And of course, it's probably not the best deck in format that everyone would have thought, because everyone gave that accolade to Mew. But it's such an exciting tournament to really see different decks come alive against one another, and at the end, the Ice Rider deck taking the crown.
Definitely. And now let's go and meet our champion, Online Station Art from Thailand. Hello. How's it going? How's it going? The Pokemon Master, the champion of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. I just have to ask, how are you feeling, man? How does it feel to be
รู้
a
สึกยังไง
Pokemon
บ้าง
Master?
ครับที่ได้เป็นแบบแชมป์วันนี้แล้ว
I feel แบบปลอดโปร่งนี่อะไรนะปลอดโปร่งนะแบบ
fresh I feel released
I'm fresh and bring my mountain of my heart, of my body, of everything. Finally, I will make this Ice Rider to champion. My master สัญญานี่เลยนะ
promise
my master promised me if I win or champion, he take me to eat free.
Well,
and this guy
great stuff for sure.
watch and cheering me when start until end. Yeah. So very
Great stuff, Online Station Art. I gotta ask you, what do you think was the best card of your deck this entire tournament?
พี่อาร์คิดว่าการ์ดอะไรครับเป็นการ์ดที่เก่งที่สุดหรือสำคัญที่สุดในเด็กครับ
maybe Drizzle can search thing I want for fix now this situation. Anything what I want is Drizzle can bring to me.
Awesome. And I guess lastly, I just want to ask you, do you have any tips for any aspiring Pokemon player out there, and as well as just any last words from the champion?
พี่มีอะไรอยากจะพูดเป็นประโยคสุดท้ายไหมสำหรับการที่มีได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนมีคนที่แบบเหมือนแบบอาจจะดูอยู่หรือว่าสนใจอะไรประมาณนั้น
ฝากแปลด้วยนะก็อยากให้แบบลองศึกษามันดูเอาจริงๆการ์ดโปเกมอนก็เป็นการ์ดหนึ่งที่สนุกมากครับแล้วก็ผู้เล่นใหม่สามารถเข้าใจได้ง่ายเรียนรู้ได้ง่ายแล้วก็สนุกไปกับมันได้ง่ายมากๆก็ยิ่งถ้ามีเพื่อนนะชวนเพื่อนกันมาเล่นก็จะเข้าถึงมันได้ง่ายแล้วก็สนุกกับมันได้ง่ายเช่นกันครับ
So for any newbies or new players, Pokemon card game is a really easy game to play and understand. We can get into it really fast and easy. For anyone with friends, once you get friends to play with you, you will enjoy it really quickly.
Yeah, like me, this my master train for 1 week, and then I can be champion for this invitational.
Very, very awesome.
Great stuff.
Again, congratulations again on becoming champion of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. And yes, Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. guys.
Congratulations, Online Station Art.
And yes, thank you for the games. It's been a pleasure. All right. And with that
Wow.
amazing games, right? Amazing games. Such an
What a day.
amazing event. The Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. I just have to ask you, Aaron, what were your favorite moments? Let's reminisce about the entire event. Yeah, what were your favorite moments? Favorite matches, maybe?
I think overall we got to see some very interesting matches. I think now you take a look at the bracket that we've seen it today. We got to see a host of exciting matchups across the board. A wide variety of decks being played by the invitees at this tournament. I think we first got our chance to meet Online Station Art in the first quarterfinal, and he went 2-0 up against Master Ramen. And he was playing his Ice Radic Calyrex deck. Master Ramen was playing Rayquaza VMAX. So both decks essentially able to run hot and get the games going if their opening hands were great enough. But it was Online Station Art who really saw the consistency of his deck. And then moving on to quarterfinal number 2, Alphas Gaming with the pretty much the best deck in format, getting through an upset against Blissey V, piloted by Skyway of Singapore. And then in the third and final quarterfinal, we had Momo and Palaboy playing the Zacian Zamazenta deck against Shadow Rider Calyrex, and that essentially went to the way of the Zacian deck. And then in semifinals, number 1 and 2, boy, great matchups for sure. We had Online Station Art eking the win against Skyway in a series that went all the way to a Game 3 sudden death, and him eking it out off the bat of no Cape of Toughness on the Blissey. And in semifinal number 2, we saw Momo Palaboy pretty much going 1-0 up against KZ, who was playing the single strike Urshifu deck. So a deck that we didn't see in the quarterfinals at the start, but we did get to see a little bit of it. And of course, the grand finals. Essentially, Online Station Art with his consistent, well, actually super consistent deck going 1-0 up and taking the crown of champion of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Invitational. Wow.
Yes. Oh my God. Absolutely amazing. Again, Online Station Art just bringing it all the way to the final and facing the weakness, facing his fear. In every interview, he mentioned, I just don't want to face Zacian. I don't want to face Zacian.
Yep.
And now he has to face Zacian, and he beats it. Absolutely amazing. Very, very great player. And again, any final thoughts, Aaron?
I think we have to probably mention the I would say the standout performance in terms of a deck has to go to Blissey V, a deck that probably no one thought would actually make it to a tournament, but in this invitational, it came out all through and making sure that it could at least take a game. It upset the best deck in format in quarterfinal number 2. So I think that was one of the surprises of the tournament. And of course, seeing a deck that no one really knew about before the tournament take a game of the best deck in format, that has to be a highlight for me. But what about you? What do you think was your highlight of the event?
I think my highlight would have to be the finals. Honestly, again, it made me smile to no end that Online Station Art had to face the deck of his fears, and this just goes to show again what I've been saying. He's been playing his deck so masterfully, and that's how you have to play Pokemon. It doesn't matter what weakness you're playing against, doesn't matter what deck you're playing. All that matters is you know your deck, you trust in your Pokemon, you believe in that Drizzile, and it can make you a champion, a Pokemon master. And yeah, with that, we have to come to a close. Is there any final words you'd like to say, Aaron?
Oh, nothing to be a part of the tournament per se, but I think the final words that come to mind is the final words from our champion Online Station Art, who said that picking up the Pokemon trading card game, especially with friends, makes it a wholly enjoyable experience. And I hope to see more players playing the game that we all love, and also a lot of returning players come back to enjoy this game together with us. Those are my final words.
Yes, and of course, and I just want to take this time to thank everyone who participated: Online Station Art, Master Ramen, Alpats Gaming, Skyway, Mina, Moi Moi Palaboy, KZ, and of course, thank you to the Pokemon Company for making all of this possible. And yeah, Yeah, we're ending for now, but we are only halfway through the Battle Festival Asia 2021, which has many upcoming activities and shows for you to enjoy until the end of February, just like the highlight shows, episodes, and more upcoming tournaments. I mean, even me and Aaron are looking forward to watching some of the exciting tournaments and honestly, just learning more about the Pokemon world. But yes, again, thank you for watching the Pokemon TCG Invitational. This was Wancho, or Primetime Wizard TV, and my partner, Aaron Minjut. We'll see you guys next time.
See ya.
Thank you.